Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Why? Looking at those familiar faces, Qingning kept asking why. Why wouldn't these people let go of her eldest senior brother? Why, after so many years, were they still so heartless towards Jiang Chen? Why was she in the image still so ignorant and foolish? Regardless, the great battle resumed. Although Jiang Chen was strong, he was still no match for Lin Feng and the others. Qingning knew that even if Jiang Chen truly had the strength, he would not want to hurt these junior brothers and junior sisters before him. PFFFGH. Jiang Chen was defeated, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Lin Feng was smiling as he watched him fall to the ground in such a sorry state. Jiang Lianyue and Lin Mubai were also smiling. They smiled heartily, almost exactly like the smiles they had when Jiang Chen's cultivation was destroyed and Ma Wu arrived. Just as Lin Feng was about to deliver the fatal blow, "Please, spare his life." A voice tinged with sobs rang out. Looking towards the source, Qingning's beautiful eyes narrowed. She could never have imagined that the one speaking was herself. "Qingning Jr.'s sister, have you forgotten what he did to you? He not only wanted to take advantage of you, but he also deceived you for a whole 6 years." Lin Feng said in disbelief. "I know his crimes are too numerous to be recorded, and I know he doesn't care about me at all. But I once liked him," Qingning in the image said with her head bowed down. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, a flash of murderous intent passing through them. Just as he was about to truly become murderous, boom, a muffled sound erupted. The life-bound spirit's sword beside Jiang Chen exploded, and the violent spiritual power instantly swept through the surroundings. By the time everything had quieted down, he had vanished without a trace. "Since Qingning Jr.'s sister cannot bear it, let's spare him this time," Lin Feng said with a smile. "Thank you, senior brother." Qingning in the image took a deep breath and expressed her gratitude. "This is the last time. From now on, he will no longer be my senior brother, and I will be completely sever my ties with him. That's how it should be." Soon, Lin Feng and the others left as well. Only Qingning remained alone in the void, staying in place. She was bewildered. She was terrified. Her heart felt as if it had been hollowed out, and even breathing seemed extremely painful. Because she had lost Jiang Chen. Everything had happened too quickly just now. She had no idea where Jiang Chen had gone. Eldest senior brother, eldest senior brother. Qingning kept calling out, but there was no response. With no other choice, she returned to the edge of the chasm, moving like a zombie. She believed that Jiang Chen must have escaped to the upper domain, so she decided to continue waiting there. But this wait lasted for more than a decade. She did not wait for Jiang Chen to appear. Instead, she received news from the imperial dynasty that the Juyan sect had won the sect competition and was promoted to an upper domain sect. And at the moment she learned of this news, the scene before her began to spin and distort, showing signs of a sudden change. Qingning was overjoyed in an instant. She believed that she would be able to see Jiang Chen again, and indeed, as she had thought, she did indeed see Jiang Chen when the scene returned to normal, but he was on the brink of death, with a black blade piercing through his chest, his white clothes soaked with blood. "No!" Qingning screamed, rushing over quickly. She lay on top of Jiang Chen, cursing with the most venomous words at her former master, her former senior brothers and sisters. She begged for the golden characters to appear again and to take her life as well. After all, what would have been the point of her life if Jiang Chen was gone? Was she to continue being trapped in this world for 10,000 years to endure the torment? "Eldest senior brother, please don't die. Qingning is begging you. Qingning will sing for you, is that okay? From now on, Qingning will listen to you. I'll learn to grow up, and I won't cling to you anymore. As long as you don't die, I'm willing to do anything. Eldest senior brother, please." Qingning kept pleading. But no matter how much she begged, how much she screamed, Jiang Chen's life force continued to rapidly diminish. A sense of powerlessness struck her again, and as she sat on the ground, she burst into loud sobs. Although she was already 16 years old, she cried like a young child. Qingning remembered that when she first joined the Juyan sect, she would often cry just like she did now. But this time, that eldest senior brother would no longer rub her head and call her a crybaby. "Spare them." Before his death, Jiang Chen clutched at the corner of Lin Feng's clothes, blood in his mouth, and finally squeezed out these words. On hearing this, Lin Feng's pupils shrank. Seeing Jiang Chen's breath completely disappear, Qingning's crying grew louder for a moment. She did not know what Jiang Chen's last words meant, but she had no intention of pondering them. Because her eldest senior brother was no longer there, she had long stopped caring about other people and other things. Through her tear-blurred vision, Qingning saw Xiao Hong'ai running towards the deceased Jiang Chen, also crying her heart out, full of self-reproach. Lin Feng forcibly pulled Xiao Hong'ai away and then released a pill fire to burn Jiang Chen's corpse. After everyone left, Qingning's crying abruptly stopped. Then, an extremely familiar object caught her eye. It was a wooden sword. A crudely made wooden sword that was gradually disappearing under the fierce flames of the fire. "Qingning, you're amazing. I really like this wooden sword." I'd even take it with me to the grave if I died. Jiang Chen's words suddenly surfaced in her mind. Qingning was struck as if by lightning. At that moment, she seemed to hear the sound of her own heart breaking. The fire still burned, but the girl's eyes were devoid of any sparks. She stared blankly at the blazing pale fire, where it seemed Jiang Chen's face was reflected, smiling at her. The girl crawled towards the flames, her fair right hand reaching into the fierce fire to gently touch Jiang Chen's smiling face. She smiled too. Her smile was pale, her eyes lacked luster, and it was tinged with madness. Eldest senior brother, you broke your promise. There is no grave here. Jiang Chen's departure was like taking Qingning's soul with him. Time passed slowly as if 100 years were but a day. She always sat at the spot where Jiang Chen had died, hugging her knees and burying her head in them like an ostrich. During this time, it seemed many people came by and said something. But she heard none of it, because the words Jiang Chen had once said kept echoing in her ears, becoming her only pillar of support. She feared that the moment she moved, Jiang Chen's voice would disappear. Thus, even for 100 years, she did not move an inch. Suddenly, the scene that had not changed for 100 years began to shift again one day. Maintaining the same posture, Qingning seemed to hear Lin Feng's maniacal laughter, the death cries of Xiao Hong'ai, Jiang Lianyue, and herself. She finally understood. Before his death, Jiang Chen was pleading with Lin Feng to spare them. Soon, the various noisy sounds gradually ceased, and Qingning felt as if she was floating in the void. She still made no move, because none of it mattered. Are you my eldest senior brother? Suddenly, a familiar girl's voice rang out. Indeed, I am your eldest senior brother, the young Jiang Chen said while patting his chest. From now on, you are my third junior sister. If anyone bullies you, just tell me, I'll beat them up. Hearing this, Qingning's delicate body trembled slightly as she lifted her head that had been bowed for nearly 100 years. What came into her view was a young man in white, Jiang Chen, with a smile as bright and pure as ever. She glanced at the golden characters floating above in the sky. Second life. Qingning smiled. She quickly ran towards the young man, Jiang Chen, and said, Eldest senior brother, Qingning has been waiting for you. A person's breakdown often happens in an instant. At this moment, Qingning was happy because the reappearance of Jiang Chen made her feel her heart beat once again. But when she realized, the events of this life, though slightly different from the last, still led to the same outcome. She collapsed when she realized that this was not an illusion, nor was it someone punishing her, but the genuine memories of Jiang Chen. The smile on Jiang Chen's face in the picture, though still warm, only made her feel a strong sense of sin. She hated herself, hated everyone. Perhaps all of this was influenced by the heavens, but they were the true accomplices, the ones who kept stabbing Jiang Chen in the heart, over and over again, one life after another, until he was bloody and full of holes. In every life, Jiang Chen was smiling, but Qingning could see the light gradually fading from his eyes. In every life, Jiang Chen was trying hard, but Qingning could see the dimming expression on his face when faced with misunderstandings and cold stares. She could only watch all of this helplessly. Even if her tears dried up and her heart ached as if her soul was being torn apart, she could only watch. Life after life, watching Jiang Chen being misunderstood by everyone. Life after life, watching Jiang Chen die at the hands of Lin Feng. Life after life, watching the little wooden sword gradually consumed by the pill fire. Eighth life. The outcome was the same. Qingning stood beside Jiang Chen, motionless. At this moment, she was like a puppet, her large eyes as empty as the abyss, intimidating to those who looked upon them. This life was somewhat different. Thunder roared in the clouds at the moment of Jiang Chen's death, and torrential spiritual rain poured down. The spiritual rain did not extinguish the alchemical fire burning Jiang Chen's remains. Instead, it intensified the flames, growing fiercer and fiercer until the fire lit up the sky, turning the area red for Li. Beneath the firelight, the rain, like blood. The wind, like a roar. The thunder, like a threat. It seems that even the heavens are afraid. That's why they're putting on such a grand display, trying their utmost to showcase their divine might. The spiritual rain continues, showing no signs of stopping. Qingning looks up to the sky, letting the rain beat against her face, then slide down her cheeks and finally drip onto the ground. At this moment, she can no longer feel the cold. The only proof that she's still alive is the pain that penetrates deep into her bones and the guilt that could drive one mad. Eldest senior brother, Qingning is in so much pain. Of course, there is no response. Because once again, Jiang Chen left this world and left her all alone. Suddenly, her heart feels even more pain. Like a moth to a flame, her thoughts drift back to the village where she used to live with her grandmother. A conversation surfaces in her mind. Qingning, you must always have a heart that aspires to be good. No matter how filthy this world is, you must keep that innocence in your heart. Why? Because only then can you live happily. And when you meet the most important person in your life, he will be happy too. Qingning remembers. Once, Qingning believed this to be true. Because as long as she kept smiling, the people around her would smile too. Once, no matter what she faced, her grandmother's words were like the last light, illuminating her world. Grandma, you were wrong, Qingning murmured. At this moment, she is not happy. Eldest senior brother is not happy either. A heart that aspires to be good? What's the use of being good if it's not up to her to decide what's good or evil but up to the heavens? What's the use of this goodness? Qingning screams. By the time she speaks these words, she has gone from collapsing to madness, with a fury in her eyes that seems ready to surge out and devour the world. At this very moment, she extinguishes the last light in her heart. Now, her world is devoid of any light. She has gone mad. Completely insane. Unlike Jiang Lianyue and Lin Mubai, she has lost all reason. The scene shifts again to the 9th life. Apart from Jiang Chen, with the appearance of each person, she lunges at them, wanting to tear them apart alive. Although her efforts are futile, she keeps relentlessly trying. She wants to kill everyone except Jiang Chen, including herself. Qingning, stop messing around. Suddenly, a scolding voice rang out. Qingning's body stiffened after hearing this. A glimmer of clarity returned to her eyes as she looked at the image before her. In the image, a young Qingning was hitting and kicking a disciple from 9th peak, crying pitifully as she did so. Eldest senior brother, he spoke ill of you? He said you don't care about Qingning at all, that you don't like Qingning. The young Qingning was very angry. Upon seeing Jiang Chen, the 9th peak disciple panicked and ran away. Jiang Chen did not stop him. Instead, he squatted down, took young Qingning's small hand, and said, eldest senior brother is used to it. Young Qingning didn't understand the meaning of his words and simply asked, does eldest senior brother like Qingning? Of course I do. Jiang Chen said with a warm smile. Especially Qingning at this age. Whenever I see you smile, I feel happy. Eldest senior brother likes it when Qingning smiles. Very much so. Then, Qingning will smile more for you from now on. But eldest senior brother, what do you mean by at this age? Jiang Chen did not respond, but his expression turned dark. Eldest senior brother, why aren't you speaking? Young Qingning pressed. It's nothing. Holding her in his arms, Jiang Chen whispered, Qingning, there was a time when eldest senior brother hoped you would grow up quickly. But now, I wish you would never grow up and always remain innocent and pure. Qingning doesn't understand. You don't need to understand. 10th life. The 10th life came to an abrupt end. On the bumpy back of the white tiger, Qingning slowly opened her eyes. After listening to the conversation between her younger self and Jiang Chen, she had been lost in thought, and before she knew it, she had returned to reality. She touched the corner of her eye. It seemed she had cried again. Even though her tears had long since dried up, they still flowed uncontrollably. Even though she had decided to be strong after feeling the malice of this world, she was now so vulnerable again. Recalling that conversation, Qingning felt a twinge in her nose. Her younger self didn't understand, but she did now. In her 9th life, her eldest senior brother was almost at his limit. Because he couldn't hold on, he wished she would never grow up. Because he couldn't hold on, he sought healing for his battered soul through her smile. Suddenly, Qingning smiled again. Her eyes curved like crescent moons, innocent and whimsical. Qingning, are you okay? Did you have another nightmare? Why are you crying and laughing at the same time? White Tiger turned its large head, completely confused. Qingning shook her head, her response seemingly out of context. Xiaobai, do you know? Eldest senior brother likes me, and he likes to see me smile. Xiaobai looked bewildered, its large tiger eyes filled with confusion. Eldest senior brother? Could it be that person named Jiang Chen who, according to Qingning, was utterly despicable? I don't get it. Just half an hour ago, it heard Qingning recount all of Jiang Chen's misdeeds, but how come after just one sleep, when Qingning mentions Jiang Chen again, she sounds like she's talking about her lover? Are women always so fickle? Looking at Qingning, it seems that she had no intention of explaining. She just continued to smile. 9th life. She had once fallen into darkness due to guilt and heartache. She had once extinguished the last lamp in her heart because of the injustice of this world. She had once chosen to let madness consume her reason, unable to bear the piercing pain. But in the end, her eldest senior brother, that eldest senior brother, who had been tormented through 9 lifetimes and could no longer bear the burden. With his own hands, he lit her light in her heart again. Jumping down from the tiger's back, Qingning turned her back to White Tiger and stretched her limbs. Her movements were still as cute and playful. But the next second, Xiaobai, burying someone alive should be quite interesting, right? Qingning turned her head with her smile still present. Xiaobai was confused again. Something was off. It felt that something was wrong with the girl in front of it. The night was peaceful, and the sky was dotted with stars. Lin Feng sat on a rock by the campfire, his right foot shaking incessantly. Why hasn't junior sister Qingning come back yet? He muttered. By now, several hours had passed since Qingning had left. Logically speaking, it should have been enough even if she wanted some quiet time. It should be over by now even if she wanted to be alone. Could she have encountered danger? Lin Feng speculated. That girl has extraordinary luck. She won't die, old man Tianji replied. What do you know? No matter how strong a woman is, deep down, she hopes to be protected. Lin Feng said disdainfully. He knew Qingning would be fine. But how could he miss it if there was a chance to play the hero and save the beauty? Perhaps he could take this opportunity to win Qingning over. Thinking this, Lin Feng couldn't sit still. Suddenly standing up, he grabbed the black blade beside him and plunged into the dense forest. The moment he entered the forest, the chirping of insects around him abruptly stopped, several dark figures swept past him, and the air was filled with a faint smell of blood. Love blinds wisdom? The mountain range at night is very dangerous. Be careful not to lose your life. Old man Tianji cursed. One can't get the girl if they're not willing to risk their safety. Lin Feng laughed, not taking it seriously. Besides, have you ever heard of a son of destiny dying while on the way to find a woman? Old man Tianji was speechless. Lin Feng then runs around like a blind man in the forest, startling many animals. For safety's sake, he had to say, to the right, about 10 li of mountain road, the girl is there. How do you know? Lin Feng was surprised. Just now, I sensed the presence of that white tiger. It's strange, normally a major demon wouldn't release its presence carelessly to avoid bringing trouble upon itself. There's no battle over there, so it seems like the white tiger is doing it on purpose. Of course it's deliberate. Qingning Jr.'s sister is signaling for me to come over. You're just going to go because she asked you to? Haven't you heard that the most poisonous thing is a woman's heart? Of course I've heard it, and I've seen it too. But you see, even the most venomous woman turns into a virtuous wife and good mother in my presence. Old man Tianji was speechless again. If that's the case, there's no point in talking. Despite the banter, Lin Feng still valued his own life very much. He held his black blade, crouched low, and moved stealthily through the dense forest. During this time, he felt several powerful presences, but fortunately, they were just observing from a distance and showed no intention of approaching him. Finally, after half an hour, Lin Feng emerged from the dense forest, and his view suddenly widened. He looked into the distance. There, a young girl was working amidst large boulders under the moonlight. Indeed, she was working. The girl held a shovel with a handle made of green spirit wood and a superior sulfur bronze blade, tirelessly digging into the purple soil beneath her feet. Occasionally, she would wipe the sweat from her forehead and chat with the white tiger beside her. Although the white tiger blinked blankly most of the time, the girl still let out bell-like laughter. Qingning Jr.'s sister's laughter is so heartwarming. Lin Feng sighed with emotion. Just the sound of her laughter was enough to sweep away all his fatigue. With that thought, he put away his black blade and approached with a faint smile. Qingning Jr.'s sister, what are you doing? Lin Feng asked as he reached Qingning's side. Guess. Qingning turned back and smiled. Lin Feng was stunned for a moment. Although Qingning's smile was still as adorable as ever, he felt that something was off. Before he could think further, Qingning pointed to the ground and said, "This is Zaijian blood soil." Zaijian blood soil. Lin Feng blinked, having never heard of it. This girl's luck is truly good. Hearing this, old man Tianji explained. Zaijian blood soil is a 6th grade spirit soil. It appears purple with hints of red and turns to blood when it meets water. It's a type of heavy spirit soil that can suppress soul power. Just this piece under her feet weighs 1,000 jin. If used in treasure refinement, its power is extraordinary. More importantly, beneath Zaijian blood soil, there is often at least one treasure of the same grade nourished. 6th grade spirit soil? Lin Feng's eyes immediately lit up. Such a level of spirit soil, let alone the lower domain, even many sects in the central domain didn't possess it. What's more, there was a treasure of the same grade below. This was a sure sign of striking it rich. Do you want this Zaijian blood soil, Lin's senior brother? Qingning asked with a smile. Of course, not. Lin Feng straightened his expression and said seriously, this Zaijian blood soil was discovered by Junior Sister, so naturally, it belongs to Junior Sister. Junior Sister, do you think I covet your opportunity? No sooner had he finished speaking. Are you an idiot? You've come to the central domain, but the black blade in your hand is only of medium grade. If you refine it with this Zaijian blood soil, the black blade could certainly be upgraded to superior grade. Old man Tianji cursed loudly. What are you yelling about? Lin Feng retorted unhappily in his mind, this is called retreating in order to advance. Understand? I have saved Qingning's life. Wouldn't she share a bit with me? Humph, then go cry about it if she really doesn't give it to you. Old man Tianji snorted coldly. Lin Feng couldn't be bothered with him and looked back at Qingning, saying, Junior Sister, please continue gathering the soil. Senior brother will not lay a finger on it. Really? Qingning squinted her eyes. Of course. All right then, I won't give it to senior brother. Lin Feng was taken aback. This wasn't how the plot was supposed to go? Why wasn't she giving it to him anymore? He had been prepared to refuse once, twice, and only reluctantly accept on the third offer. Haha, I knew you'd eventually fall into a woman's hands. Old man Tianji laughed heartily. Lin Feng felt a wave of embarrassment. Seeing that Qingning was truly ignoring him and continuing to dig up the soil, he said, Junior Sister, this Zaijian blood soil is as heavy as 1,000 jin. You must be tired, how about senior brother helps you? Okay. Qingning happily agreed, tossed the spiritual shovel to Lin Feng, and then ran to sit by White Tiger's side. Leaning against White Tiger, she hugged her knees and smiled, Senior brother Lin, go for it. No matter how much you dig up, it's all yours. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng was instantly invigorated. He estimated the Zaijian blood soil beneath him to be 6 jong long and 2 jong wide, with an unknown depth. Even if it was only 1 jong deep, if he dug it all up, it would be enough to refine the black blade, and he could even sell a good amount. How could he not dig with all his might? The chance to make a fortune is right here. Although he was excited, Lin Feng still waved his hand. Junior Sister is joking. I have no interest in this spiritual soil. As soon as he finished speaking, although I'm not interested, I could take some to study, he quickly added, worried Qingning might refuse again. Qingning didn't respond, just smiled again. Lin Feng didn't hesitate. He rolled up his sleeves and immediately got to work. But as soon as the shovel went down, the spiritual shovel specially made for digging treasures was bounced off by the Zaijian blood soil. Kid, you really have no experience, do you? Old man Tianji chuckled. I told you, this Zaijian spiritual soil is as heavy as 1,000 jin. If you take it out, it could directly crush initial formation cultivators to death. With soil this heavy, how can you dig it without using vital energy? Why didn't you say that earlier? Lin Feng cursed inwardly. He glanced back at Qingning, and seeing that she seemed oblivious to his awkwardness, he then channeled his vital energy into the shovel and began to dig vigorously. Shovel after shovel, he dug with great enthusiasm. Soon, he had dug a rectangular pit just big enough for a person to lie down in. The Zaijian blood soil lived up to its reputation for heaviness. Lin Feng was already drenched in sweat and his vital energy was depleted. He didn't plan to give up but decided to rest for a while before continuing. Stop digging, that's enough. Old man Tianji advised, you have enough spiritual soil. If you keep digging, you'll pass out. And, Lin Feng asked, suddenly alert. I sense danger looming. Danger? Lin Feng was immediately startled and looked around warily. But no matter how much he looked left and right, he couldn't find any sign of danger apart from Qingning still smiling at him. Still, Lin Feng always trusted old man Tianji's premonitions. Despite their usual bickering, they shared weal and woe, and the old man Tianji had saved his life on many critical occasions. Dropping the shovel and holding the black blade, Lin Feng was on high alert. But no matter how long he waited, the anticipated danger never arrived. Junior sister Qingning, did you see any bad guys? Lin Feng asked Qingning. Yes, Qingning nodded. Where? Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat, and he gestured, come behind me quickly, senior brother will protect you. Qingning didn't respond, just smiled. Suddenly, a white shadow flashed and a huge paw appeared in front of Lin Feng. He instinctively tried to dodge, but due to his vital energy being depleted, he couldn't keep up with the speed of the claw. The next second, the white claw struck Lin Feng's cheek, sending him spinning rapidly into the air. Just as he was about to fly away, the white figure suddenly leaped up, pressing its front paws against Lin Feng's chest and pushing him into the deep pit. Lying in the pit he had just dug, Lin Feng was utterly bewildered. It was only now that he could see clearly that the white figure attacking him was Qingning's white tiger. You beast? So it was you. Lin Feng raged. Pretending to be innocent with those blinking eyes? I always wondered why you seemed so adorably dumb, so it was all an act? Wait until I slaughter. Qingning, come quick. I've got him pinned down. The white tiger turned its head to call out and spoke in human language. You can talk. Lin Feng was shocked, and what did that mean? What surprised him even more came next. Qingning approached slowly, picking up the spirit shovel that had fallen to the side. She still wore a smile while humming a tune, but the sight of her sent shivers down his spine. She shoveled up the spirit soil, then dumped it all over Lin Feng. Burying someone alive is quite interesting, Qingning said with a grin. Her smile was still charming, but her words gave him goosebumps and made his scalp tingle. Lin Feng felt like he was dealing with a lunatic. He had never imagined that the usually sweet and innocent Qingning could have such a hidden side. He tried to struggle, but the weight of the Zaijian blood soil and the strength of the white tiger, comparable to a heavenly origin cultivator, left him immobile. Old man Tianji, hurry, use your soul power to help me escape. Lin Feng shouted in his mind. But the response was silence as still as death. It was then that Lin Feng remembered. Besides being heavy, Zaijian blood soil could also suppress soul power. Does that mean he dug his own grave and buried himself alive? You plotted against me. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with rage. Did I? Qingning blinked her large eyes, looking innocent. I saved your life. Lin Feng roared again. That's why I'm sending you off, she replied. That logic is too strong. There was no room for rebuttal. Just as Lin Feng was about to say something else, Qingning's delicate eyebrows furrowed, and she raised the shovel high. Then, with one strike, she knocked Lin Feng unconscious. Isn't he noisy? Qingning continued to shovel the soil while asking the white tiger. The white tiger's whiskers twitched, and he nodded. Women are truly frightening. As dawn began to break, a fresh mound of earth was formed. Qingning dusted the soil off her hands, her pretty face showing a satisfied expression. The white tiger lay behind her, licking its paws before yawning and revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth that glinted coldly. It was quite terrifying. But when he closed its mouth, its round eyes and fluffy ears made him look somewhat dumb and adorable again. Qingning, why did you bury him alive? After pondering for a long time, Xiaobai finally asked. Because he's a bad person, Qingning replied without turning her head. How bad? Bad enough to want to eat you. That bad? Xiaobai was shocked. That was intolerable. Anyone else saying this might be doubted, but would Qingning lie to him? Although Qingning seemed a bit off now, she was still the person he trusted the most. Moreover, he had always felt that Lin Feng would occasionally sneak glances at him and then show a strange expression. Thinking back, Lin Feng must have wanted to eat it all along. Quick, Qingning. Dig Lin Feng out while it's still warm, then I'll eat him first. Xiaobai said, eyes gleaming fiercely. We can't dig him up. He's not dead yet. Qingning shook her head. He's not dead yet? Xiaobai was shocked again. Not only is he not dead, but something will come to save him, Qingning added. What? Xiaobai pressed. Qingning did not respond but simply looked up at the sky and then opened a red umbrella. Boom. Suddenly, the sky flashed with lightning and thunder, and a heavy rain poured down. The rainwater dripped down the edge of the umbrella, falling onto the purple blood soil that surrounded the mound, merging with it to form a bloody water that flowed outward. TLN, Zaijian blood soil is a 6th grade spirit soil. It appears purple with hints of red and turns to blood when it meets water. Watching all this, White Tiger's eyes widened in disbelief. If Qingning hadn't opened the umbrella in time, the purple blood soil covering Lin Feng would have also turned into bloody water and flowed away, giving him a chance to escape. Everything was proving that the heavens wanted to help Lin Feng get out of trouble. So, we buried a son of destiny. Xiaobai felt his head buzzing. Qingning nodded, and this son of destiny wants to eat you. Xiaobai was horrified. He had stayed in the Hengduan mountain range for 100 years, and countless cultivators had wanted to eat him, but he had never been as scared as he was at this moment, because he was a son of destiny, a being favored by the heavens and the earth. Xiaobai felt wronged. He had finally grown from a little demon to a big one, and just when he had hopes of advancing to a demon king, was he going to be fed to the son of destiny by the heavens? Was his life not a life too? Xiaobai, do you want to live? Qingning asked again. Qingning, there's no need to say any more. Xiaobai shook his head, interrupting her with a fierce look flashing in his tiger eyes. I know that if I want to live, I must defy the heavens. Qingning smiled with satisfaction and, with the help of vital energy, planted the red umbrella on Lin Feng's grave. Xiaobai, I need you to stand guard here, no matter how long it takes. You must not let the wind blow down this red umbrella and eat any cultivator who dares to come close. Can you do it? I can. Xiaobai nodded solemnly. His tiger life was at stake. That's why he dared not be careless. Very good. Qingning patted his head and then turned to leave. Qingning, where are you going? Xiaobai called out from behind. I'm going to find eldest senior brother, Qingning replied. Can he help me defy the heavens? Xiaobai asked again. Qingning did not respond this time, and her figure gradually disappeared from Xiaobai's view. Xiaobai felt that he probably could. Because Qingning's departing figure was so resolute, she must be going to help him defy the heavens? Sigh. Squatting beside Lin Feng's grave, Xiaobai's ears drooped down as he sighed mournfully. How had he managed to provoke a son of destiny? In the vast sky, the wispy clouds were untainted, and a spirit boat accompanied by a white crane glided through the air. The spirit boat was about 30 zhang long and 9 zhang high, moving on its own without sails. Its body was purple, and the large gold-encrusted character, Jiang, on both sides was particularly eye-catching. Jiang Chen stood on the deck of the spirit boat with his hands behind his back, his black clothes fluttering in the wind, and his eyes slightly closed, enjoying the breeze. Eldest senior brother, I saw an idiot, a shout came from a distance. No need to make a fuss over nothing, Jiang Chen said disdainfully. I've seen several madmen before, what's so special about an idiot? This idiot is different. As the voice fell, a burly figure with a rugged appearance and a hint of sycophancy on his face approached. His name is Lu Wen, the younger brother of Lu Wu. Lu Wen has been very excited recently, because his brother was sent to serve as a subordinate to Jiang Lianyue, and he took over Lu Wu's position, becoming the #1 subordinate to Jiang Chen. This is definitely the rhythm of taking off. Eldest senior brother, that idiot is really stupid. He's actually building pit latrines with thatched roofs right in the middle of the wide path below, and he's even repairing them along the way, at least a dozen in total. Lu Wen laughed. All right, that's pretty stupid. Jiang Chen opened his eyes. After giving Lu Wen a glance, he shook his head slightly. The elder brother's name is Lu Wu, yet he has a small and thin build, while the younger brother is named Lu Wen and is tall and burly. These names are completely the opposite. TLN, Wu means martial prowess/military and Wen means literature/culture. Did you get a good look at that idiot's face? Jiang Chen asked. Lu Wen shook his head and smiled. It was too high up, and the idiot was engrossed in his work, so I couldn't see clearly. But eldest senior brother, I actually found that idiot's silhouette somewhat familiar. Isn't that strange? Maybe it's your brother. After all, he calls himself a professional at making latrine, Jiang Chen joked. Upon hearing this, Lu Wen was stunned. Now that he thought about it, that silhouette did look a bit like Lu Wu, before he could continue pondering. Eldest senior brother, I see second senior brother, another subordinate shouted. Lin Mubai? Jiang Chen was startled and quickly stepped forward to look. Sure enough. In the dense forest beside the wide path below, Lin Mubai was standing next to a wooden shed. His upper body was completely bare, he was holding a machete in each hand and sharpening them vigorously. Perhaps sensing the movement above, Lin Mubai suddenly looked up, and after recognizing the outline of the spirit boat, he threw the knives on the ground and then waved his hands, jumping and shouting. Eldest senior brother. Jiang Chen's expression darkened, and he immediately withdrew his head back into the spirit boat. Eldest senior brother, aren't you going down to pick up second senior brother? The peak leader specifically instructed you to bring him back, Lu Wen wondered. Second senior brother? What second senior brother? Jiang Chen said sternly, remember, that's a wild man. Lu Wen was astonished. He quickly understood what Jiang Chen meant and echoed, that's right, a shameless wild man who resorts to sneak attacks and self-harm at the slightest disagreement. I don't know him at all. Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction. He had never imagined. They were only 100 li away from the Hengduan mountain range and a full 600 li from the Juyan sect. Yet Lin Mubai had run madly for 600 li to get here. Jiang Lianyue going mad, he didn't mind much, as he could take advantage of the situation. But Lin Mubai going mad? Sorry, he wanted to stay as far away as possible? Although Xiao Hong'ai asked him to bring Lin Mubai back, he didn't take it to heart. After all, Lin Mubai had the innate Dao bone. He couldn't possibly stay mad forever. Once he had enough, he would naturally return. Eldest senior brother, that wild man is chasing after us. Lu Wen suddenly exclaimed in alarm. What? Jiang Chen was also startled. He seems to be saying something. Lu Wen added. What's he saying? Use your vital energy and listen carefully. Okay, I'll listen. He's saying, eldest senior brother, travel safely. Jiang Chen's mouth twitched immediately. Travel safely? Those words sounded like a curse on his life? Absolutely outrageous. Lu Wen, where's the thunder spirit cannon on the spirit boat? Bring it here, blast him. Jiang Chen was angry. Lu Wen was confused. The spirit boat they were riding was a 6th grade spirit boat, which, apart from protective formations, was also equipped with spirit cannons powered by spirit stones. In the central domain, spirit boats of this level are mostly used by sects to transport disciples or move supplies. However, the Jiang family is wealthy and extravagant, so Jiang Chen simply uses it for personal travel. Lu Wen was astonished because the thunder spirit cannon on the boat was incredibly powerful. A hit from it could turn a cultivator from the lower 4 realms into ash. Even low-level core formation cultivators could resist it, but they would still get injured. What are you waiting for? Get moving. Jiang Chen kicked him to spur him into action. Lu Wen dared not delay any further and quickly got to work. Boom, boom. Accompanied by the sound of cannon fire, several huge thunderballs were launched from the spirit boat, rapidly bombarding Lin Mubai, who was chasing after the boat and forcing him to run away in a panic. Haha. Now Jiang Chen was at ease. Host's actions conformed to the villain's character setting. Congratulations for advancing from the early stage to the middle stage of human origin. The moment the system's message disappeared, a wave of intense heat burst forth from Jiang Chen's body, making Lu Wen unable to open his eyes. Lu Wen was full of admiration. Bullying a junior brother even led to a breakthrough? Truly worthy of being the 9th peak's eldest senior brother? Suddenly, he stiffened and, pointing at Lin Mubai below, said, eldest senior brother, he seems to be saying something again. Check again. All right, he says. Eldest senior brother, rather than being bombed, I'd prefer to be beaten up by you. Jiang Chen's mouth twitched. He had figured it out. When Lin Mubai went crazy, he was a masochist. Beating him would only satisfy his peculiar cravings. Refill the spirit stones and let's get out of here. And from now on, keep your distance from this lunatic. Jiang Chen waved his hand, urging them on. Soon, the spirit boat picked up speed and disappeared in an instant. As Lin Mubai watched the spirit boat vanish from sight, he sighed with grief in his heart. He wanted to travel the world with eldest senior brother again, to experience the bustling splendor of life. But as soon as Jiang Chen saw him, he would flee. He really wouldn't forgive him? Lin Mubai. A voice of surprise suddenly rang out. Lin Mubai looked in the direction of the voice and saw a woman dressed in a white cloud-glazed dress standing in front of him while holding an ice jade cold sword. Jiang Lianyue, why are you here? He frowned and said. After speaking, he thought to himself, 9 cycles of reincarnation, this Jiang Lianyue is like an empress guarding the path, very close to Lin Feng. Although she has gone mad, I must still be wary of her. I was about to ask you the same thing, Jiang Lianyue said with an extremely cold expression. She also speculated in her heart, 9 cycles of reincarnation, this Lin Mubai is like Lin Feng's lackey, always trusting him without doubt. Right now, I don't know if he's truly mad or faking it, but if he continues like this in this life, I'll press him and Lin Feng together into the latrine. Both had their own thoughts and stared at each other with unfriendly expressions. But soon, they both scoffed disdainfully and turned to leave. Humph, he really is a madman. Humph, she really is a madwoman. As they turned away, both of them sneered at the same time. About 10 li away from the Hongduan mountain range lies a bustling market town known as Luxhan Town, where cultivators gather and the atmosphere is lively. It is one of the few market towns with sect stores. At noon, a purple spiritual boat approached from the distance. Everyone was speculating, which sect could it be that they would make such a grand entrance, arriving in a spiritual boat. As the boat drew closer, the character, Jiang, on its side came into view. Jiang family, a cultivator exclaimed. Upon hearing this, the other cultivators no longer dared to look around and bowed their heads. Soon, the spiritual boat stopped outside the market town, and Jiang Chen arrived while flanked by a group of underlings. Make way for the eldest senior brother of the 9th peak, they shouted. Are you uncultured? Move away, and move fast. Huh, dare to glare at me? Believe it or not, I'll gouge out your eyes. Eldest senior brother, he's talking bad about you? I heard it. The underlings were fierce and aggressive. Whether they were lower realm cultivators or those with higher cultivation like core formation cultivators, they dared to be rude with Jiang Chen backing them. If anyone dared to retort, they would be dragged out of the crowd and beaten severely. A so-called righteous person who couldn't stand the behavior of Lu Wen and the others thought he was strong enough to curse them out. But before he could speak, his companion covered his mouth. That's the young master of the upper domain's Jiang family, the eldest senior brother of the 9th peak from the central domain's Juyan sect. Do you have a death wish? His companion's face turned pale. This showed the deep-seated fear of the Jiang family's reputation. Seeing the fear in the eyes of others, Jiang Chen smiled. He had lived through 9 cycles of reincarnation, always acting modestly to change others' perceptions of him, but this only led to others taking advantage of him. Indeed, this was much more comfortable. The Juyan sect did not have a store in Ligshan town, so Jiang Chen planned to wander around the market town before resting and returning to the spiritual boat. He had been here many times and knew the place well. Leading his group of underlings, they quickly arrived at the central fighting stage. Where there are cultivators, there are disputes. To maintain the operation of the market town, the stage was set up by the town's master to resolve conflicts between cultivators. Looking around, the area was still crowded, and a young girl sat on the edge on the empty stage. She was dressed in green, her delicate fingers resting on the surface of the stage and a green bell tied around her wrist, her feet swinging in the air. Her bright eyes were observant, and her smile revealed 2 dimples. Watching the girl from a distance, Jiang Chen was somewhat distracted. Compared to other senior brothers and sisters, his feelings for Qingning were extremely complex. When he was trapped in the cycles of reincarnation and suffering immensely, the trust and smiles of the young Qingning had saved his spirit many times. It might have only been 6 years for Qingning, who had joined the Juyan sect and then turned against him. But for Jiang Chen, it was decades. For decades, he had treated Qingning like a younger sister. He wanted her to grow up. Because as an eldest senior brother despised by the heavens and earth, he couldn't take care of Qingning forever. Yet, he also didn't want her to grow up. Because the way Qingning grew up in each life cycle had caused them both great harm. Eldest senior brother, Qingning will smile more for you from now on. In the 9th cycle, the words of the young Qingning echoed in his ears. Jiang Chen closed his eyes and sighed softly. Although the outcome was the same, it was undeniable he probably wouldn't have been able to hold on if it weren't for Qingning. Perhaps that's why, even though he had given up in this life, he still hadn't thrown away the little wooden sword Qingning had given him. But it didn't matter. After all, he clearly hadn't thrown it away, but there were still 9th peak disciples who swore they saw the little wooden sword in the latrine. As for Qingning, who had completely lost trust in him, she naturally never doubted it. Shaking his head to clear the messy thoughts, Jiang Chen slowly walked towards Qingning. At this moment, Qingning was looking in another direction. Jiang Chen sneered and quietly approached her from behind, then patted her shoulder. Qingning trembled and quickly turned her head. "Oh, isn't this my 3rd junior sister?" he said. After exchanging glances, Jiang Chen's mouth curled into a wicked smile, and he lifted Qingning's chin with his index finger, saying, "It's been a while, Qingning. How about a smile for your eldest senior brother?" Qingning didn't respond, just staring blankly at Jiang Chen. She was lost in thought, but her expressive eyes seemed to hold back indescribable emotions. This isn't the right reaction? Did I scare her stiff? Jiang Chen blinked in confusion. Based on his experience from 9 lifetimes, shouldn't Qingning have immediately knocked his hand away and then run off into the distance? "Why are you staring at me like that?" Jiang Chen's expression hardened. "Believe it or not, I'll beat you." Qingning continued to stare at him. Though she didn't respond, her slender fingers clenched tightly, and her body began to tremble. "That's more like it. Scared you, didn't I?" Jiang Chen smiled with satisfaction. Spreading his right hand, he spoke in an undeniable tone. "3rd junior sister, what nice thing do you have to give to your eldest senior brother this time?" Qingning finally spoke. But as soon as she uttered a word, tears welled up and streamed down her cheeks. The tears seemed endless, and as she raised her hand to wipe away the ones that had fallen, new ones rolled down. "No, you." Qingning bowed her head, wiping her tears faster. She wanted to smile because eldest senior brother said he wanted to see her smile. But why? Why couldn't she smile at this moment? "What do you mean you?" After a brief pause, Jiang Chen pressed on. "Don't tell me you have nothing. You know eldest senior brother have a bad temper. If I'm unhappy, I'll throw you into the Hongduan mountain range to feed the Demon King." What would eldest senior brother want? Qingning finally managed to say a complete sentence. Jiang Chen was at a loss for words. He didn't really want anything. He was just playing the role of the villainous eldest senior brother, bullying the pitiful junior sister. But to his surprise, Qingning was actually willing to give him something. After thinking for a long time, he finally replied, "I'll take whatever you have." "Really?" Qingning suddenly stopped crying and lifted her tear-stained face. "Of course." Jiang Chen nodded. "Hehe." Qingning finally smiled, and after a pause, her voice still choked with emotion. "Then, do you want me?" "Want, Pa? Why would I want you?" Jiang Chen exclaimed while shocked. "What the heck?" He stared at Qingning, who was now smiling through tears. This was not how the plot was supposed to go. At this moment, he wanted to ask Qingning, "Do you see clearly? Standing before you is the villainous eldest senior brother? What do you mean by want me? If I really wanted, would you actually give yourself to me? Huh? Wait a second." Jiang Chen was startled again. He crouched down and his gaze swept over Qingning's cheeks. He touched her forehead with his hand and pinched her face. Then he continued to inspect her until Qingning blushed under his intense gaze, and the onlookers looked on with disdain. Have you gone mad too?" Jiang Chen finally asked after a long while. Jiang Chen had good reason to think this way. His recent actions were almost identical to those described in the original story. If everything went according to the plot, Qingning might cry because of him, but she would never say something so out of character. Therefore, Jiang Chen had reason to suspect that his third junior sister had gone mad too. He was suddenly a bit panicked. If Jiang Lianyue had gone mad, and Lin Mubai too, and now Qingning as well, didn't that mean the plot was collapsing? If the plot collapsed, who knew how it would affect the ending? And how would he ascend? Steady, don't panic. Jiang Chen reassured himself in his mind. The task given to him by the system was to die at the hands of Lin Feng at the grand finale. Although the current situation was a bit troublesome, it was still under control. Everything is fine as long as Lin Feng doesn't go mad. As he was thinking this, Jiang Chen suddenly felt a softness in his arms. Looking down, he saw Qingning had taken advantage of his distraction and thrown herself into his embrace. Burying her head deep, Qingning sobbed, "Senior brother, don't worry, I'm not mad. I've never been as clear-headed as I am today." Jiang Chen's mouth twitched. Diagnosis complete. She was definitely gone mad. Because both Jiang Lianyue and Lin Mubai had said the same thing? Fortunately, Qingning's mad condition was only verbal, unlike Jiang Lianyue who would explode the sect at the drop of a hat, or Lin Mubai who would suddenly want to chop himself down. With her current state, she might still be able to push the plot forward. "Qingning, where's Lin Feng?" Jiang Chen asked. Qingning shook her head. "Don't know." Jiang Chen was taken aback. Qingning nodded again. She really didn't know. Who knew if Lin Feng was dead or had fled? Through the 9 cycles of reincarnation, she had seen Jiang Chen try countless times to kill Lin Feng, but not once had he succeeded. Jiang Chen directly used the overwhelming strength of the Jiang family to try to kill Lin Feng. But in the end, Lin Feng didn't die, and instead, it brought the imperial dynasty down on the Jiang family earlier than expected. Jiang Chen had relied on memories of past lives, practicing swordsmanship and pill refining, hoping to improve his own cultivation and thus avoid being humiliated by Lin Feng. But the result was that the world was suppressing him. No matter how much he cultivated, he would definitely be stripped of his core formation and have to start over before Lin Feng appeared. After practicing swordsmanship for many lifetimes, and even if he had enough understanding of the way of the sword in his mind, he could only reach minor achievement in the way of the sword before being expelled from the sect. Advancing further was like touching an impenetrable barrier, impossible to break through. And pill refining was even less likely. 5th grade was the watershed for pill refiners, and to advance further, one needed not only sufficient experience in the Dao of pills but also to find a pill fire of the same grade. Clearly, something called luck had nothing to do with Jiang Chen. Therefore, through 9 cycles of reincarnation, he could not change the outcome no matter how he changed or tried. That is the son of destiny, the protagonist of the world. Everyone and everything was paving the way for his growth. Unless the entire world rejected Lin Feng, his status as the protagonist would be hard to shake. That's why Qingning was trying to exhaust Lin Feng's luck. She knew that as long as Lin Feng faced a life-threatening crisis, he would gain a fortuitous encounter or enlightenment and then rapidly grow stronger. But this required the consumption of luck. She knew this very well because she was also someone who endowed with luck. If one day Lin Feng's luck ran out, maybe they really could kill him. Although this Jiang Chen had tried in the cycles of reincarnation and failed, there was still a chance of success if she could work harder to kill Lin Feng. On the other hand, Jiang Chen didn't know Qingning's thoughts, and at this moment, he just felt a headache. It was too unreasonable. After repeating 9 cycles of reincarnation, he finally had the hope of ascending and leaving this world. But now, not only was the plot showing signs of collapsing, but even the protagonist Lin Feng was nowhere to be found. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Chen decided to use a big move. "You guys, go find someone named Lin Feng for me." Jiang Chen ordered the underlings. "Lin Feng." Lu Wen looked troubled. "We don't know what that Lin Feng looks like." "You don't need to know." Jiang Chen sneered. "Just wander around this Lingshan town and do whatever you want. As long as Lin Feng shows up, he will definitely come to beat you up. Then you guys come and inform me immediately." The underlings were all confused. What kind of logic was that? Lin Feng had no grudge against them. Why would he come to beat them up? And why was Jiang Chen so sure of it? What they didn't know was that this was the villain's halo. When a villain commits evil deeds, it will inevitably attract the punishment of those who consider themselves upholders of justice. Although Lu Wen and the others were insignificant small-time villains, as Jiang Chen's underlings, they still had the villain's halo. Therefore, as long as Lin Feng appeared in this Lingshan town and they were doing evil deeds, he would definitely show up to beat them up. Jiang Chen named this technique, summoning Lin Feng. This technique was convenient, but it also had side effects. Once used, it would not only attract Lin Feng but also other upholders of justice. It would cause chaos in a place, not to mention some underlings might be useless. If someone beats you up, run and come find me immediately. Understand? Don't stand there like an idiot and babbling non-stop, Jiang Chen reminded them again. Lu Wen and the others were still confused but nodded to show they understood. After being glared at by Jiang Chen, they reluctantly left to carry out the orders. Pushing away Qingning who was still clinging to him tightly, Jiang Chen also planned to wander around Lingshan town. After all, as a major villain, he had a higher chance of encountering Lin Feng. "Why are you following me?" Jiang Chen said as he looks back after walking a few steps. Hehe. Qingning just smiled. Jiang Chen was speechless. Too lazy to bother with her, he continued to walk ahead on his own. Seeing the situation, Qingning quickly caught up with small steps. The two were half a step apart. As they walked, Qingning suddenly moved a step and said excitedly, "Eldest senior brother, I stepped on your shadow? You lose." "Humph, childish." Jiang Chen didn't even turn his head. Hearing this, Qingning was startled. During the 9 cycles of reincarnation, while accompanying Jiang Chen throughout the central domain, she often amused herself this way. But she had never heard a response from Jiang Chen, because Jiang Chen simply couldn't see her. At this moment, although Jiang Chen called her childish, it gave her an unprecedented sense of reality. Sniffling, Qingning no longer followed behind but stepped forward and hugged Jiang Chen's arm. The two walked side by side on the spacious main road, exchanging words. "Let go. I won't. Believe it or not, I'll hit you." "How will you hit me? Like spanking me when I was young? Can we have a proper conversation?" "Sure, then give me back my little wooden sword." "Here, take." "Huh? I threw that thing into the latrine a long time ago." "Hee. Look at you, laughing like an idiot? No, you're a madwoman. If being mad is the only way to stay by eldest senior brother's side, then Qingning is a madwoman. I get it now. Are you trying to anger me to death? Then elope with Lin Feng." "No, why are you crying again?" Jiang Chen's entrance into the city had caused quite a stir, and the surrounding cultivators had already memorized his appearance. Even though he had no followers at the moment, cultivators would still avoid him wherever he went, tacitly making way while cursing him in their hearts. Half an hour later, Jiang Chen's nose twitched, and he smelled the fragrance of pills. Following the direction of the fragrance, he eventually stopped in front of a store. Pill Pavilion. Looking at the hanging signboard, Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold. This was a store set up by the ancient pill tower in Lingshan town. In the original story, Ma Wu and Lin Feng masterminded the downfall of the Jiang family, with the ancient pill tower as their accomplice. Ma Wu had deep connections with the ancient pill tower. This detail was vague in the original story, and it was only after experiencing the first cycle of reincarnation that Jiang Chen came to know of it. It turned out that because Ma Wu was upright and hated evil, he hit it off with the great elder of the ancient pill tower. Birds of a feather flocked together, and they became sworn brothers. These two upholders of justice went to extreme lengths against Jiang Chen. Under the guise of righteousness, Ma Wu tried everything to drive Jiang Chen out of the Juyan sect. In the end, he succeeded due to various coincidences and efforts. But he also died. He died on the very day Jiang Chen was expelled from the sect. Upon learning of this, Lin Feng and the great elder of the ancient pill tower were extremely angry and began to implement the plan Ma Wu had already set before his death, waiting only for the fall of the Jiang family patriarch to personally report to the imperial dynasty. The image of 10,000 golden cavalry descending from the sky was still fresh in Jiang Chen's memory. In the 9 cycles of reincarnation, even if he wanted to be an upright eldest senior brother and take out Ma Wu ahead of time, which he did manage to do successfully, the outcome could not be changed. Whether or not someone reported it, his expulsion from the Juyan sect was secondary. Once the Jiang family patriarch fell, the 10,000 golden cavalry would descend from the sky. In the end, Ma Wu was just a pawn. From beginning to end, the blade hanging over the Jiang family's head was always the imperial dynasty. And the imperial dynasty, naturally, paid close attention to the Jiang family's movements. In this life, even if Jiang Chen let things slightly change, he wouldn't let the Jiang family come to harm. With the help of the system, he could break through the suppression of this world on himself. Even if his strength was not up to par, he could keep the pillar of the Jiang family standing if he could obtain some pills through the system that could heal hidden injuries and extend his lifespan, thus making the imperial dynasty hesitate to act rashly. Jiang Chen slowly exhaled. He would eventually visit the imperial dynasty, and before ascending, he would definitely show that high and mighty woman who proclaimed herself the empress what cruelty really is. Looking at the pill pavilion, he was somewhat surprised. Given the concentration of cultivators in Lingshan town, the pill pavilion should be welcoming guests at the door, but today, the pill pavilion was deserted, with the door slightly ajar and a closed sign hanging high. Could it be that they heard I was coming and decided to avoid the limelight? He wondered. But he quickly dismissed this thought. After all, whether it was the plot in the original story or the 9 cycles of reincarnation, whenever Lin Feng made an appearance, he would be in Lingshan town, but the pill pavilion had never closed its doors to guests. Just as Jiang Chen was about to go in and smash things up without care, he saw several cultivators dressed in pill refiners' robes of the ancient pill tower approaching from afar. The leader was a young man with a cultivation at the human origin realm, and judging by the 6 golden patterns on the cuff of his pill refiner's robes, he should be a 6th grade pill refiner master. To become a 6th grade pill refiner master at such a young age, one didn't need to think to know that he must be a true disciple of the ancient pill tower. The young man, accompanied by 3 fellow disciples, all at the core formation realm, was taken aback upon seeing Jiang Chen at the door, then ignored him and continued towards the pill pavilion. What's with the big scene? What happened to this pill pavilion? Jiang Chen asked curiously while blocking his way. The young man did not reply but only darkened his expression and continued to pretend not to hear. Eldest senior brother is talking to you, Qingning frowned. Hearing this, the young man's expression brightened, and he smiled. I don't care about this eldest senior brother, but since a beauty is asking, I'll reveal some information. He paused, then continued with a serious face. In this pill pavilion, we had a human origin realm elder and more than a dozen cultivators of the lower 4 realms. All of them died within a few days. Brilliant? Who was the hero who did it? Jiang Chen praised enthusiastically, delighted. He had no good feelings towards the ancient pill tower, and the death of some of them only made him feel thrilled. How did they die? Was it gruesome? Tell me the details, there's a reward for it, he added. The corner of the young man's mouth twitched, but he still did not reply. My eldest senior brother is asking you to elaborate, Qingning urged. Normally, this matter should not be shared with others, but the Juyan sect and the ancient pill tower have a good relationship, so you're not outsiders. After a moment of thought, the young man spoke with a hint of fear. The message I received is that the disciples of our sect in the pill pavilion started disappearing one after another. It was only after the Lingshan town's master sent people to search for several days that they discovered they had all been buried alive. Buried alive? Jiang Chen was taken aback. This method of death was not only gruesome but also bizarre for cultivators. After all, to bury a cultivator alive, one would at least have to seriously injure them first and seal or destroy their cultivation. With that much effort, why not just kill them directly? Killing someone and then digging a grave for them, one had to wonder if the murderer had a problem with their brain. Even if they wanted to torture, there were simpler ways to do so. Sister Qingning, I suspect that the person who could commit such an atrocity must be from the demonic path. It might even be a madman. You must be very careful, as those from the demonic path love to ruthlessly destroy beauty. If you are afraid, you can come to me anytime, and I will protect you, the young man added. Do you know me? Qingning blinked. Of course. The young man's cheeks reddened. I've been to the Juyan sect before. Qingning nodded and then ignored him. The young man glanced at Jiang Chen out of the corner of his eye, seeming to want to say something, but in the end, he just shook his head and walked away. But he had only taken one step when Jiang Chen raised his hand to stop him. Jiang Chen, don't go too far. I've tolerated you for a while now, the young man exclaimed angrily. I just thought carefully and realized that I can't remember your name at all, not even any memories about your face. Do you know what this means? Jiang Chen asked. What does it mean? The young man frowned. It means. Before he could finish, Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly turned cold. A light flashed in his right hand, and with the speed of lightning, he reached out and grabbed the back of the young man's head. The young man was shocked and immediately prepared to resist. But caught off guard and with the inherent lack of combat prowess of a pill master, he was still a beat too slow. The powerful force on the back of his head made him lose his balance instantly, and he was lifted into the air, helplessly watching the ground below getting closer and closer. Then, with a bang, the young man's head hit the ground first, and Jiang Chen pressed him into the dirt, creating a deep pit. Bending down, Jiang Chen grabbed the young man's hair and lifted his head. Ignoring the blood seeping from the young man's forehead, Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes into slits and smiled. It means you're just a piece of trash that doesn't even deserve to have a name to remember? You're trash, yet you dare to ignore me. Although his head was buzzing, the young man still heard Jiang Chen's words. Trash? He was a true disciple of the ancient pill tower, even if at the bottom. Ignore? Jiang Chen's infamy was already widespread among the sects of the central domain. He knew he couldn't afford to provoke him. Should he not ignore him and fawn over him like a dog like the others? Besides, he had a name. His name was Li Si. You are too much. Li Si raged. Suddenly, pill fire burst out from his 7 orifices, turning into several fire snakes that instantly wrapped around Jiang Chen's arm, the intense heat distorting the air around them. Jiang Chen just sneered, still gripping Li Si's head with his right hand while his left hand flipped, and a blood sword appeared out of thin air. He gripped the sword hilt lightly, and vital energy poured into it. Roar! The flame blood dragon sword let out a dragon's cry, dizzying to the ears. Under its influence, the pill fire that formed the fire snakes shrank back into the young man's body as if encountering a natural enemy. A superior grade spiritual sword. Li Si exclaimed in shock. Jiang Chen remained silent, swinging the spiritual sword in his hand, and with a flash of red light, he instantly severed Li Si's right palm. The sword qi that followed also carved a deep trench in the ground. Ah! Li Si screamed in agony, his voice echoing all around. Daring to cozy up to my junior sister right in front of me? I admire your courage. Letting go and patting Li Si's shoulder, Jiang Chen stood up and said, I wanted to gouge out your eyes and cut off your tongue, but I thought it was too dirty to do it myself. You should feel lucky that my little brother isn't here, so you only lost a hand. How should I put it? Consider yourself lucky today. Host's actions conform to the villain's character setting. Reward, casting delay -50%. Lucky? Li Si felt an unprecedented humiliation. Driven by anger and pain, his facial features began to contort, and he trembled with rage. You seem to disagree with what I said. Jiang Chen's voice sounded. Hearing this, Li Si shuddered again. A wise man can bend and stretch, and he certainly didn't want to lose his life here, so he gritted his teeth and said, I agree very much. But your expression says otherwise, Jiang Chen added. Helpless, Li Si had to suppress his anger and endure the severe pain, barely managing to squeeze out a smile. Although it's ugly, it'll do, Jiang Chen nodded. After speaking, he turned to look at the other disciples of the ancient pill tower, who had already turned pale with fright, and asked, Why? Aren't you going to avenge him? The disciples of the ancient pill tower shook their heads in unison. When Jiang Chen suddenly made his move, they had thought of it. But they dismissed the idea when they saw the superior grade spiritual sword. That was a superior grade spiritual sword. One strike could wipe them all out? What about you? Aren't you going to capture me? Jiang Chen then looked at the several cultivators who had arrived just moments ago. These cultivators were uniformly dressed and clearly kept by the owner of Lingshan town to maintain order. Let's go. Without any hesitation, the leading cultivator immediately retreated. As this scene unfolded, the onlookers didn't dare to stay any longer and scattered in a rush. Jiang Chen looked bored and squatted down again, his gaze fixed on Li Si. What else do you want to do? Li Si's voice trembled. Nothing much, just realizing. Jiang Chen paused, then seriously said, I actually prefer that unruly look you had before. Remember to bring it back the next time we meet. Li Si nearly fainted from anger. Without wasting any more time, Jiang Chen turned and left. Qingning didn't immediately follow but instead squatted down beside Li Si and then offered him a pill. What is this? Li Si was startled as he looked at the pill in front of him. A 4th grade qi and blood pill for you. Eat it quickly and don't die on me, Qingning replied. Li Si was so touched. He had long heard that Qingning was as beautiful as she was kind, and it was indeed true. If it weren't for the fact that this was not the time to be moved, he might even cry. Li Si reached out with his remaining hand to take the pill while trembling. But in an instant, he caught a glimpse of Jiang Chen looking back and was scared into retracting his hand. He had just made a casual conversation with Qingning and had his hand chopped off. If he really accepted Qingning's kindness now, who knew what Jiang Chen would do to him? Don't worry, I won't let you die like this, Qingning said earnestly. The hardest thing to bear is the kindness of a beautiful woman. Li Si's nose tingled. Glancing at Jiang Chen again and seeing that he had walked away, Li Si quickly took the pill and looked up. Sister Qingning, take care. Don't let that Jiang Chen take advantage of you, he's not a who. Li Si wanted to curse Jiang Chen for not being human. But as the words reached his lips, he couldn't continue. Because he saw, Qingning was smiling. Her smile was like a blooming white lotus, pure and lovely, utterly bewitching. The problem was, at this moment, his appearance was a mess, and blood was still sizzling from where his hand had been severed. Who could still smile at such a sight? This woman, something was off. Li Si instantly felt goosebumps all over with a deep-seated fear creeping into his bones. Qingning didn't pay him any more attention and left to catch up with Jiang Chen. After taking a few steps, she suddenly stopped, turned her head, and smiled sweetly. Isn't my eldest senior brother kind? It's just that he's too soft-hearted. Hearing this, Li Si felt a chill run through his body. Several hours later, on the spiritual boat outside Lingshan town, Jiang Chen was lying comfortably while Qingning was hopping back and forth on the deck. Her expression was extremely excited, like someone who was riding a spiritual boat for the first time. Glancing at her, Jiang Chen popped a spiritual fruit into his mouth. He was being too hasty. He felt he had been far too rash. How could he assume that Qingning was going mad just because of her unusual behavior? Was it not just that she was smiling more and had become closer to him, her eldest senior brother? At most, these changes could be considered abnormal, but they were far from madness. Although this part of the story wasn't written in the original work and he didn't know what was going on, hadn't there been many instances where the plot deviated from the original? The more Jiang Chen thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. After all, madness usually involved brutality, bloodlust, and something drastic. Even if it wasn't self-harm like Lin Mubai, one wouldn't expect a mad person to save others. Considering how Qingning had just given Li Si some medicinal pills, she still seemed kind-hearted. This meant that the likelihood of her being mad was very low. With this in mind, Jiang Chen rubbed his temples and sighed deeply. He felt that he had been overly influenced by Jiang Lianyue and Lin Mubai, which made him see madness in everyone. As these thoughts passed through his mind, night had fallen. Just as Jiang Chen was preparing to rest, Qingning suddenly ran over with her eyes shining and said, Eldest senior brother, it's quiet at night, let's do something exciting. Exciting? Jiang Chen perked up. How exciting? Is it the kind of thing that's very thrilling but also a bit tiring and likely to make you sweat? Wow, eldest senior brother is so smart. Qingning clapped her hands. Jiang Chen hesitated. If Qingning complained to Xiao Hong'ai afterward, wouldn't he be kicked out of the Juyan sect early in a matter of seconds? Besides, Lin Feng hadn't even joined the sect yet, and he hadn't started making enemies. Moreover, having lived through 9 cycles of reincarnation, he had always seen Qingning as a younger sister, which made it really difficult for him to proceed. He was torn inside. Seeing that Jiang Chen hadn't responded, Qingning grabbed his hand and started dragging him out of the spiritual boat. This moment completely baffled Jiang Chen. Weren't they supposed to go inside the cabin? In a confused state, he was dragged out of the spiritual boat by Qingning, and after much effort, they bypassed Lingshan town and arrived at an open area. This will do. After looking around, Qingning nodded in satisfaction. This. Jiang Chen couldn't believe it. Yes, this place is good. No one will discover us for a short time. But, there are no buts. We're already here, eldest senior brother, you're not going to back out, are you? Give me a moment to think. Don't think too much, we're short on time. Sigh, Qingning, you've learned some bad things. Have I? After blinking innocently, Qingning gently touched the spiritual ring on her finger and then tossed an item to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen looked at the spiritual shovel in his hands, his face full of question marks. Senior brother, you start digging. I'll be right back. Don't worry, I have the soul ensnaring bell bestowed by our master. It'll be very quick. After leaving these words, Qingning ran towards Lingshan town. Not long after she left, Jiang Chen looked at the spiritual shovel in his hands and then at the soil beneath him and instantly made a connection. Only half an hour later, Qingning returned humming a tune, and in her seemingly delicate right hand, she was dragging a person. Jiang Chen took a closer look and recognized the person as the ancient Pill Tower disciple whose palm he had severed during the day. At this moment, Li Si was battered and bruised, with a vacant look in his eyes and his aura in disarray. Jiang Chen knew at a glance that this was clearly the effect of the soul-ensnaring bell, which had caused him to lose his mind and destroy his cultivation. Not being particularly talented and not very strong in combat, Qingning was given the soul-ensnaring bell by Xiao Hong'ai because she was worried about encountering danger outside. Although the bell was of high quality, it was a mental attack, and ordinary core formation cultivators without spiritual consciousness would find it difficult to resist. Senior brother, haven't you started digging yet? No worries, Qingning will dig. You just watch, Qingning said, still smiling after her arrival. Jiang Chen was dumbfounded, watching as she dug a hole, kicked Li Si into it, and then began to fill the hole with one shovel after another. During this, she seemed to be in a very good mood, humming a tune while occasionally telling Jiang Chen some interesting stories and laughing happily on her own. After a few moments, a new grave was erected. Jiang Chen was completely numb. At this moment, he was certain, absolutely certain, his third junior sister, the universally acknowledged beautiful and kind-hearted Qingning of the Ninth Peak and the entire Juyan sect was definitely mad, and her level of madness might even surpass that of Jiang Lianyue and Lin Mubai. Qingning, why bury him? Wouldn't it be easier to just kill him? The puzzled Jiang Chen asked after coming to his senses. How could that be? Qingning patted her handiwork and smiled sweetly, letting them die alone and slowly in the dark, powerless to struggle, and savoring the feeling of despair. That's the best punishment for them. Jiang Chen's mouth twitched, and alarm bells rang in his head. In the middle of the Hongduan mountain range, a white tiger was crouching in front of Lin Feng's grave, staring intently at the grave without moving. It had been several days since Qingning had left, and he had almost always been in this position. Although he was a powerful demon, his tiger eyes had begun to show visible bloodshot veins after days of mental tension. This Lin Feng should be dead by now, right? Xiaobai suddenly spoke in human language. Lin Feng was just a core formation initial stage cultivator. With his vital energy depleted and being pressed by the heavy Zijun blood soil for over 10 days, it was very unlikely that he could have survived. But he was still uneasy. After all, Lin Feng was the son of destiny, and it shouldn't be so easy to kill him. The problem was, in the first few days after Qingning left, there were indeed cultivators and powerful demons attacking, heavy rains falling, and other occurrences that seemed to be trying to help Lin Feng escape. But in the last 10 days, ever since he had brought a huge stone, carved it into a stele, and erected a grave marker for Lin Feng, such events had completely disappeared. Could it be that heaven was moved by my sincerity and thus gave up on Lin Feng? After frowning and pondering for a moment, he muttered to himself, should I dig it up and check? No sooner had this thought crossed his mind than his tiger eyes widened in shock as if struck by lightning. Heaven was too cunning. Heaven had actually made him have such a thought? What if Lin Feng wasn't completely dead yet? Wouldn't it be the same as releasing him? Lifting its paw, Xiaobai patted his chest, still in shock. It seemed that heaven could control his thoughts. Terrifying? He kept reminding himself that he was a tiger meant to defy the heavens? From now on, he had to be extremely careful in his actions and must not fall for heaven's schemes. Qingning, I wonder when you'll come back. Oh, this is tough, Xiaobai sighed again. As soon as the words left his mouth, his gaze hardened again. Qingning had gone to defy the heavens on its behalf, and he had no idea what kind of hardships she was facing now. How could he just sit here and sigh? With a determined expression, Xiaobai continued to stare at the grave in front of him and declared resolutely, "Humph, want to eat me? I'll wear you out." Suddenly, its tiger ears twitched. Rustle. There was a sound like sand flowing from the grave. What was happening? Xiaobai was startled. He wanted to leave the grave to investigate but was worried that this was another one of heaven's tricks. He was torn. But soon, he couldn't sit still any longer. Because as the rustle sound became clearer, the grave in front of him seemed to be getting smaller. Even so, Xiaobai still dared not dig up the grave. He first circled around the grave, then let out a mighty tiger roar towards the sky. Roar. The roar echoed around, shaking the ground, the force of the wind causing the trees to sway, and when it passed through the mountain ravines, it brought back echoes. After the roar, Xiaobai's body instantly grew several times larger. The tiger stripes on his body, like black lightning, spread along his limbs. His growing fangs protruded from his mouth, forming huge tusks. Sizzle. A sound akin to electricity crackled into the air as if the black tiger stripes had come to life, slithering across his body and trailing streaks of black lightning that flashed through the air, all in the blink of an eye. The once seemingly adorable white tiger had now transformed. Its fluffy ears sharpened, its round eyes narrowed and became tinged with blood, devoid of pupils. The ferocious aura he emitted sent the lesser demons within 100 li of the mountain range fleeing in panic while the great demons hurriedly concealed their presence. In this state, he resembled a primordial beast, ready to choose its prey and devour anything at any moment. This is my strongest form? I'll fight you to the death if you dare to come out. White mist billowed from his mouth as Xiaobai spoke fiercely. Regardless, he would never consider desecrating the grave. However, after maintaining this appearance for a short while, not only did the rustling noise cease, but the grave mound that had been slowly shrinking also eerily stopped. Xiaobai was somewhat bewildered. He lifted his right paw, extended its sharp claws, and prodded the grave mound, shouting, "Lin Feng, if you have the guts, come out and fight me." Silence was the only response. Xiaobai let out a sigh of relief, thinking to himself that if Lin Feng really did pop out, he would surely be scared to death. Suddenly, boom! A muffled sound erupted from the grave mound. This startled Xiaobai into jumping up, and it quickly said, "Lin Feng, if you have any guts, just keep lying in there." As soon as the words fell, the grave mound in front of it seemed to be sucked in by a powerful force, collapsing inward at a visible rate. Then, another boom sounded. The grave actually collapsed. It turned into a deep pit. Xiaobai was dumbfounded. He lowered his massive head to inspect after regaining his senses. Inside the deep pit, there appeared to be a small hole into which Zaijian blood soil was continuously falling. From the traces left beside the hole, it seemed someone had dug with their nails and a sharp tool. This made Xiaobai's whiskers on both sides twitch. He didn't understand. When Lin Feng was buried alive, his vital energy was completely depleted. Even if it could slowly recover, he would still need vital energy to resist the weight of the Zaijian blood soil. Under such circumstances, how did he manage to dig a hole and escape? Unable to figure it out, Xiaobai could only shout incredulously towards the hole. "Lin Feng, are you a rat?" The voice traveled through the deep hole, echoing into a natural cavern filled with dense spiritual energy and a greenish glow. Occasionally, droplets of water would fall from the stalactites above, blossoming into ripples on the ground. "Lin Feng, are you a rat?" The echo reverberated within the cavern. Hearing this, a dark-skinned youth sitting cross-legged on a piece of jade stone deep in the cavern slowly opened his eyes. "Humph, ignorant fool of a tiger," Lin Feng sneered. "A rat? Did a rat ever have as much luck as him?" Zaijian blood soil often contained treasures of the same caliber. When Lin Feng was buried alive, he thought his time was up, but to his surprise, he found a 6th-grade obsidian essence stone beneath him. The greatest use of this stone was to rapidly restore the vital energy of a core formation cultivator. Although his vital energy was restored, the Zaijian blood soil was too heavy for Lin Feng to break through the surface, so he had no choice but to try digging downwards. He started by scraping little by little with his nails, and once he could move, he used his black blade to dig. Fortunately, there wasn't much Zaijian blood soil below him, and after a few days, he had dug out an escape tunnel leading directly to the cavern he was now in. Inside the cavern, he found a 5th-grade enlightenment jade stone. Sitting on the jade stone to cultivate, he made progress in just a few days, breaking through from the early stage to the mid-stage. "Want to kill me? First, ask if heaven agrees," Lin Feng said with a cold smile. After speaking, seeing that the jade stone had lost its luster, he jumped down, picked up the black blade beside him, and prepared to head to Lingshan town. In addition to his breakthrough, he had also obtained some Zaijian blood soil and needed to find a craftsman in Lingshan town to refine his black blade into a superior spiritual weapon. As for Qingning and that white tiger, he wasn't planning on seeking revenge just yet. He wasn't afraid of Qingning, but the foolish tiger was a great demon with ancient bloodlines. Unless old man Tianji possessed him, he would stand no chance if he were to confront him head-on now. After all, he was the son of destiny. He would find a way to get even eventually, so there was no need to rush. "I don't know about the heavens, but that silly tiger was right. You did look like a rat while digging," the voice of old man Tianji mocked in his mind. "Appearances can be deceiving. It's the results that matter. Not only did I escape death, but I also gained an opportunity," Lin Feng retorted. "Son of destiny, are you proud to be digging holes like a rat? Are you proud of yourself? Can we change the subject? I don't want to hear the word rat right now." "Fine, you were buried alive by a 16-year-old girl. She tricked me. Before being buried, you even asked that girl did you see any bad guys, saying you'd protect her. I was deceived by her appearance. Before that, you confidently told me that the girl was already conquered by you. Who knew she was such a good actress? I warned you that the heart of a woman is the most poisonous, and you told me that even a venomous woman would become a virtuous wife and good mother in your presence. Let's go back to talking about rat." To prevent Xiaobai from discovering him, Lin Feng concealed his aura and finally left the Hongduan mountain range and arrived at Lingshan town after several days of effort. "Humph, showing off for what? It's just a spiritual boat," Lin Feng scoffed disdainfully at the conspicuous spiritual boat in the distance. Old man Tianji had no interest in such matters and simply asked, "What are your plans now?" "Of course to join the Juyan sect as a disciple," Lin Feng replied instantly. "Are you crazy?" Old man Tianji was speechless. "That Qingning girl is a true disciple of the Juyan sect. Aren't you afraid she'll bury you again?" Tisk tisk. Lin Feng shook his head confidently. "Old man Tianji, there were plenty of women in the lower domain who wanted my life, but what happened in the end? Weren't they all charmed by me? That girl is different. She seems like a madwoman, and she seems to know about my existence, which is why she chose to bury you with Zaijian blood soil." Old man Tianji advised against it. "Didn't you say that even cultivators of the upper realms can't detect your presence? It must be a coincidence that she used Zaijian blood soil." Lin Feng shook his head, unconcerned. "Even if she's gone mad, there's still a beautiful master and a senior sister in the Juyan sect waiting for me. Besides, didn't you say that Jiang Chen is my stepping stone? How can I miss such an opportunity? Worried that Qingning had deceived him, he had inquired about the Juyan sect from several cultivators on his way here. The Juyan sect was a first-class sect in the central domain, and many people were interested in it. The information he obtained was consistent with what Qingning had told him. Old man Tianji fell silent upon hearing this. Setting aside the women, stepping stones are indeed necessary for the son of destiny to grow and gain opportunities. It would indeed be somewhat short-sighted to give up because of some difficulties. However, I feel that the destiny has changed quite a bit again, he still warned. To this, Lin Feng waved his hand grandly and responded with confidence, destiny is in the palm of my hands. Even if destiny changes, it only adds to my enjoyment. That's true, destiny cannot be defied, old man Tianji said no more. After glancing at the spiritual boat in the distance again, Lin Feng entered Lingshan town. But as soon as he entered, he sensed something was amiss. When he first arrived from the lower domain, he came to Lingshan town, which was bustling with people shoulder to shoulder. How come the spacious main street is deserted today, with all the stores tightly shut? Occasionally, a few cultivators appeared, but they looked around cautiously for a long time before daring to move. Even the town guards who usually maintained order were nowhere to be seen. I feel like it's about time for me to show off, Lin Feng said with a grin. Old man Tianji agreed with this statement. Based on past experiences, the more discordant the situation, the more likely it was that someone would come forward to be humiliated by Lin Feng. The central domain is different from the lower domain. Since your cultivation level isn't strong yet, you should first gather some information, old man Tianji suggested. Lin Feng had no objections. After looking around, he approached a male cultivator who was cowering in an alley. Can I ask what happened in Lingshan town? Lin Feng approached and asked. The sudden question startled the man, but after he got a good look at Lin Feng's face, he let out a sigh of relief. Initially, the man didn't want to engage with anyone, but feeling that Lin Feng seemed amiable, he said with a face full of fear. Friend, you should leave Lingshan town as quickly as possible. A demon who likes to bury people alive appeared here a few days ago. A demon who buries people alive. Lin Feng was shocked. Without even thinking, he knew it must be that lunatic Qingning. Not only that, but the lackeys of the Jiang family's young master are also causing trouble everywhere, throwing Lingshan town into chaos, the man added. The Jiang family's young master? Lin Feng's eyes lit up. What he enjoyed most was slapping the faces of these so-called young masters. In the lower domain, hadn't he met with many seemingly impressive young masters who troubled him, only to have them all sorted out by him? And the satisfaction of slapping the faces of these young masters was far greater than that of slapping some random passerby. With these people committing such evil acts, doesn't the town master of Lingshan town care? Lin Feng asked curiously. Dare he care? The man shook his head helplessly. That's the Jiang family. They could send any servant to flatten Lingshan town immediately. So powerful? Lin Feng frowned. Suddenly, he thought of something and asked, is that person called Jiang Chen? The eldest senior brother of the ninth peak of the Juyan sect. The man nodded. I see. Lin Feng immediately felt relieved. How could someone who had just been crippled in their core formation possibly be his opponent? He just didn't expect that this stepping stone would come so quickly for him to step on. But that Jiang family seemed really strong. Don't worry, you are the son of destiny. You basically won't encounter enemies beyond your strength, old man Tianji casually said. Lin Feng thought about it and let go of his worries. Suddenly, a woman's scream rang out. The man heard the scream and ran off. Lin Feng, however, felt like it was time to play the hero saving the beauty, and he excitedly ran toward the source of the sound. He arrived on the main street of the town market. He saw a reasonably attractive female cultivator being grabbed by a burly man. In her extreme panic, her face had turned pale. Let go of that woman. Lin Feng immediately drew his sword and charged forward. His appearance took both the burly man and the female cultivator by surprise. The burly man was Lu Wen, a lackey of Jiang Chen. The female cultivator was the first to regain her composure. Taking advantage of Lu Wen's momentary distraction, she pulled her wrist away and quickly hid behind Lin Feng. You want to fight me? Lu Wen's tone was somewhat agitated. The thing I despise most in life is someone like you who bullies the weak and only knows how to pick on women. Lin Feng said disdainfully, with conviction, if you're capable, come at me. Your name is Lin Feng? Lu Wen asked. This question completely baffled Lin Feng. How did he become so famous? Based on past experiences, shouldn't the villain in front of him be furious by now, rushing over to try to kill him, only to be beaten and run off by him? But at this moment, he saw an unmistakable excitement in the villain's eyes. What was going on? Lin Feng didn't know that he and the other lackeys had been committing evil acts and causing public outrage on this main street every day since receiving Jiang Chen's orders. But with Jiang Chen backing him, no one dared to interfere. The only one who told him not to bully others and wanted to beat him up was a snotty little kid. Not only did Lu Wen not know about Lin Feng's appearance, but he also didn't know about Lin Feng's age. Although it seemed unlikely, Lu Wen still took the little kid to see Jiang Chen just in case. And the result? Naturally, Jiang Chen scolded him severely. Under such circumstances, seeing someone who finally looked somewhat like Lin Feng naturally makes Lu Wen excited. Since you've heard of my reputation, why don't you scram? Lin Feng said again. Okay. The thrilled Lu Wen jumped up and with the boost of his vital energy, he turned around and ran. He disappeared in an instant. Lin Feng was dumbfounded. It shouldn't be like this. He had just casually made some tough talk to show off his swagger. According to his experience in the lower domain, shouldn't the other party be even angrier and then attack him directly? But why did he really run away? And so fast? At this moment, he wanted to ask, are all the villains in the central domain this cowardly? He hadn't even started to show off yet. Thank you, kind sir. The female cultivator behind him quickly advised, kind sir, you should flee quickly. That man must have gone to find the young master of the Jiang family. The young master of the Jiang family. Lin Feng's eyes lit up again. Wasn't that Jiang Chen? He felt like he was about to show off again. Outside Lingshan town, on a spiritual boat, Jiang Chen, looking at Qingning who was still lively and innocent-faced, fell into deep thought. He had been on guard ever since he learned of Qingning's true face, worried that the girl would go crazy and want to bury him alive. But things were a bit strange. In the past few days, Qingning's expressions have been extremely normal, and she no longer engages in burying people alive. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would have found it difficult to associate the girl in front of him with the demon from the rumors. Could her madness be intermittent? Jiang Chen wondered to himself. Then, another question surfaced in his mind. Jiang Lianyue, Lin Mubai, and Qingning had all gone mad in succession. These events were not mentioned in the original story, and they had never occurred in the repeated cycles of the 9 reincarnations. At first, Jiang Chen was just gloating and thought it was their karma, but now he thought there might be a serious problem. He closed his eyes as he began to ponder carefully. Could madness really be contagious? No, that's not right. After all, Qingning had been outside the sect recently and had no contact with Jiang Lianyue and Lin Mubai. He carefully recalled the circumstances before the three of them went mad. Suddenly, Jiang Chen's eyes snapped open, realizing a key point. Before Jiang Lianyue went mad, he had spied on her bathing. At the time of the incident, Jiang Lianyue was fine, but when he reshaped his core formation and saw Jiang Lianyue again at the foot of the 9th peak, Jiang Lianyue had gone mad and wanted to blow up the sect. Before Lin Mubai went mad, he had beaten him so badly that he was bedridden for over a month. Lin Mubai was fine when he woke up from his coma, but after his cordial visit that night, Lin Mubai went mad and burned his precious collection of thousands of books. Before Qingning went mad, he had tricked her out of her jade spirit grass. Although Qingning was very sad at that time, she was still fine after leaving the sect. But after a visit to Lingshan town, Qingning went mad too that she even learned how to bury people alive. Everything pointed back to himself. Although it seemed absurd and unrealistic, an incredible thought gradually surfaced in Jiang Chen's mind. Could it be? I'm poisonous. Jiang Chen was astonished. He definitely wouldn't have thought this way if such a thing had happened in his previous lives. But he had a system in this life. What if the system had given him a hidden poisonous buff? What if wherever he went, people would go mad? A proper system wouldn't do such a thing, but his system was notoriously unreliable. System, show yourself. I need an explanation. This is your only chance to regain my trust. Jiang Chen called out in his mind. The response was silence as if the system was playing dead. This made Jiang Chen very irritated. If it was really as he suspected, then the system was definitely making things harder for him on purpose. After all, if he really was poisonous, causing madness wherever he went, wouldn't the plot completely collapse? What if it affected the ending? How could he ascend as planned? If he failed the mission and had to repeat the cycle of reincarnation, wouldn't he be doomed? Jiang Chen quickly calmed down. After all, this was just his speculation, and the likelihood was not high. What if he had misunderstood the system? The system, after all, was supposed to serve its host. Qingning. A sudden shout startled Jiang Chen from his thoughts. He had just looked up when he saw a white figure flash by, and then a somewhat silly-looking white tiger appeared on the deck of the spiritual boat. Jiang Chen snorted coldly, too lazy to bother. He knew that the white tiger in front of him was Qingning's contracted beast. According to the original story, this Xiaobai was a bit foolish, the kind that would help count the money after being sold. Jiang Chen had no fondness for Xiaobai after 9 cycles of reincarnation. Although Xiaobai hadn't done anything excessive to him, he was always on guard against him. Every time he saw him, he would bristle and bare his teeth. The reason was, apart from wanting to prevent him from getting close to Qingning, more importantly, Lin Feng had said, Xiaobai, actually Jiang Chen wants to eat you. Such a nonsensical lie, and Xiaobai really believed it? Qingning, something big has happened. Xiaobai said in panic upon arrival. Before Qingning could respond, Jiang Chen retorted, foolish tiger. What did you say? Xiaobai turned its head, eyes flashing fiercely. I said, a certain foolish tiger will one day be foolish to death. Jiang Chen was not intimidated. Qingning, can I eat him? Xiaobai inquired. No, he is my eldest senior brother, Qingning replied. Eldest senior brother? The one who is going to help me defy the heavens? Xiaobai was shocked. He had heard Qingning speak ill of Jiang Chen and had no good feelings towards him. But women are fickle. Therefore, he didn't know whether Qingning's words were sincere or just said out of anger due to a quarrel with Jiang Chen. But one thing Xiaobai was certain of. Qingning came to find Jiang Chen because she wanted to help him defy the heavens. In other words, Jiang Chen was his benefactor. The next second, Xiaobai quickly ran towards Jiang Chen. Just as it was about to reach him, it made a sudden stop and then sat down, raising its right paw. I beg eldest senior brother to save me, Xiaobai said with teary eyes, his right paw resting on Jiang Chen's shoulder. Jiang Chen was full of question marks. This plot, why was it wrong again? Just now when Xiaobai ran over, he thought he wanted to fight. Save what? Jiang Chen instinctively asked. Eldest senior brother, please look up and tell me what you see. I see a foolish tiger's head. No, look a bit higher. The sky. Correct. Xiaobai suddenly got excited, patted Jiang Chen's shoulder, and said with a fierce tone, I want to defy the heavens. Please, eldest senior brother, lend me your strength. Jiang Chen's mouth twitched. A foolish tiger wants to defy the heavens? Was this a joke? He had tried to defy the heavens for 9 lifetimes without success. Seeing the confusion on his face, Xiaobai explained in detail, to be honest, there's a son of destiny called Lin Feng. He wants to eat me, and I'm doing this for self-preservation. Son of destiny? Lin Feng? Jiang Chen instantly understood. This foolish tiger was definitely deceived. Qingning buried that Lin Feng alive to save me, and then I erected a grave for him, Xiaobai continued. What? Jiang Chen was shocked again. He turned to Qingning and asked, didn't you say you didn't know where Lin Feng was? I really didn't know. Qingning innocently blinked. I had a feeling he could escape, right, Xiaobai? Xiaobai's ears drooped, looking dejected. That Lin Feng dug a tunnel and escaped like a rat? I searched the Hengduan mountain range for several days but couldn't find him, so I had to rely on the bond of our contract to find Qingning. After speaking, it repeated, and I even erected a grave for him. Jiang Chen was speechless again. What is this mess of a plot? Can't a person ascend in peace anymore? At that moment, eldest senior brother, it's Lin Feng. Lin Feng is coming to beat me up. Lu Wen's shout came from outside the spiritual boat. Hearing this, Jiang Chen took a deep breath. Finally, a normal plot. Naturally, Jiang Chen wanted to immediately go and deal with Lin Feng. But looking at Xiaobai's dumbfounded face and Qingning's smiling one, he hesitated for a moment. After a brief hesitation, he walked to a corner of the spiritual boat and squatted down, gesturing for Xiaobai and Qingning to come over. Xiaobai walked over in confusion and lay down. Qingning also came, sitting next to Xiaobai and blinking her big eyes. How do you know that Lin Feng is the son of destiny? Jiang Chen asked. Qingning buried Lin Feng alive with Zaijian blood soil, and then there was a sudden flash of lightning and a downpour. If Qingning hadn't opened the umbrella in time, Lin Feng would have definitely escaped by now, Xiaobai explained. I see. Jiang Chen nodded. You mustn't spread this matter. Why? Xiaobai didn't understand. I said you are foolish, yet you still won't admit it. Jiang Chen patted Xiaobai's head and glared. Who dares to offend the son of destiny? If you spread this around, won't everyone want to capture you to feed Lin Feng? So that's how it is. Eldest senior brother is indeed wise, Xiaobai admired greatly. This made Jiang Chen breathe a sigh of relief. The identity of son of destiny was too frightening. If he scared his little brother, that wouldn't be good. After Lin Feng became a disciple of the Juyan sect, he was counting on his little brother to draw some hatred? Defying the heavens is something that needs to be done step by step. You can't be impatient. Later, I will go find trouble with Lin Feng. You two just watch how I do it. Don't talk, and definitely don't mess things up. The priority is to ensure Lin Feng successfully becomes a disciple of the Juyan sect. Jiang Chen added. Why is that? This time it was Qingning who asked. It's easier to deal with him if he's right under our noses. If you scare him away, are we supposed to search the whole world for him? Once Lin Feng joins the Juyan sect and his blood is recorded in their roster, wouldn't it be easy to find out where he is? Jiang Chen rolled his eyes. Eldest senior brother, you're really cunning, but I like it. Xiaobai covered his mouth and snickered. Eldest senior brother, I have a question. It raised its right paw. Speak. How long does this step-by-step process you mentioned take? About 100 years or so. That long? Are you stupid? Jiang Chen smacked Xiaobai's head and patiently explained, defying the heavens is not supposed to be easy. You need great perseverance. If you can't wait, go ahead and fight Lin Feng to the death and let him eat you now. Xiaobai immediately cowered and declared that what it lacked the least was perseverance. Remember what I just said, both of you. Jiang Chen spoke again. Upon hearing this, both the girl and the tiger nodded. Standing up, Jiang Chen smiled with satisfaction. Defying the heavens? Whoever wants to do that can go ahead. In this life, he just wanted to ascend and leave this nonsensical world, and the speech he just gave was merely to fool Qingning and Xiaobai. Qingning was a madwoman, and Xiaobai was a foolish tiger. What if the two really scared Lin Feng away and he didn't become a disciple of the Juyan sect? Wouldn't the plot completely collapse? For the sake of his grand plan to ascend, he had to stabilize the situation first and fool these two, one madwoman and one foolish tiger. As for defying the heavens for 100 years, that was just a blank check he wrote. After all, he would have ascended long before 100 years passed. What would the affairs of this world have to do with him then? Indeed, I'm getting smarter. Jiang Chen couldn't help but admire himself. He looked at Xiaobai and Qingning. At this moment, Xiaobai was clearly convinced by Jiang Chen's wisdom, with admiration filling his tiger eyes. He couldn't help but feel emotional. No wonder Qingning sought Jiang Chen's help. It turns out this eldest senior brother really could defy the heavens? Qingning, however, still wore her smile, though occasionally a cold light flashed in her large eyes, leaving one to wonder what she was thinking. Why hasn't he come yet? On the main road of the market, Lin Feng held his black blade and murmured to himself. Some time had passed since Lu Wen had left. Although it wasn't a long time, based on his past experiences, Jiang Chen should have arrived within a few breaths, starting with "You dare to touch my people," followed by a self-revelation of his identity, boasting about how amazing he was, and then the fight would start. Could it be that Jiang Chen has chickened out? Lin Feng muttered. It's not impossible. Old man Tianji speculated. After all, his lackeys are so cowardly, and dogs usually follow their master's lead. Hearing this, Lin Feng felt like a deflated balloon. He was already frustrated from being buried alive by Qingning and was hoping to vent his anger while showing off. But who would have thought that the villains of the central domain were such cowards? Benefactor, may I leave now? A timid voice of a rescued female cultivator came from behind. Wait a bit longer, Lin Feng replied. Now that the cultivators around had all fled, he had deliberately kept the female cultivator here to witness his moment of glory, to be amazed and to praise how incredible he was. Before he was certain that Jiang Chen had truly chickened out, he naturally wouldn't let the female cultivator leave. As time passed, several moments went by, just as Lin Feng was completely out of patience and ready to leave. He's here. Old man Tianji suddenly exclaimed. Hearing this, Lin Feng was overjoyed. But after looking around, he saw nothing but the empty streets, not even a ghost of a shadow. Up there, Old man Tianji reminded. Up there? Lin Feng was puzzled. But soon, he noticed the light around him dimming, and a huge shadow enveloped him. Looking up abruptly, Lin Feng was completely taken aback. Above his head, a purple spirit boat was floating, its cannon ports on both sides wide open. At a glance, there were at least dozens of spirit cannons. Boom, boom. Dozens of thunder spirit cannons fired, and a barrage of thunderballs shot down from the sky. The thunderballs hit the main road of the market, instantly blasting huge pits into the ground. The flying debris from the explosions had no chance to scatter before being turned to nothing by the shockwaves. Then, the shockwaves created ripples in the air, spreading out like water waves in all directions, destroying arrays and collapsing buildings, revealing many cultivators who were hiding inside, trembling with fear. A single thunder spirit cannon could injure cultivators at the initial formation stages, let alone dozens of them. Caught in the crossfire, Lin Feng immediately ducked and ran. But wherever he went, the thunderballs would explode in front of him, forcing him to draw his black blade and face the onslaught head-on. Boom, boom. Another volley was fired. At this point, Lin Feng was in a sorry state, and his black blade had many cracks. He had never imagined that Jiang Chen would play such an unorthodox card, using these cannons designed to fight against demonic beasts, and not just one but dozens. It was simply not treating him like a human. Glancing at the female cultivator who was now crying with snot and tears, Lin Feng was even more annoyed. He had kept her here to witness his moment of glory, not his embarrassment. Seeing more thunderballs getting closer and closer, Lin Feng immediately shouted in his heart, Old man Tianji, help me. All right. Old man Tianji did not hesitate. In an instant, a powerful soul force poured into Lin Feng's body. With the boost of this soul force, his aura surged, his eyes deepened, and he was enveloped in an enigmatic aura. Swish. He swung his black blade fiercely, cutting through the air with a saber chi that was 10 zhang wide. The saber chi sliced through the air, moving swiftly. It passed through the thunderballs in the sky in just an instant, causing them to explode mid-air. Haha. Lin Feng laughed loudly. Jiang Chen, you may not play by the rules, but what can you do to me? As soon as he finished speaking, a cannon with a red-hot muzzle that was larger than a water tank and resembling a python was pushed out onto the deck of the spirit boat. Not good. That's the heaven-swallowing red python cannon. Old man Tianji exclaimed in shock. What does that mean? Is it very powerful? Lin Feng asked. Each shot of the devouring heaven python cannon requires thousands of superior-grade spirit stones. This is not a cannon used against cultivators, but one used in sect wars to break through enemy sect formations. Just one shot could obliterate this Lingshan town. Within 100 li, everything would be reduced to scorched earth. Old man Tianji explained. He urged quickly, your cultivation is too low to withstand it. Let go of all your mental defenses and let me control your body. I'll use my last soul force to take you away. Otherwise, you won't survive today. Damn. Lin Feng cursed. Isn't that a bit exaggerated? Such indiscriminate killing of the innocent, isn't he afraid of the imperial dynasty's wrath? No use talking. My soul force won't last much longer, so we should focus on escaping. Old man Tianji was anxious. Lin Feng disliked being possessed. Because being possessed by an old geezer made him feel disgusted, so he planned to wait until the very last moment and see before deciding. With the enhancement of his soul power, he was extremely vigilant, desperately holding onto his black blade, his muscles tensed, his eyes fixed on the muzzle of the red python cannon, and without realizing it, his forehead was already drenched in cold sweat. Then, after several moments, the anticipated crisis did not come. Instead, the soul power within his body dwindled more and more until it completely vanished. Not good. Lin Feng was shocked, instantly sensing something was amiss. Afterward, a man in black leaped down from the spirit boat, landing directly in front of him. Lin Junior brother, your eldest senior brother has come to pick you up, Jiang Chen said with a smile. Lin Feng instantly understood that the man in black before him must be Jiang Chen. Now that the soul power bolstering him had completely disappeared, he had originally planned to let old man Tianji possess him and then immediately make a run for it, but Jiang Chen's words made him freeze in place. Then his face turned dark. Is this picking me up? It's clearly an attempt to kill me, Lin Feng cursed inwardly. He felt like he had been played like a clown. At this moment, he even had the impulse to let Old Man Tianji possess him and go on a rampage. But if he did, Old Man Tianji's soul power would be completely depleted, and it would be difficult for him to escape later. This was not a choice to be made lightly. Jiang Chen felt quite pleased after seeing Lin Feng's dark expression. He said no more, just standing there with a faint smile. This left Lin Feng at a loss. Come on, say something. If you don't speak, how am I supposed to know what you're planning to do? It would be too embarrassing to run away without the other party making a move. But if he rashly attacked, he always felt something was missing. Both the atmosphere and the mood were not right. After all, Jiang Chen's demeanor was completely different from the villain he had encountered before. Old Man Tianji, what is Jiang Chen's cultivation level? Lin Feng asked inwardly. Middle stage human origin. What? Wasn't he just crippled at the core formation stage? I've confirmed this with several cultivators, so it can't be wrong. Shouldn't we just run away? I feel like things are getting more and more off. What's the rush? Based on my experience, even if this young master's cultivation is higher than mine, he's just a paper tiger. I can fight above my realm. Old Man Tianji's silence gave Lin Feng a bit more confidence. He mimicked Jiang Chen, just standing there with a faint smile on his lips. It wasn't that he didn't want to speak, but he always felt that whoever spoke first would instantly lose their cool in such a situation. The two stared at each other for several moments. Then, you dare to beat my people up. Jiang Chen's smile faded, his tone turned menacing. Here it comes? Lin Feng was overjoyed. He thought to himself, that's the spirit? Although he hadn't had the chance to beat up Jiang Chen's underling before the guy ran away, but he was familiar with this scenario. After a disdainful snort, Lin Feng said with some arrogance, so what if I did? Before he could finish, a blood sword appeared in Jiang Chen's hand, and behind him, an image of an elder with an aura of the way of the sword materialized. Then, he swung his blood sword, instantly unleashing 100 Zhonglong sword qi. The sword qi was as majestic as towering mountains, its power so immense that it seemed to split the heavens and the earth. Where the sword qi passed, although it did not touch the ground, the mere shockwaves caused the ground to crack rapidly, spreading throughout the entire Lingshan town in an instant. Lin Feng narrowly dodged the strike in the nick of time by allowing Old Man Tianji to possess him. The 100 Zhonglong sword qi grazed the top of his head, instantly creating a visible vacuum that flew out for 100 li before slowly dissipating. And those cultivators who had already been trembling with fear saw the entire Lingshan town had been flattened by the sword qi when they came to their senses. Especially the distant mansion of the town master, which was directly split in half by the sword qi with sword light still flickering on the cut surface. At this point, Lin Feng's body was controlled by Old Man Tianji. His consciousness was floating in his mind, and Lin Feng felt terrified as he saw this scene. He would have been cleaved in two if he had been just a bit slower. This is the ancient way of the sword. Old Man Tianji exclaimed. Lin Feng, who practiced ancient techniques, naturally knew a bit about the ancient way of the sword. He wouldn't doubt Old Man Tianji's judgment, but no matter what, he couldn't understand how a core formation cultivator could master the ancient way of the sword. You should know that even cultivators of the upper four realms would find it extremely difficult to comprehend the first form of the ancient way of the sword in their lifetime. At this moment, Lin Feng was completely panicked. This doesn't make sense. Aren't all his stepping stones meant to be slapped in the face by him? But why is Jiang Chen nearly scaring him to death? Old Man Tianji was also a bit stunned. He stared at Jiang Chen for a long while before he said inwardly, something's off about this Jiang Chen. Do you even need to say that? Lin Feng retorted. Of course, something's off. If it weren't, he would have been slapped in the face by now. Didn't you say that Jiang Chen is my stepping stone? Lin Feng questioned loudly. That's definitely correct. He meets all the criteria of a stepping stone. It's just that. Just what? For you right now, this stepping stone seems too high. Lin Feng was at a loss for words. Indeed, too high. Jiang Chen was clearly a villain who loved to boast about himself, but he started off by maneuvering a spirit boat and bombarding him with dozens of spirit cannons. He even brought out the terrifying heaven-swallowing red python cannon to scare him. Jiang Chen was clearly just stripped of his core formation, yet now he was at the mid-stage human origin. Jiang Chen was clearly at the mid-stage human origin, yet he could comprehend the ancient way of the sword, nearly costing him his life. All of this proved that the height of this stepping stone was such that he couldn't reach it even if he jumped. Then what are we waiting for? Run! Lin Feng urged. Although Jiang Chen seems to be drained of vital energy right now, who knows what other tricks he has up his sleeve. To be safe, it's best to make a quick exit. Running away when outmatched was something Lin Feng was familiar with. It was embarrassing, but he could always find a way to regain his dignity later. But for some reason, Old Man Tianji just stood there and acting like a fool. We can't escape, look above your head. As he spoke, Old Man Tianji made Lin Feng lift his head. Looking up, Lin Feng was utterly shocked, because high above the spirit boat, there was an old man in a purple robe standing in the air. How strong is this old man? Lin Feng's voice began to tremble. Very strong, at least at the Divine Passage realm. Lin Feng was nearly faint with fear. Being able to stand in the air, he guessed the old man must be a cultivator of the upper four realms, but he didn't expect him to be at the Divine Passage realm of the upper four realms. The upper four realms are divided into initial insight, fate transformation, divine passage, and nirvana. The gap in strength between each realm is like an insurmountable chasm. Initial insight and fate transformation are still manageable, focusing on self-cultivation. But divine passage and nirvana involve comprehending the essence of heaven and earth, wielding the might of heaven and earth. In the central domain, these are existences as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. The absolute pinnacle? Lin Feng knows very clearly that many ancestors of the high-level sects are no more than this. At this time, his cultivation was too weak, even if old man Tianji possessed him, and the combat power he could display barely touched the threshold of the upper four realms. Under such circumstances, there was no chance of escape. Now we can only fight to the death. I'll capture this Jiang Chen to threaten that old man, making him hesitate to act. However, old man Tianji said. However, the chances of success are almost zero. The power wielded by a divine passage realm cultivator far exceeds your imagination. These words made Lin Feng's heart chill. At this moment, he felt that he was done for. Jiang Chen, we have no grudges, and I actually never laid a hand on your underling. How about we both take a step back and leave it at that? Looking at Jiang Chen, old man Tianji mimicked Lin Feng's tone. Hearing this, Lin Feng was a bit displeased. After all, these words sounded like admitting defeat. Back in the lower domain, it was always those villains who said such things to him, but at this moment, he could only remember this humiliation and prioritize saving his own life. Junior brother is joking. Jiang Chen said with a slight smile, since junior brother is preparing to join the Juyan sect's 9th peak, how could I, as your eldest senior brother, hold a grudge? Upon hearing this, even old man Tianji, who considered himself to have deep schemes, couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. Creating such a grand spectacle, with every move being lethal, and yet you claim to hold no grudges? Shameless? That sword just now was merely a slip of the hand. Jiang Chen continued. A slip of the hand? What a phrase, a slip of the hand? Old man Tianji and Lin Feng both felt a profound humiliation. At this moment, they finally understood. The Jiang Chen before them was clearly toying with them, and he was enjoying it? This kind of person has no sense of morality, turning his face as easily as turning a page. Therefore, they could only fight to the death to resolve the crisis. With that thought, old man Tianji controlled Lin Feng's body to suddenly lunge forward. His 5 fingers turned into claws, a cold aura emanating from his fingertips, forming a giant palm that reached out to grab Jiang Chen. Despite the imposing aura and lightning speed, Jiang Chen remained unfazed. Humph! A cold snort came from the sky. The sound shook the heavens, and the giant palm instantly shattered, turning into a burst of black mist. Tisk! Old man Tianji clicked his tongue. His figure twisted into a streak of light as he shot backward, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Should we pursue him? Seeing this, the voice of the elder appeared in Jiang Chen's mind. Jiang Chen shook his head. Qingning leaped down from the spirit boat while riding on Xiaobai, also intending to give him chase. No need, he's going to the Juyan sect to seek apprenticeship. Jiang Chen raised his hand to stop her. Why? Xiaobai was puzzled. Jiang Chen told them not to scare Lin Feng, worried that it would deter him from seeking an apprenticeship at the Juyan sect. Yet, Jiang Chen himself had frightened Lin Feng out of his wits. Now, Jiang Chen was certain that Lin Feng would definitely go to the Juyan sect to seek an apprenticeship. His words are clearly contradictory. Would you do it not if you have a big grudge with me, yet there was a way to jump around under my nose and I couldn't do anything about it? Jiang Chen retorted. Xiaobai blinked his tiger eyes, indicating he didn't understand at all. Qingning, however, understood. As everyone knows, Jiang Chen has a terrible reputation in the Juyan sect and disliked by many. Although Xiao Hong'ai is biased towards him, she has also punished him multiple times for his misdeeds. And within the Juyan sect, he couldn't freely use the power of the Jiang family. In this case, seeking an apprenticeship at the Juyan sect was naturally Lin Feng's best choice. After all, not only would this provide him protection, but it would also put the entire Juyan sect on his side against Jiang Chen. To put it bluntly, he couldn't bear it. Jiang Chen was destined to be the antagonist, and Lin Feng was the son of destiny. The two were complete opposites and loathed each other. Qingning and Xiaobai together buried Lin Feng alive, yet he wasn't in a hurry for revenge. But for Jiang Chen, who bore the aura of a villain, he would certainly choose to do so if there was a chance for a quick revenge. Furthermore, given Lin Feng's lascivious nature, he certainly wouldn't give up on beauties like Jiang Lianyue and Xiao Hong'ai. When does eldest senior brother plan to return? Qingning suddenly asked. Let Lin Feng run for a while, we'll go back when it's about time, Jiang Chen replied. Can you wait for me for a few days? Where are you going? Hongduan Mountain Range. All right, go carefully. I will definitely wait for you to come back. Thank you, eldest senior brother. After saying this, Qingning rode off on Xiaobai. Watching her leave, Jiang Chen sneered sinisterly. Waiting was out of the question. Why should he wait for a madwoman? Although his recent interactions with Qingning gave him the illusion that she was returning to her childhood days, he wouldn't open his heart to Qingning again just because of this. The pain of repeating 9 lifetimes was too much. He immediately instructed Lu Wen and the others after returning to the spirit boat, rest for a day, we'll return to the sect tomorrow. Lu Wen and the others had no objections nor dared to object and quickly steered the spirit boat far away from Lingshan town, planning to stop and rest 10 li away. The reason for this was that Lingshan town no longer had its former prosperity. The town looks like ruins, as there's only a pile of broken eaves and walls remaining. Soon, the spirit boat gradually moved away. A plump middle-aged man quietly poked his head out from behind the broken walls, then let out a long sigh of relief. He had been waiting for the stars and moon, and finally, Jiang Chen had left. Ever since Jiang Chen arrived at Lingshan town, this town master had been hiding at home every day, not daring to go out for fear of provoking the Jiang family and bringing disaster upon himself. Who would have thought that disaster strikes from the sky when one least expects it? He was just at home discussing life with his concubine when that sudden sword chi almost took his head off. Looking around at the sorry state of Lingshan town, the middle-aged man felt heartache. This Lingshan town was his life's work, but now, nothing was left. He glanced once more into the distance, where the spirit boat had completely vanished from sight. How dare they run amok in Lingshan town? The middle-aged man suddenly became furious. So what if he's the young master of the Jiang family? Today, I must take a stand even if I perish. With that, the middle-aged man drew his spirit sword, ready to charge out. However, he had only taken one step forward as several cultivators rushed over, holding him tightly and shouted, "Master, you must not. We know you don't fear power, but if you go and never return, then I shall never return." The middle-aged man waved his hand grandly. Only by sacrificing oneself for righteousness can one be true to one's heart. The cultivators all twitched at the corners of their mouths, instantly speechless. Who didn't know that this town master valued his own life above anything else? They were just playing along with the act, but who knew the town master would really get into character? Helplessly, the cultivators had to continue with the act, crying and wailing, barely managing to stop the middle-aged man from his noble intentions. "Report this matter immediately," the middle-aged man ordered again. At once. On the other side, the spirit boat slowly descended into a place surrounded by dense forests, with only the center being flat. After flattering Jiang Chen a few times, Lu Wen expressed his concern. "Eldest senior brother, we've made such a big fuss, won't the town master of Lingshan town complain to the imperial dynasty? If the 9th Peak's Peak Master learns of this, I'm afraid there will be another rage. So what if he complains? The imperial dynasty won't tear its face with the Jiang family over a mere market town. As for our master..." Jiang Chen paused, his expression slightly somber. "If she wants to be angry, let her be. If Lin Feng were to join the sect, the plot would return to its original course. Eventually, Xiao Hongai's complete disappointment in him was inevitable. However, he would leave on his own accord before being stripped of his cultivation in this lifetime. After all, his strength this time was far beyond any of his previous 9 lifetimes. He did not want to start all over again. Moreover, he didn't want to see that look in Xiao Hongai's eyes again. "Eldest senior brother, is amazing that Lin Feng was completely outplayed by you." Lu Wen sensed something and quickly changed the subject. Jiang Chen smiled and said, "After Lin Feng joins the Juyan sect, he will surely find you all disagreeable. Do you know what to do then?" "I understand." Lu Wen nodded. "I'll beat him up when the time comes." "Nonsense." Jiang Chen cursed. "You think you can beat him? Just insult him and run away." "Got it. Understood, understood." Lu Wen scratched his head, looking embarrassed. "Whatever eldest senior brother says, we'll do. But eldest senior brother, are you really sure that Lin Feng will join the Juyan sect?" "Of course," Jiang Chen said with utmost confidence. He had experienced 9 cycles of reincarnation and had a firm grasp on Lin Feng's character. If it weren't for the heavens' intervention, he would have killed Lin Feng long ago. Still, he wasn't 100% certain. After all, the plot of this life had gone awry, with 3 people going mad one after another, and these 3 were important characters who could influence the storyline. Although he couldn't predict the actions of the madmen and their impact on the plot, Jiang Chen was very sure that as long as Lin Feng didn't run into these 3 lunatics consecutively, he would definitely join the Juyan sect. Lin Feng had already encountered one, so the likelihood of him running into the other 2 consecutively was undoubtedly very low. With these thoughts, Jiang Chen suddenly had a bad premonition. He remembered Lin Mubai, who was sharpening his knife ominously in the dense forest. He also recalled the many thatched latrines being built along the way and the scene where Jiang Lianyue was inquiring about how the latrines were built. Could it be possible? He started to feel uncertain again. In the vast expanse of the sky, the moonlight was faint. A streak of light came from the distance, tracing an arc in the sky before finally descending into the dense forest below. The forest was silent without even the sound of insects. Sitting paralyzed on the ground and leaning against a strange and bizarre tree, Lin Feng was gasping for breath. The moment he escaped from Lingshan town, just one glance from that purple-robed elder made him feel as if a large hand had grabbed his neck. Not only did he experience a strong sense of suffocation, but his breath was also chaotic, and his qi and blood were stagnant. Thump, thump. Thinking back to the situation just now, Lin Feng's heartbeat was still intense. He considered himself to have experienced many dangers, but he had never felt so powerless. In front of that purple-robed elder, he was like a weak ant, struggling in vain but still unable to escape the fate of being crushed. Fortunately, the purple-robed elder eventually withdrew his gaze, and Lin Feng was able to escape with his life. "Did that purple-robed old man come after us?" Lin Feng quickly asked. "I don't know," Old Man Tianji replied weakly. "Why don't you know? First, I infused you with my soul power, and then I controlled your body to teleport 100 li away. The combination of both has nearly exhausted my soul power, insufficient to detect the presence of a divine passage realm cultivator. What? Lin Feng was so startled that he jumped up, his heart suddenly suspended again. That's too dangerous, we need to run further away. With that, he prepared to sprint away, but he had barely taken a step. What are you panicking for? Old man Tianji shouted, you're still alive, which means that purple-robed elder didn't come after us? Otherwise, with his strength, we would have been dead before even leaving Lingshan town. Aren't you panicking? If you're not panicking, why did you run so fast just now? You were the one controlling this body? My legs are still shaking. Lin Feng retorted. Old man Tianji was speechless. He couldn't deny that he had been quite frightened by the situation just now. Although he knew that the son of destiny was favored by the heavens and wouldn't easily meet his demise, no one would be foolish enough to entrust their life entirely to fate. Moreover, the situation just now was outrageous. Outrageously so, not to mention Jiang Chen's own cultivation level and bizarre techniques. Who would have thought that the stepping stones would start with a trump card, bringing out a figure from the central domain ceiling? It was completely unreasonable. What puzzled old man Tianji even more was that he thought they were doomed this time, yet Jiang Chen let Lin Feng go again. Should he say that Jiang Chen was as foolish and arrogant as the villains Lin Feng had encountered before? But the man didn't play by the rules and instantly pushed Lin Feng to the brink of death. Should he say he was different? Yet he let the tiger return to the mountain. It was incomprehensible, truly incomprehensible. At this moment, even old man Tianji, who prided himself on calculating the world and making unilateral decisions, could not see anything clearly, as if there was a fog before his eyes. Haha, I didn't die, I really am the son of destiny. Lin Feng sat down again and laughed loudly. His laughter was a bit stiff and noticeably trembling. You will die sooner or later if you keep relying on this. Old man Tianji immediately threw cold water on him. Fortune's favor is limited. Although you are the son of destiny, that favor diminishes a little bit every time you rely on fortune to save your life. You will no longer be the son of destiny when it runs out, but a stepping stone for others. Hearing this, Lin Feng became unusually serious. Although I've heard this so much that my ears have calluses, don't worry, I won't be foolish enough to rely entirely on fate. Old man Tianji nodded in satisfaction, then asked Lin Feng about his next plan. Of course, I'm going to Juyin sect. Lin Feng replied instantly. What? Old man Tianji was shocked. Have you caught that girl's madness? There's something wrong with Juyin sect. Not only is there a girl who likes to bury people alive, but there's also an eldest senior brother who doesn't play by the rules. Tisk, you just don't understand, do you? Lin Feng said with a confident smile, the Jiang family's influence is too great. I'd be easier for Jiang Chen to target if I go anywhere else. Only by becoming a disciple of the Juyin sect will I be facing not the Jiang family but Jiang Chen alone. Old man Tianji fell silent, feeling there was some logic to it. Originally, he was not such a cautious person, but things had become increasingly strange since coming to this central domain. According to common sense, the son of destiny would indeed encounter crises, but it shouldn't be nearly dying twice in a row, and the people who appeared were all unbeatable? With this, plus the constantly changing sliver of fate, he had to be cautious. Then let's hurry on, but I still say the same thing, the most poisonous is a woman's heart? Don't always think about that beautiful master and senior sister. Qingning is your lesson from the past. Old man Tianji cautioned. Qingning was just an accident. Didn't you say she went mad? Lin Feng was still unconcerned while grinning. It's just a mad beauty, still within my control. If I can cure her madness, maybe I can. Saying this, he chuckled with a hee-hee. Humph, you'll eventually die at the hands of a woman. Old man Tianji snorted. Not wanting to argue with an old man, Lin Feng rested for a while longer, then decided to take advantage of the night to travel. At this moment, he was somewhat impatient, eager to meet his unseen master and senior sister. He also decided that once he became a disciple, he would definitely find his beautiful master to complain about Jiang Chen and regain some ground. With this thought, he quickened his pace. But as he walked, sounds like the friction of metal objects appeared. The noise wandered through the silent forest, coming and going. Sigh. Just when it finally settled down, a sigh filled with melancholy sounded. The eerie scene made Lin Feng's heart jump. He wanted to detour and leave, but then he wondered if it might be an opportunity, so he picked up the black back with its broken tip and tiptoed towards the source of the sound. Soon, a clearing came into view. Under the moonlight, a wild man with his upper body bare and his hair as messy as a bird's nest was standing with his back to him. The wild man looked up at the moon, his back trembling slightly. Suddenly, he cried out, "Wu, eldest senior brother, you died so tragically." Hearing this, Lin Feng's scalp tingled. In the middle of the night, there was a wild man mourning in this god-forsaken place? So scary? It was just a dream. The wild man spoke again. Was he having a nightmare? Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief, cursing Jiang Chen internally for making him so jumpy. Who knows if it wasn't? The wild man spoke again. Lin Feng was puzzled. So was it or wasn't it? I thought you were alive, but then you died again. I thought you were dead, but then you lived again. The wild man raised his head, still rambling on. Are you telling ghost stories? Lin Feng cursed inwardly. Who tells ghost stories to the moon in the middle of the night while hiding in the forest sharpening a knife? He immediately decided. The man in front of him was not only a wild man but also a madman. Lin Feng didn't want to deal with another madman because the last madman buried him alive, and moreover, this was a male madman. He turned to leave quietly while holding his breath. Lin Feng, where are you? I've been waiting for you for a long time, the wild man behind him spoke again. These words exploded in Lin Feng's mind. Shocked, he instinctively activated his vital energy in defense, then suddenly turned around. And in that instant, his presence was noticed by the wild man. The latter stood up abruptly and turned around just as suddenly. Their eyes met. Lin Feng finally made out the appearance of the wild man. He had a refined face but was unkempt. He was dressed in Confucian robes and wielded two gleaming machetes. His expression was a mix of a smile and a frown as if he were both laughing and crying. The wild man also got a clear look at Lin Feng's face. In an instant, a towering killing intent emerged from him, and under its influence, his eyes filled with blood, his body trembled, and his vital energy turned extremely violent. Like countless blades, his energy shattered everything within several zhang. Lin Feng, my dear junior brother, come to your second senior brother, the wild man said with a ferocious smile, gesturing with one hand after freeing it. Gulp. Seeing this, Lin Feng swallowed hard, a single word flashing in his mind. Danger? The wild man in front of him referred to himself as junior brother and claimed to be second senior brother. This instantly made Lin Feng think of a name, Lin Mubai, but he felt it was impossible. After all, Qingning had said that Lin Mubai was cultured and refined, abandoned his innate Dao bone, and sought to attain the imperial throne through the literary path, a fact affirmed by other cultivators. But this wild man and madman before him seemed to have nothing to do with that description. Run! This madman is at the earthly origin stage. His cultivation is even higher than Jiang Chen's. Old man Tianji shouted. Why didn't you say that earlier? Lin Feng couldn't believe it. How was I supposed to know you'd be so unlucky? Should I tell you to run every time you meet someone stronger than you? Didn't you realize he's a madman? There are so many madmen in the world. Should you run every time you encounter one? How was I to know you'd run into two madmen in a row, both wanting to kill you? Lin Feng was speechless. He felt old man Tianji made a lot of sense and had no retort. Suddenly, Lin Mubai took just one step forward and instantly appeared in front of Lin Feng. With his machete raised high and his expression even more ferocious, he brought down a heavy slash. Seeing this, Lin Feng instinctively swung his sword to block. Clang! The two blades collided, emitting a high-pitched ringing as their vital energies clashed. The vital energy of the earthly origin stage was far beyond that of the initial formation stage. In just an instant, Lin Feng's vital energy was shattered, and his black blade showed signs of breaking. He sensed trouble. After popping a pill to restore his vital energy, he immediately turned and ran. He had only taken 2 steps when he felt a chill on his neck. Lin Feng's hair stood on end as he instinctively turned his head. Lin Mubai, who should have been behind him, had eerily appeared at his side and swung his machetes at his neck. At this life and death moment, Lin Feng stomped on the ground, his body moved like a dragon, and he shot out several zhang away. The cloud-capturing dragon movement technique. Lin Mubai narrowed his eyes as his attack missed. You have some insight. Lin Feng bluffed, this is a high-grade movement technique. Although my cultivation is not as good as yours, with this technique, you can't do anything to me. Lin Mubai didn't respond. He just sheathed his machetes, and then several jade slips appeared in his hand, from which he selected one. This left Lin Feng completely baffled. He couldn't understand what it meant at all. The behavior of a madman was incomprehensible, and he didn't have the time to care. Seizing the opportunity, he once again activated his movement technique and fled into the distance. In just a moment, he had escaped several li. Glancing back and continuously scanning his surroundings, Lin Feng laughed after seeing no sign of Lin Mubai. Haha, Jiang Chen bombarded me with cannons, and the range of that thunder spirit cannon was too large, making my movement technique useless. But this technique is definitely a great tool for escaping a one-on-one fight. That's true, old man Tianji agreed. A high-grade movement technique is even rarer than other high-grade secret manuals. I can see that Wild Man has a strong cultivation and decent swordsmanship, but he seems to have not learned any movement techniques, so he probably can't catch up with you. Be confident and remove the probably. He definitely can't catch up with me. Lin Feng grinned. But as soon as he finished speaking, he felt a sense of melancholy. He's on the run again. Ever since he arrived in the central domain, he had been mostly running away. Lin Feng was fuming. Just wait, I will get back at all of you. Watch out. Suddenly old man Tianji yelled. Hearing this, Lin Feng was startled and instinctively pushed his movement technique to the limit, darting several zhang away. Boom. A muffled sound came from behind. He quickly turned his head, and his expression was one of sheer disbelief. The wild man had appeared again? Not only had he appeared, but he had also slashed at the very spot where Lin Feng had been standing. The simple-looking machete was now deeply embedded in the ground, and the vital energy gathered on it had cracked the ground around the blade. And just as Lin Feng was stunned, a visible layer of blood energy appeared around Lin Mubai, making his already intimidating appearance even more ferocious. Swoosh! With a flash of blood, Lin Mubai appeared in front of Lin Feng, his machete swinging down directly at him. Another moment of life and death? A cold aura emerged on Lin Feng, and under this aura's enhancement, his own energy surged. He swung his black blade again to block. Clang! The blades clashed again, and the ringing sound returned. Unlike last time, the vital energy on the black blade became cold and was actually on par with Lin Mubai's. We need to end this quickly. My soul power is about to run out. Old man Tianji's voice emerged. Didn't you say you were already out of it earlier? Lin Feng cursed. You old scoundrel, you're so bad. If you had told me earlier, you could have helped me, and I wouldn't have to be chased by this wild man. Everything has to be spared. It's really gone this time, old man Tianji sighed, his voice weakening a bit. You're too reckless, that's why I'm doing this for your own good. Besides, how will you grow if you always rely on my soul power? Humph. Lin Feng snorted. What does he mean by always rely? He rarely did this in the lower domain. Who could have imagined that the difficulty level in the central domain was completely different from the lower domain? He had just arrived and was already targeted by several people beyond his abilities. Not wanting to argue with old man Tianji, Lin Feng quickly estimated the situation. At this moment, his combat power should be able to touch the earthly origin stage if he really on soul power. In other words, he was on par with the wild man before him. He instantly calmed down. Maintaining his blocking stance, he wondered, if you have a high-grade movement technique, why were you left behind by me just now? Lin Mubai ignored him. Lin Feng scoffed with disdain. Not talking? Without any hesitation, he kicked the area between Lin Mubai's legs with a crippling blow. This kick was full of soul power and extremely powerful. In the lower domain, many had been crippled by his kick, but after a direct hit, Lin Feng saw that Lin Mubai did not react, unmovable and unfazed as a mountain. Moreover, it felt like kicking iron, and it was even a bit painful. You don't have them. Lin Feng looked up, completely baffled. Lin Mubai glared angrily and asserted, F***ck, I have. Then why no reaction? And why is it so hard? Humph, I knew you liked to play dirty, so I trained for it. Trained for it? Who would be so free as to specifically train that area? And judging by the hardness, it seemed he had trained quite intensely. Damn it, he really is a madman. Regaining his senses, he cursed. As he spoke, he stomped on the ground and leaped several steps away, once again creating distance between himself and Lin Mubai. Seeing Lin Mubai pursue, he swung his sword several times, slashing out several cold black saber chi. The saber chi tore through the air, splitting wood and earth. Lin Mubai frowned and the blood energy wrapped around him again. He continues to dodge like a ghost. Huh? You're only at the way of the saber beginner level, but I'm at the way of the saber minor achievement? I can wear you down just with my saber chi. Lin Feng laughed as he realized this. Lin Mubai still ignored him. This made Lin Feng frown. Usually, his opponents were very talkative, but since coming to the central domain, it seemed like he was the one who became more talkative. Annoyed, he slashed out several more saber chi and then began to enjoy watching Lin Mubai's desperate escape. Suddenly, Lin Mubai stopped moving. He just stood there while staring blankly, lost in some profound and mysterious understanding of the Dao. At the same time, his bare chest suddenly burst into a radiant white light. This is a sudden epiphany. Old man Tianji was shocked. He has an innate Dao bone. And it's the rib in front of his heart. Innate Dao bone? Lin Feng's heart chilled instantly. If he had just been suspicious before, now it was confirmed beyond a doubt. The wild man before him was indeed Lin Mubai, the one who has innate Dao bone. The comprehension of someone with an innate Dao bone was monstrous, and at this moment, he couldn't help but wonder. The movement technique Lin Mubai had just used was probably newly learned. Although Lin Feng didn't understand why Lin Mubai had previously ignored superior movement techniques, that wasn't important. What was important was that after witnessing his own saber chi, Lin Mubai had likely fallen into a sudden epiphany of the way of the saber. Lin Feng's mouth twitched uncontrollably, wanting to ask only one question. Why does the Juyan sect have another madman? What happened to the refined and elegant Lin Mubai, the graceful gentleman? And everyone agreed on that? He just didn't understand. Why is the difference between the rumors and the real people so big? However, Lin Feng soon calmed down. Although the Juyan sect had another male madman, it was still acceptable. After all, his goal was the beautiful master and senior sister. A few crazy senior brothers were not a big problem. Quick, make your move while he's in sudden epiphany. Old man Tianji urged loudly as he saw him in a daze. Startled, Lin Feng immediately charged with his saber. Now, relying on his soul power and comprehension of the way of the saber, he could barely suppress Lin Mubai. If he waited for the latter's epiphany to end, it was uncertain who would fall. With this thought in mind, he went all out, fully activating the cloud-capturing dragon movement technique. He appeared in front of Lin Mubai in an instant, his eyes filled with ferocity as he swung his saber down. He thought this strike would surely succeed. But Lin Mubai, who had seemed dazed just a second ago, suddenly regained clarity. With the machete in his left hand, he deflected the black saber, and, taking advantage of Lin Feng's astonishment, Lin Mubai swung his right hand to deliver a horizontal slash. This scene scared Lin Feng to the core. It was too late to flee, so he had to summon all his soul power, emerging them from the pores around his neck to form a layer of soul armor covering his neck. Clang! The machete struck the armor, and the blade kept vibrating more and more intensely. Although the shock cracked the flesh of his right hand, Lin Mubai still clenched his teeth and concentrated all his vital energy into the machete. Originally, old man Tianji's soul power provided an extremely strong defense if consolidated. However, although the machete was plain and unadorned, it was still a superior spiritual weapon. Therefore, it continued to advance towards Lin Feng's neck despite its slow speed. Such a dangerous situation seemed to give Lin Feng enough time to react. He activated his movement technique again, preparing to retreat quickly. Sensing his intention, Lin Mubai increased the strength in his hand, but for the moment, the machete could not penetrate the soul armor, and there was no time to withdraw the saber and strike again. In just an instant, Lin Mubai made a decision. Releasing the saber stuck in the soul armor, he swung his bloodied palm towards Lin Feng's cheek. Smack! A crisp sound echoed. At the same time, Lin Feng had escaped several zhang away, but the imprint of the slap on his cheek left him stunned in place. He, Lin Feng, the son of destiny, had actually been slapped. Lin Feng's expression began to contort. Just as he was about to charge again and fight Lin Mubai to the death, Lin Mubai kept swinging his machete in the distance, creating several saber chi that swiftly approached Lin Feng. Swish swish. Lin Feng gritted his teeth while dodging with his movement technique. He was unwilling. At this moment, signs of his soul power collapsing were evident, and Lin Mubai had reached minor achievement in the way of the saber, with saber chi taking form. His chances of winning were extremely low if continue the fight. The lack of soul power was preventing Old Man Tianji from possessing him again. How could he have ended up in such a state if it weren't for the fact that he needed to confront Jiang Chen and use Old Man Tianji's soul power? And how could he have been slapped by a madman? Strange, logically speaking, he shouldn't be able to fully activate it with his earthly origin cultivation even with an innate Dao bone, and epiphany shouldn't be so fast. Unless, Old Man Tianji muttered to himself. Unless, Lin Feng inquired. Unless he had once dug out his Dao bone, polished it and then reinserted it. Impossible? There are no scars on his chest. There are plenty of elixirs that can heal the scars, and moreover, an innate Dao bone will naturally absorb earthly origin energy to nourish itself, which would also heal nearby wounds. Lin Feng's mouth twitched. Since Old Man Tianji said so, it was probably very close to the truth. This slightly changed his view of Lin Mubai. Although mad, being able to dig out his own Dao bone also proved he was ruthless and on par with him. It might be related to his madness. After all, a normal person wouldn't do such a thing. It must be due to some stimulus, Old Man Tianji added. Sigh, a pitiful person. Lin Feng felt a sense of pity and sighed. It must be related to that Jiang Chen. After all, there are rumors that Jiang Chen beats Lin Mubai daily. Maybe he couldn't take it and went mad. After speaking, he frowned while puzzled. But why does he want to kill me? Lin Mubai was not only out to kill him, but from the mumbling Lin Mubai had made when they first met, it was clear he was specifically waiting in this direction towards the Juyan sect, waiting to chop him. Lin Feng gritted his teeth again. Jiang Chen harms you, go chop Jiang Chen. Why attack me? This was so outrageous. Why do you care about the thoughts of a madman? Hurry up and run. That madman is coming again. Old Man Tianji shouted. Hearing this, Lin Feng was startled. Looking ahead, he indeed saw Lin Mubai charging at him with two machetes, his eyes blood red, his face ferocious, as if he wouldn't be able to sleep until he killed him. I must stay away from this madman in the future, Lin Feng decided in his heart. At this moment, he no longer wanted to play with the madman. Using the last of his soul's power, he prepared to make a respectful retreat, but just as he was about to turn around, the charging Lin Mubai suddenly shouted. Eldest senior brother. Eldest senior brother? Lin Feng's pupils instantly shrank. Jiang Chen was coming at such a critical moment? Wasn't this forcing him into a dead end? In a panic, he quickly looked up into the sky behind him. But upon looking, there was nothing. The stars still shone in the sky, but there was no sign of that purple spiritual boat. Not good. Lin Feng exclaimed, quickly turning back. What caught his eye was a machete already swung down and Lin Mubai's triumphant sinister smile. At the critical moment, Lin Feng instinctively turned his head, avoiding the fatal blow, but the machete still struck his left shoulder. Lin Feng's flesh split open immediately, cutting 3 inches into the bone. Pfft! Blood spurted from his shoulder, the world before him stained red. Enduring the intense pain, Lin Feng resisted with the last of his soul power, barely stopping the saber from going deeper and severing his arm. Unexpectedly, the soul power within his body completely collapsed the next moment, and his breath instantly fell to initial formation. A chill ran from his head to toe as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. Looking at Lin Mubai, who was excited and gasping for breath, Lin Feng once again felt that he was done for. And just as Lin Mubai was about to pull out the saber and prepare to chop off Lin Feng's head, Lin Feng's spirits lifted again after sensing the reappearance of soul power. Cough cough, hurry up and run. I really can't hold on much longer. The voice of Old Man Tianji that sounds close to death rang out. Don't make it sound like I've drained you completely. Lin Feng's mouth twitched. This time he didn't hesitate but covered his shoulder and fully activated his movement technique. Lin Mubai wanted to pursue him, but he felt his knees weaken after taking one step and knelt down on the ground. Despite his ferocity just now, in reality, an innate Dao bone required a lot of vital energy to support whether it was learning secret techniques or sudden epiphany. In short, he was also done for at this moment. Humph. Sitting on the ground with his twin machete thrust into the ground, Lin Mubai let out a cold snort. There's plenty of time in the future. No need to rush. He knew the son of destiny was not easy to kill, so he could only keep trying until he succeeded. If eldest senior brother knew that I almost chopped Lin Feng to death, he would definitely praise me. He started to chuckle foolishly again. After escaping from the dense forest, Lin Feng looked extremely disheveled. At this moment, his face was swollen, and blood was still spilling out from his left shoulder, flowing down his arm and completely soaking the clothes on his left arm. He gasped for air and quickly popped a hemostatic pill into his mouth, then looked around cautiously. Lin Mubai didn't follow you probably because his vital energy is depleted, Old Man Tianji said, his voice even weaker than before. Hearing this, Lin Feng let out a long sigh of relief. He was now beside a spacious road, with neatly cut stones of various sizes scattered along the roadside. He exclaimed angrily as he picked a stone to sit on. Damn it! Ever since I came to the central domain, not only have I been burrowing like a rat, but I've also been chased everywhere. I've been in mortal danger several times. Indeed, something is strange. If you had really offended someone, that would be one thing, but you've just arrived in the central domain and have already encountered 3 people who want to kill you for no reason. Old Man Tianji was puzzled. After a moment of thought, he continued, moreover, all 3 of them are disciples of the Jiang sect's 9th peak, which is no coincidence. I suggest we return to the lower domain first. I will peek into the thread of destiny once my soul power is fully recovered, and then we can make further plans. Lin Feng fell silent, feeling there was some truth to this. But if that were the case, wouldn't he be fleeing with his tail between his legs? After all, he was the son of destiny. How could he retreat instead of advancing? Also, the cultivation resources in the lower domain were far inferior to those in the central domain. Moreover, if one becomes timid on the path of cultivation, it could greatly affect one's state of mind. It might not matter in the short term, but as one's cultivation level increases, it could give rise to inner demons. Old Man Tianji was naturally well aware of this. But now, with his soul power severely overdrawn and the thread of destiny obscured, he could only make such a suggestion. I refuse to believe this evil omen. Lin Feng's expression suddenly turned resolute, and he said earnestly, the fearless heart must not be abandoned. It's just Jiang Chen and 2 lunatics, right? Once I enter the Jiang sect, there will be ways to deal with them. The Jiang sect is a first-rate sect in the central domain, and there are rumors that the ancestor Jiang came from the upper domain, Old Man Tianji said with concern. A glimpse reveals the whole leopard. Such a sect has produced 2 mad geniuses. I worry that something is not right with the Jiang sect. How could that be? Lin Feng waved his hands dismissively. Firstly, it's not uncommon for cultivators to go mad, and secondly, even if the Jiang sect is not right, could it be that everyone there has gone mad? Old Man Tianji fell silent. Reason told him that Lin Feng made sense, but for some reason, he still felt a bit uneasy. Cultivators wouldn't act this way without reason. There must be a cause, but he couldn't figure out what the problem was right now. Just to be safe, tell me how much soul power you have left, Lin Feng asked again. None at all. Not even a little bit left. Old Man Tianji immediately shook his head like a rattle drum. You old scoundrel, you must be deceiving me again? Tio, you say your soul power is depleted every time, yet you can always squeeze out a bit more at the critical moment. Can't you be more straightforward and not act like a woman? I can barely infuse you with soul power one more time. Really? I can still possess you one more time. What? Lin Feng was shocked and unable to believe it. He could be possessed one more time? Then, was there any need for him to be humiliated and almost killed by Lin Mubai? In his anger, he shouted, Old Man Tianji, I was wrong about you? How could you deceive me like this? Are you an undercover agent sent by Jiang Chen? To this, Old Man Tianji could only explain helplessly, I had no choice. Controlling your body consumes a lot of soul power, and if I do it again, I will fall directly into a deep sleep. You've just arrived in the central domain and it's already fraught with danger. It would be too risky if I fell asleep now. This explanation somewhat quelled Lin Feng's anger. Said is said, done is done. He and Old Man Tianji shared weal and woe, and he still trusted him. As Old Man Tianji said, the central domain was indeed too dangerous, practically hellish in difficulty. Without Old Man Tianji's support, the difficulty would only multiply. How long will it last if you fall into a deep sleep? Lin Feng asked gravely. If there are special treasures to nourish the soul, it would only take a few days to wake up, but without them. Without them, what? I had just woken up from a deep sleep when I met you, but hundreds of years had already passed. Hundreds of years. Lin Feng was shocked again. Did that mean if something happened to him while Old Man Tianji was asleep, he wouldn't even become dust by the time Old Man Tianji woke up? That's why I suggest you return to the lower domain. That's the safest strategy. Old Man Tianji sighed. Hearing this, Lin Feng wavered. Although the beautiful senior sister was tempting, it would definitely not be worth it if he lost his life in the process. He was indeed lustful, but he valued his own life more. Let me think about it. He was torn inside. And just as he was deep in thought, clear footsteps came from the dense forest behind him. This scared Lin Feng into jumping up, but after turning around sharply, he let out a sigh of relief. Someone was indeed coming, but it wasn't Lin Mubai. It was a young man with a sharp chin and monkey cheeks, holding a brick in each hand, whose cultivation was only at the early stage of initial formation. Against such an opponent, even Lin Feng in his current state could easily kill him in a second. The young man was also startled upon seeing Lin Feng. Especially after seeing the gruesome wound on Lin Feng's left shoulder, he had a hard time swallowing his saliva. Lin Feng approached him as the young man pondered whether to run away. Can I know your name, brother? Lin Feng asked with a smile upon arriving. Although he smiled amiably and his tone and demeanor were very friendly, the young man still found it displeasing somehow. As Lin Feng's cultivation was higher than his, the young man had no choice but to reply. Lu Wu, judging by your attire, you are a disciple of the Jiang sect. Lin Feng asked again. Indeed, I am the number 1 underling of the 9th Peak's 5th senior sister. Really? Lin Feng immediately became excited. In fact, he also found Lu Wu displeasing, but having finally met a normal disciple of the Jiang sect, he had to gather some intelligence. He naturally knew. The peak master of the Jiang sect's 9th peak was the beautiful master he had never met. And the so-called 5th senior sister was, of course, Jiang Lianyue. Rumor had it that both women were top-notch beauties. Old man Tianji, this is a turn of luck. I'll have this guy take me to Jiang Lianyue, then have Jiang Lianyue protect me to the Jiang sect, and there will be no more danger. Lin Feng thought to himself with a smile. Old man Tianji did not respond, only pondering what Lu Wu was doing here in the middle of the night. This. Brother Lu. Stepping forward, Lin Feng put his arm around Lu Wu's neck and said, to be honest, I'm planning to join the Jiang sect's 9th peak. We will soon be fellow disciples, so how about you take me to meet senior sister? With a strange look on his face, Lu Wu glanced at Lin Feng and retorted, are you sure? 5th senior sister, she doesn't have the best temper. No worries. Lin Feng said generously with a wave of his hand, I've heard that 5th senior sister has the demeanor of an empress, so it's normal for her to be a bit proud. But she beats people up, and it really hurts. I'm not afraid. I can take a beating. By the way, how many people have gone mad in the Jiang sect? It seems that you already have some information? I didn't expect you to know because the sect has strictly kept this matter secret. But knowing this, you still dare to seek an apprenticeship with the Jiang sect and meet senior sister. Ah, it's all minor issues. Those who have gone mad are still quite easy to get along with. Hiss. Hero, please accept my bow. Brother Lu, please get up. I can't accept such a grand gesture. Besides, you still haven't told me how many have gone mad. We're all friends here, so I won't hide it from you. There are 2 in total. 2 people? Lin Feng's eyes spun. Qingning 1, Lin Mubai 1. Isn't that exactly 2? With no further concerns, he cheerfully went with Lu Wu to meet Jiang Lianyue. They had only taken a few steps when Lin Feng was taken aback. He saw that along the spacious main path, there were newly repaired thatched huts stretching along the road, at least dozens in total at a glance. Brother Lu, what are these thatched huts for? Lin Feng asked, puzzled. Glancing at the stone brick in his hand, Lu Wu sighed, I built them. Don't ask me why because I don't know either, and it was senior sister's order. Lin Feng was speechless. Why build so many thatched huts? Could it be that the never-before-seen 5th senior sister is not as cold as rumored but actually has a cold appearance and a warm heart, caring about the toileting needs of the cultivators from the lower 4 realms? But even so, there was no need to build so many. Brother Lu, are you sure only 2 people in the Jiang sect have gone mad? Lin Feng quickly confirmed. Of course, why would I lie to you? Lu Wu rolled his eyes. Lin Feng looked at him suspiciously but did not reply. They continued on their way, and Lin Feng peeked into each thatched hut to make sure they were all ordinary before he finally let go of his worries. As they walked, Lu Wu pointed ahead. Senior sister is over there. You go by yourself because I still have to build thatched huts. Lin Feng looked in the direction indicated. He saw a woman in a white cloud glaze skirt standing at the end of a towering tree, her skirt fluttering in the wind. She was slightly looking up, her eyes a bit vacant. The delicate profile of her face was covered in a pale light by the moonlight, making her seem soulless from afar, invoking pity in those who saw her. Lin Feng was stunned. The woman in front of him was completely different from Qingning. Qingning had a pretty face that felt like the warm sun at dawn, heartwarming and full of vitality. But the woman before him had a thorough beauty. Without being coquettish, she was like a rare treasure, capturing all attention once seen. Her frosty demeanor made men feel the urge to conquer her. Thump, thump. Lin Feng's heartbeat quickened. Indeed, a beauty of the highest level? The rumors were finally right for once. But looking up at the bright moon in the sky, Lin Feng pursed his lips. What's so interesting about the moon? Not only did Jiang Lianyue like to stare blankly at it, but the mad Lin Mubai did the same. After straightening his appearance, Lin Feng stepped forward with a faint smile and greeted, My name is Lin Feng, and it's my honor to meet the 5th senior sister. Boom. With a powerful aura sweeping through, Jiang Lianyue suddenly turned her head. Upon seeing Lin Feng's face, an indescribable malevolence surged wildly in her beautiful eyes as if it wanted to devour her sanity and cause her body to tremble. Following that was a murderous intent. The murderous intent was like thousands of ice blades that even the towering ancient tree seemed to tremble under its influence. Such overwhelming murderous intent made Lin Feng's hair stand on end. His whole body felt like it had fallen into an ancient ice cave, even the blood in his veins seemed to freeze. Not good. This girl has gone mad too and wants to kill you? Run. Old man Tianji exclaimed in shock. Hearing this, Lin Feng suddenly woke up. Although he didn't know what was happening and hadn't spoken a word to Jiang Lianyue, his instinct to survive made him immediately use all his strength to run back the way he came. He thought this would at least buy him some time. But unexpectedly, as he was running, Lin Feng felt a pain in his back. The ice jade cold sword pierced straight through his abdomen. Pfft. Though it didn't hit a vital spot, blood still spurted out like a fountain, and Lin Feng's vision was once again tainted with crimson. Glancing at the sword tip through his abdomen, he endured the severe pain, turned his head in disbelief, and slowly looked behind him. He saw the cold mist behind him, and Jiang Lianyue's stunning face came into view, her fair skin already frosted over. At this moment, Lin Feng no longer had the heart to appreciate her beauty but was filled with intense fear. Jiang Lianyue violently pulled out the sword, then slapped Lin Feng across the face with a wave of her hand. Slap. The crisp sound of the slap was particularly harsh in the night. Jiang Lianyue didn't hold back at all. The cold vital energy in her palm made Lin Feng feel as if he had been struck by an iceberg. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his body flew through the air. After drawing an arc in the air, he finally crashed into a nearby thatched hut. Boom. The thatched hut collapsed instantly, and wood and stones scattered. Cough, cough. Lin Feng lay on the ground coughing up blood as the dust settled. But after only 2 coughs, Jiang Lianyue leaped from afar, descending from the sky, grabbed the back of his head with her hand, and pressed him into the still discernible outline of a latrine pit. Seeing that pressing him didn't kill him, she used her elemental power to lift Lin Feng's head and slammed it into the latrine pit. Seeing the slow effect of the slamming, she let go and started stomping him with her foot. After stomping a few times, perhaps feeling it wasn't satisfying enough, she jumped up and stomped harder. While stomping, she ranted madly, "Junior brother, do you see all these thatched huts along the way? These were all prepared by senior sister for you. Do you like them?" Lin Feng was already seeing stars and hearing ringing in his ears. Hearing her words, he finally understood. This mad woman had wanted to kill him from the beginning. No, to press him to death in a latrine hut. Fortunately, the thatched hut was newly built, otherwise he would have been forced to eat excrement today. This is too much. Lin Feng raged. At the same time, a cold soul force burst from his body, blasting Jiang Lianyue several jang away. Lin Feng tossed several pills into his mouth while seizing the opportunity to increase the distance. This girl's movement, swordplay, and cultivation techniques are all top-notch, and her cultivation level is at the mid-stage of earthly origin. The moment she thrust her sword, I used my soul power to resist for you, but it was still pierced instantly by that ice sword. Luckily, she's crazy and wanted to press you to death in the latrine, so she avoided your vital points. Old man Tianji said gravely. Should I be happy about that? Holding his abdomen, Lin Feng's face was gloomy, and he couldn't believe it. I remember you saying that even a superior spirit sword couldn't break through your soul power so quickly. Look at her hand, old man Tianji said. Hearing this, Lin Feng immediately looked over, and his pupils shrank. On Jiang Lianyue's hand, there was a layer of blue ice emitting a strange glow, within which ice blue flames flickered and converged into veins, wriggling like insects. The cultivation technique this girl practices is called the Ice Lotus Celestial Annihilation Scripture. As far as I know, it's the only superior grade technique that is infinitely close to the divine grade techniques. And it has a restraining effect on soul power. Old man Tianji explained. A technique that is infinitely close to the divine grade techniques? And it restrains soul power. Waves of shock surged in Lin Feng's heart. Wasn't this even more powerful than the ancient technique he practiced? The strength of the ancient techniques lay in their ability to automatically advance as the cultivator's cultivation base improved. Although they were much more powerful than other techniques of the same grade, they couldn't reach the extent of crossing grades. Don't be envious. Although the technique is powerful, one must be alive to practice it, old man Tianji added. What do you mean? The side effects of the Ice Lotus Celestial Annihilation Scripture are extremely strong. The slightest mistake can lead to cold qi invading the body, requiring constant consumption of fire impurity pills to suppress it. But if you take too many fire impurity pills, they will burn the heart and ash the soul. With both ice and fire within the body, not only will one suffer torment, but sooner or later, the body will explode and die. Not only that, every time she fully activates the Ice Lotus Celestial Annihilation Scripture, she must endure the torment of the Ice Lotus scorching soul fire, just as she is suffering now. I see no reaction from her. That's because she's enduring it? Her intent to kill you has overshadowed the pain of her soul being scorched. Lin Feng's mouth twitched, realizing he had encountered another ruthless person. But as ruthless as she was, what did it have to do with him? He had just arrived in the central domain and hadn't done anything? So why did everyone he met want to kill him? If I didn't know everything about you, I would really suspect that you must have done something to enrage both heaven and man to attract crazy people who are both mad and hate you. Old man Tianji also felt a headache. At this moment, it was pointless to dwell on these matters. Seeing Jiang Lianyue approaching again, he spoke in a deep voice, even with my help using soul power, you can't defeat her. There's only one way now. Open your mind, let me possess your body and escape immediately. Escape again? Lin Feng felt aggrieved. He had just escaped not long ago. At this rate, he might as well change his name to Lin Run Run. Lin Feng understood what old man Tianji meant. The so-called escape was to give up going to the Juyan sect and directly flee back to the lower domain. He had no objections to this. After all, that Juyan sect was really too strange, producing 3 unreasonable lunatics. And all of them were trying to kill him in various ways. He had finally met a normal disciple of the Juyan sect, yet he was deceived. But to leave just like this, Lin Feng was reluctant. The humiliation he had experienced in the past few days was more than his entire lifetime combined. If he really fled with his tail between his legs, how could he still consider himself the son of destiny? Old man Tianji, possess my body, then give this lunatic a beating? Then we'll run. Lin Feng decided. Good. Old man Tianji was straightforward. My soul power is limited. I don't know how long it can last, so let's make it quick. Hearing this, Lin Feng nodded and closed his eyes. Whoosh! A cold wind suddenly arose, sweeping wildly around. The chilly aura grew stronger and gradually covered his entire body. When he opened his eyes again, they were filled with endless vicissitudes and depth. Controlling Lin Feng's body, old man Tianji's gaze turned to Jiang Lianyue. Posse Zion. Jiang Lianyue sneered. Old man Tianji was suddenly shocked. His eyes widened. Such a shocked expression instantly shattered his image of a sage. In fact, he had always had a feeling that his existence had been exposed. Using Zaijian blood soil, the purple-robed elder who seemed to be on guard against him and Lin Mubai showed no surprise at Lin Feng's increase in combat power, which was also unreasonable. Still, being directly exposed by Jiang Lianyue greatly shocked old man Tianji. Girl, how did you learn of my existence? Old man Tianji asked with a dark face. Guess. Jiang Lianyue sneered. Hearing this, old man Tianji frowned and was about to make a move when he noticed something unusual. The temperature of the surrounding air was dropping rapidly. In an instant, it was like the cold of midwinter, with cold air spreading for dozens of zhang. Buzz. The sound of swords humming suddenly arose. At this moment, Jiang Lianyue's ice sword seemed to have its own consciousness, vibrating rapidly while continuously absorbing the cold air from the surroundings. Then, clusters of blue ice flowers gradually bloomed on the sword's body, falling to the ground on their own. The ice flowers merged at her feet, forming a larger giant ice flower, lifting her from the ground and eventually suspending her in midair. At the same time, there was pressure as if an empress had descended, making all things bow down and burst forth from her body. It seemed to crush everything. Old man Tianji's face turned black immediately. He instantly understood that Jiang Lianyue was intending to detonate her imperial essence. He was very clear that at this moment, his soul power was insufficient, only enough for simple combat, and absolutely unable to withstand the imperial essence. He thought Jiang Lianyue was bluffing. After all, the consequence of detonating imperial essence was becoming a cripple. But as the pressure grew stronger, he also had to make a choice. Run? She's willing to detonate her imperial essence. This woman is not just any kind of crazy. Lin Feng had given up. Old man Tianji thought the same. After taking a glance at Jiang Lianyue, he controlled Lin Feng's body and turned into a streak of light to flee. Not long after he left, the heavy pressure also slowly dissipated. Jiang Lianyue floated down from the air, her cold eyes following the direction Lin Feng had fled. That direction is the Hengduan mountain range. Does Lin Feng want to hide in the Hengduan mountain range, or does he want to return to the lower domain? She speculated. She leaned towards the latter. After all, she felt that old man Tianji's soul power was weak and probably couldn't last long, and Lin Feng had been pierced by her, so under such circumstances, returning to the lower domain to heal was undoubtedly the best choice. If senior brother knows that I've driven Lin Feng back to the lower domain, he will definitely be very happy. She smiled sweetly. In the Hengduan mountain range, a girl and a tiger were running in a hurry. Behind them, a group of large demons with wide-open bloody mouths as if they had gone mad were following them. Ding, ding. The clear and pleasant sound of bells rang out from the green bells that Qingning was shaking on her wrist. The sound of the bells spread like waves. As the sound entered their ears, these large demons instantly became dazed. They stood still in a daze, and by the time they came to their senses, Qingning and Xiaobai had already disappeared. After escaping the demons, Qingning rode on Xiaobai, preparing to head to Lingshan town to meet up with Jiang Chen. She looked a bit disheveled, but looking at the strangely shaped spiritual fruit in her hand, which occasionally pulsed like a heart and emitted dazzling green light, she couldn't help but smile. Qingning, what is this? Xiaobai wondered. 7th grade enlightenment fruit. Qingning replied. 7th grade? And it's an enlightenment fruit. Xiaobai was shocked. The effect of a 7th grade enlightenment fruit was comparable to an 8th grade Dao enlightenment leaf. Both were harvested from the enlightenment tree and could change a cultivator's talent and improve their comprehension. Such high-level heavenly treasures had not appeared in the central domain for 1,000 years. After re-entering the Hengduan mountain range, Qingning ventured alone into the depths of the mountain range while Xiaobai stayed outside to provide support. Xiaobai knew that Qingning must have provoked the Demon King, which was why she was being chased by so many powerful demons, but he had not expected that it was all for the enlightenment fruit. I've lived in the Hengduan mountain range for years and didn't even know about the existence of the enlightenment tree. How did you find out about it, Qingning? Xiaobai wondered. Hearing this, Qingning's smile faded, and her eyes dimmed. She remembered everything from the 9 cycles of reincarnation vividly, and in each life, her talents had been transformed by the 7th grade enlightenment fruit. Naturally, she knew where to find it and how to obtain it. She wanted to stay by Jiang Chen's side, hoping one day to truly bury Lin Feng alive. But all of this required strength. That's why she had re-entered the Hengduan mountain range to obtain the 7th grade enlightenment fruit ahead of time before returning to the Juyan sect. Qingning, hide quickly. There's a cultivator from the upper 4 realms. Xiaobai suddenly shouted. Qingning was startled and quickly looked up. Indeed, she saw a dark figure wrapped in gloomy air gliding through the sky. Xiaobai, don't you think that figure looks familiar? Qingning frowned. Xiaobai hadn't noticed at first, but upon hearing this, it took a closer look. His tiger eyes narrowed as he scrutinized the approaching figure. As the shadow drew nearer, Xiaobai's eyes suddenly widened in shock and exclaimed, Qingning, it's Lin Feng? He must be here to eat me. This wasn't the first time Xiaobai had seen Lin Feng walking on air. The last time Lin Feng fled Lingshan town, he had done the same. Qingning was also certain that the person was Lin Feng. Seeing that Lin Feng showed no signs of landing in the Hengduan mountain range, she instantly understood something. Xiaobai, quick, use your black lightning to strike Lin Feng down. Qingning pointed to the sky. Xiaobai was a bit confused. Stop hesitating, we can't miss this opportunity. Alright, but what if he comes down to eat me? You silly tiger, I was just lying. I assure you he won't be able to eat you. Oh. After nodding blankly, Xiaobai immediately activated his ancient bloodline, his body growing larger as black lightning flickered around him. In just a moment, it had transformed into a primordial beast. Staring intently at Lin Feng in the sky, Xiaobai opened his mouth wide, inhaled deeply, and then let out a thunderous roar. Roar. The roar was deafening, and the moment the sound emerged, a solid bolt of black lightning shot out from his mouth and immediately struck Lin Feng. Boom. The black lightning exploded, and the sky was suddenly filled with turbulent winds and clouds. The woman and the tiger watched with wide eyes. They saw the soul force around Lin Feng dissipate, and then, emitting black smoke, he fell from the sky and landed right in front of them. Too unreasonable, resorting to a sneak attack. After uttering these words, Lin Feng passed out. Xiaobai finally understood why Qingning had said Lin Feng wouldn't be able to eat it. Because at this moment, Lin Feng was a complete mess, his clothes thoroughly soaked in blood, with terrifying wounds on his left shoulder and abdomen revealing his bones. In such a sorry state, he couldn't possibly eat anything. Moreover, the scent of charred flesh wafting from his burnt skin made Xiaobai involuntarily swallow its saliva. Hiss! Which powerful being could have beaten the son of destiny to such a state? Xiaobai took a cold breath as he shook his head. He then asked Qingning, what do we do now? Crouching down, Qingning poked at the wound on Lin Feng's abdomen and said with a look of pity, this is too tragic, let's bury him. Okay. Xiaobai had no objections and spat out a spirit ring from its mouth. I've packed all the Zaijian blood soil inside, enough to bury more than a dozen people. Xiaobai, you're so smart. But you just called me a silly tiger. Did I? You must have heard wrong. Several hours before dawn, a purple spirit boat appeared hundreds of li away from the Hengduan mountain range. The spirit boat hovered in the air as Jiang Chen and his followers leaped down from it and plunged into the dense forest. Jiang Chen clearly remembered that it was near this area where he had last seen Lin Mubai sharpening his knives with a crazed look. Lin Mubai was a madman, and perhaps he had gone mad somewhere else. However, to ensure that the plot returned to its normal course and Lin Feng could become a disciple of the Juyan sect, Jiang Chen had to be cautious and come to check the situation first. Second senior brother. Lin Mubai. Madman second senior brother. Wild man Lin Mubai. With Jiang Chen's backing, Lu Wen and the other followers improvised, not forgetting to tease as they called out. Their voices echoed rhythmically through the forest like they were singing. They could hardly be blamed. After all, Lin Mubai, in his madness, would do nothing to Jiang Chen but certainly showed no kindness to these lackeys. The shouting continued for a while. When Lin Mubai's figure was nowhere to be found, Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief and thought to himself, I knew it couldn't be that bad. Wu eldest senior brother. A miserable cry suddenly rang out. Everyone was startled and quickly looked in the direction of the sound. They saw the mound of earth in front of them suddenly explode, and Lin Mubai, still dressed like a wild man with two machetes in hand, came charging out while crying. His skin was covered with a layer of blood energy. With the boost from this blood energy, his movements were ghostly fast, and he appeared in front of everyone in an instant. Lin Mubai is lying in ambush here, protect eldest senior brother. Lu Wen exclaimed in alarm, immediately leading the followers to shield Jiang Chen. Move aside. Jiang Chen frowned. Eldest senior brother, Lin Mubai was hiding in the mound, and he's still full of killing intent? I think he's intentionally lying in ambush to attack you. Lu Wen urged anxiously. Jiang Chen thought the same, but was he afraid? Pushing Lu Wen aside, he said fiercely. Second junior brother, it seems you've gotten a bit carried away lately. I'm not. Lin Mubai was taken aback. After realizing what was happening, he quickly put away his machetes and scratched his head, saying, I just got excited when I saw eldest senior brother. I couldn't control my emotions for a moment. Hearing this, Lu Wen and the other followers were speechless, each muttering to themselves. Lost control of your emotions for a moment? You kidding me? Jiang Chen was equally speechless. Seeing that Lin Mubai indeed had no intention of making a move, he couldn't be bothered to argue, as there were more important things to attend to. Pointing at Lin Mubai, Jiang Chen turned to Lu Wen and the others, you guys, go tie him up for me. Lu Wen and the others were stunned. Despite their earlier appearance of being ready to face death, in reality, each of them was bluffing. After all, Lin Mubai was at the earthly origin level, not to mention he had an innate Dao bone and was also a madman. If they really went up to him, wouldn't they just be cut down one by one? Lin Mubai was also somewhat confused, not understanding why his eldest senior brother wanted to tie him up. But he didn't care. Being tied up and also beaten up by eldest senior brother would slightly reduce his sense of guilt. Thinking about it, he was even a little excited. After popping a pill into his mouth, Lin Mubai declared loudly, to prevent myself from instinctively fighting back when I get beaten later. I've already taken a core formation sealing pill. Hurry up and tie me, and make sure it's tight. Upon hearing this, Lu Wen and the others were dumbfounded. The guy had already sealed his own cultivation level, and they still weren't tying him up. Wouldn't that be too embarrassing? The next second, Lu Wen and the others rushed forward and tied Lin Mubai up tightly with black rope, leaving only his eyes, nose, and mouth exposed, just like a rice dumpling. Haha. Looking at Lin Mubai's appearance, Lu Wen laughed loudly. It's always good to be prepared. The ancients did not deceive me. This black rope was originally prepared to help eldest senior brother tie up a few beauties, but I didn't expect it to be used on you. Turning to Jiang Chen, he asked again, eldest senior brother, are you going to beat him yourself, or should we do it? Beat him? Jiang Chen scoffed with disdain. Why should he satisfy the masochistic cravings of a madman? Tying up Lin Mubai was only to prevent him from scaring away Lin Feng. To be even more cautious, he had Lu Wen and the others carry Lin Mubai back to the spiritual boat after thinking for a moment. The actions of a madman are incomprehensible. It's best to tie him up and keep a close watch to avoid any mishaps. On the way back to the spiritual boat, Lin Mubai felt a sense of sorrow after realizing that Jiang Chen seemed to have no intention of beating him. Suddenly his eyes lit up, and he asked, eldest senior brother, don't you want to ask what I was doing hiding in the dirt pile? Not interested. Jiang Chen replied instantly. How could he possibly care about the actions of a madman? Hehe, actually I was planning to ambush Lin Feng. That kid runs a bit fast, and I've concluded from my experience that it's more reliable to play dirty. Lin Mubai explained on his own. What? Jiang Chen was shocked. Ambush Lin Feng? It was a good thing he arrived quickly, otherwise Lin Feng might have really been scared away. Wait a minute, how did Lin Mubai know that Lin Feng runs fast? Instantly, Jiang Chen had a bad feeling. If it weren't for the fact that my vital energy was exhausted, I would have caught up with that Lin Feng and chopped off his head. Lin Mubai said with an extremely proud tone, sneering, but it's not entirely without gain. I not only slapped him, but I also almost chopped him to death with a machete. Eldest senior brother, it was like this, I slapped him away, then chopped at his left shoulder. Tisk tisk, the blood that flowed was. Eldest senior brother, are you sick? Why do you look so pale? He suddenly asked in surprise. The answer was Jiang Chen's fist. After pulling Lin Mubai down from Lu Wen's shoulder, Jiang Chen's punches rained down in an instant. Just a few punches and Lin Mubai's only exposed mouth and nose were beaten beyond recognition. Jiang Chen was about to kick him a few more times, but, Wu eldest senior brother finally beat me up, Lin Mubai cried. Jiang Chen gave up. In the end, he still couldn't restrain himself and fell for Lin Mubai's trick. He reminded himself to take this as a warning and never to lose his composure in front of a madman again. Otherwise, he would be driven mad sooner or later. Sigh. Letting out a long breath, Jiang Chen crouched down and asked, second junior brother, be good. Tell eldest senior brother, where did that Lin Feng run off to? Eldest senior brother, I'm not used to you talking to me like this, Lin Mubai said seriously. He hoped Jiang Chen would go back to his usual self. To return to that carefree, villainous demeanor, because that's how he could live without constraints. Jiang Chen didn't reply, but his mouth twitched, and the flame blood dragon's sword appeared in his hand. North. Lin Mubai replied instantly. North? In the direction of the Juyan sect? Then what ghost were you lying in ambush for here? I was just being cautious in case he recovered and wanted to come back for revenge. Jiang Chen was speechless again. The good news now was that since Lin Feng chose to escape toward Juyan sect, he probably hadn't given up on the idea of joining the sect. But in that direction, he had seen many thatched huts. Have you seen Jiang Lianyue recently? Jiang Chen asked again. Why does eldest senior brother bring her up? Lin Mubai scoffed. I secretly monitored her a while ago and found that she had Lu Wu constantly repairing thatched huts several li ahead. The actions of a mad woman are indeed incomprehensible. Moments later, Jiang Chen appeared on the spacious main road along with a group of people. He looked at the collapsed thatched huts in front of him, Lu Wu who seemed to be frightened and trembling at the scene, and Jiang Lianyue who was running towards him, and fell into thought. He didn't think it was necessary to ask. After all, through 9 cycles of reincarnation, Jiang Lianyue, like a deist protector, had immense trust in Lin Feng. Even if she had gone mad, there was no reason for her to attack Lin Feng. But, eldest senior brother, I stabbed Lin Feng with a sword. He ran back to the lower domain. Jiang Lianyue said excitedly as she rushed over. As she spoke, she wriggled into Jiang Chen's arms like an eel, hugging his waist and looking up at him with blinking eyes, a look that screamed praise me. Jiang Chen was at a loss for words. The Son of Destiny ran back to the lower domain. Does that mean he is not going to join Juyan sect? This plot has completely collapsed? He really didn't understand. Madness aside, why did Qingning, Lin Mubai, and Jiang Lianyue all have something against Lin Feng? Was it him who was poisonous, or Lin Feng? Just tie her up. Jiang Chen massaged his temples. Half an hour later, on the spiritual boat. It was now early morning, and Jiang Chen stood on the deck with his hands behind his back, seemingly enjoying the breeze but actually cursing inwardly. On the left and right sides of the deck, Jiang Lianyue and Lin Mubai were tied up. The two of them occasionally exchanged glances, then sneered and scoffed at each other, not knowing what madness they were up to next. It's worth mentioning that Lu Wen and the others didn't dare to tie up Jiang Lianyue, so it was Jiang Chen who personally took action. At first, Jiang Lianyue thought Jiang Chen was going to play some kind of game and was somewhat excited. But seeing Jiang Chen's constant stern face, she didn't dare to speak anymore. Lu Wen and Lu Wu, the two brothers, huddled together. Seemingly saddened by Lu Wu's plight, Lu Wen sighed repeatedly as he patted his brother's shoulder. Lu Wu nodded, hugged his younger brother, and presented a demeanor of elder brotherly love and younger brotherly respect. Jiang Chen remained silent, and no one dared to speak. For a moment, the atmosphere on the spiritual boat was extremely heavy. Finally, he made his move. Approaching Lin Mubai, Jiang Chen asked with utmost seriousness, "Second junior brother, why did you try to kill Lin Feng? You two hadn't even met before, right?" Lin Mubai was at a loss for words. He couldn't possibly tell the truth. After hesitating for a while, he braced himself and said, "I could feel that Lin Feng's birth chart clashed with mine." Jiang Chen's mouth twitched, then he turned to Jiang Lianyue and asked, "What about you?" Jiang Lianyue looked at Lin Mubai with shock in her eyes. She hadn't expected that Lin Mubai, who regarded Lin Feng as an elder brother in the 9 cycles of reincarnation, would actually try to kill him. But after hearing Lin Mubai's response, she once again looked at him as if he were insane. Hearing Jiang Chen's question, she too felt a jolt in her heart. Not knowing how to respond, she also braced herself and said, "That Lin Feng is so ugly. He just has a face that's asking to be punched." Humph. Lin Mubai scoffed upon hearing this. Jiang Lianyue immediately glared at him. Jiang Chen felt a bit dizzy. Qingning had buried Lin Feng alive. That could be explained by Qingning being deceived by someone and trying to save her contracted beast. But Lin Mubai and Jiang Lianyue, weren't their answers just pure madness? Unable to understand them, Jiang Chen could only analyze the situation in his mind and eventually came to a conclusion. Those who are mad seem to be unaffected by Lin Feng's Son of Destiny aura. Not only do they not feel any affinity, but they can also see through Lin Feng's true nature. He quickly noted this down in his mental notebook. He had always wanted to lay low, relying on the system to slap Lin Feng's face and then wait to ascend. But the current situation was clearly not that simple. With 3 important figures going mad, the difficulty had greatly increased, and he would have to act cautiously from now on. Lu Wen, replenish the spirit stones. Let's go. Jiang Chen waved his hand grandly. Where to? Lu Wen asked. Lower domain. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "Even if I have to search the entire lower domain, I must bring Lin Feng back and have him apprentice at Juyin sect. No one will stop my grand plan." The determination in his words stunned everyone. After coming back to their senses, Jiang Lianyue and Lin Mubai fell into deep thought. At this moment, they finally understood that they must have caused trouble and disrupted Jiang Chen's grand plan. But what exactly was this grand plan? The two only knew that Jiang Chen wanted to be the villain in this life, but they were unaware of his system's mission. While the two were deep in thought, Jiang Chen said, "Second junior brother, 5th junior sister. It's true that Lin Feng is annoying, but we must be broad-minded and not judge people by their appearances. Understand?" The two didn't speak, only remaining silent. Bringing that Lin Feng back to Juyin sect might be an eyesore, but it allows us to torment him up close, Jiang Chen added. Both of their eyes lit up upon hearing this. This made Jiang Chen breathe a sigh of relief. He thought to himself, as expected, you have to deceive a madman to get them to comply. And as the spiritual boat slowly made its way towards the lower domain, a red whip extending from the horizon suddenly struck the boat's defensive formation. Crack. The formation instantly cracked and then shattered into fragments. By the time everyone regained their senses, they saw a red figure on the deck of the spiritual boat. "Master, why have you come?" Jiang Chen was surprised. The red figure was none other than Xiao Hong'ai. She was expressionless and did not respond to Jiang Chen, instead frowning slightly as she looked at Lin Mubai and Jiang Lianyue, who were tied up. "Where are Lin Feng and Qingning?" Xiao Hong'ai asked. "Qingning is in the Hongduan mountain range, and Lin Feng seems to have run back to the lower domain. I was just about to go and bring him back," Jiang Chen replied. This time Xiao Hong'ai reacted, turning to look directly at him. She just stared at Jiang Chen, still expressionless, neither speaking nor leaving. Jiang Chen instantly understood something and said helplessly, "Master, where did you learn this silent treatment from?" Ancient Pill Tower, Buddha Temple, and other major sects, as well as the master of Lingshan Town, have sent people to Juyin sect, saying you destroyed Lingshan Town while commandeered a spiritual boat. Xiao Hong'ai finally spoke. Jiang Chen inwardly acknowledged that it was as he had expected and shrugged his shoulders. He had indeed caused the destruction, so there was nothing to explain. But he was very clear. The sects and the town master had specifically gone to Juyin sect to complain, not only wanting him to be punished but certainly also demanding a hefty compensation. The total is 160,000 medium-grade spirit stones, which I have already compensated, Xiao Hong'ai continued. 160,000 medium-grade spirit stones were an amount many upper four-realm cultivators could not afford. Jiang Chen knew that even if Xiao Hong'ai had a strong backing, such a large number of spirit stones would be a significant loss. Originally, he had no intention of compensating. But at this moment, he could only say, "Disciple will have the Jiang family compensate master." "Jiang Chen, let me ask you." Xiao Hong'ai took a deep breath and asked seriously, "Do you think I came here to demand spirit stones from you?" Jiang Chen was silent. From the moment he destroyed Lingshan town, he knew that Xiao Hong'ai and even the higher UPS of the Juyan sect would be furious. But he didn't care. As long as he could get Lin Feng to apprentice at Juyan sect and garner enough hatred, it wouldn't affect him much even if he was expelled from the sect early. But now that Lin Feng had run away, things had gone beyond his control. Just as Jiang Chen was thinking about admitting his mistake this time and buying some time. This matter will be discussed again at the sect. You've offended so many sects at once, so there might be danger. I will protect you on your return to the sect, Xiao Hong'ai said. Jiang Chen was instantly dumbfounded. Based on his understanding of Xiao Hong'ai, she would definitely be furious and extremely disappointed in him for making such a grave mistake. But now, Xiao Hong'ai was still worried about his safety? This was not in her character. Could it be? Master, have you gone mad too? Jiang Chen asked in astonishment. Nonsense. Xiao Hong'ai stepped forward and flicked Jiang Chen's forehead with her finger. Even if I were to go mad, it would definitely be because of you driving me to madness. His forehead hurt a little, but Jiang Chen let out a sigh of relief. Her character was back to normal. Xiao Hong'ai seemed to want to say something else, but ultimately, she gave up with a sigh. She looked up at the sky, puzzled in her heart. Before leaving the sect, why did Ancestor tell me not to punish Jiang Chen? And why did he say he didn't want me to have regrets? Unable to figure it out, she gave up and asked, have you seen Li Faju? Li Faju? Jiang Chen shook his head. Li Faju, upon learning that you destroyed Lingshan town, took advantage of my communication with Ancient Pill Tower and other sects to leave with many disciples from the Hall of Enforcement. It seems that he is looking for you, Xiao Hong'ai explained. Lin Feng had a nightmare. He dreamed that he was buried alive by Qingning again, and then, like a rat, he desperately burrowed his way out in an extremely embarrassing escape. In the dream, he even proudly dubbed himself the Rat of Destiny, and took pride in it. Then, he was startled awake. And then, he found himself truly buried alive. What came into his view was Qingning's beaming face and shovel after shovel of Zaijian blood soil. It was then Lin Feng remembered. Old man Tianji was controlling his body, rushing towards the lower domain when a black thunderbolt struck him. The power of the black thunder was immense, and it caught him off guard. His soul force was scattered, and he was severely injured. After falling to the ground, although old man Tianji had completely exhausted his soul force, he still managed to say resentfully before falling into a deep sleep. Too unreasonable, resorting to a sneak attack. At this moment, Lin Feng was in a panic. Seeing that he was already buried up to his chest, he tried to communicate with Qingning. But he found out. Due to his severe injuries and the serious depletion of his vital energy, he didn't even have the strength to speak. Qingning? He seems to be awake. Xiaobai suddenly shouted. Hearing this, Lin Feng took a deep breath. Delaying time was good. At least he could recover some vital energy to resist the Zaijian blood soil and avoid truly being buried alive. But unexpectedly, Qingning shook her head after taking a glance at him and said, is he? Xiaobai, you must be mistaken. With that said, Lin Feng watched helplessly as Qingning raised the spiritual shovel in her hand and then slammed it down on his head. Bang! Lin Feng couldn't feel the pain anymore. There was only a ringing in his ears. Seeing that he was still keeping his eyes open, Qingning frowned slightly and delivered another shovel hit. This time Lin Feng really couldn't hold on anymore. His consciousness began to fade, and his vision started to blur. This situation was clearly different from the last time. To prevent him from burrowing away, Qingning not only sealed his cultivation but also laid a thick layer of Zaijian blood soil underneath him. Even his fingernails were pulled out. And the pain near his purple mansion proved that Qingning had tried to cripple his cultivation, but the core formation condensed by the ancient cultivation method was not something that a fellow core formation cultivator could shatter. It's over? It's really over this time? A sense of fear of death enveloped Lin Feng. If heaven had given him another chance, he would definitely not have come to the central domain with his current cultivation because there were too many madmen in the central domain. Bang! Another shovel came down. This made Lin Feng's already crumbling consciousness instantly dissipate. As if resigned, he slowly closed his eyes. Seeing Lin Feng pass out again, Qingning turned to Xiaobai with a smile and said, see, Xiaobai, I told you that you were mistaken. This made Xiaobai's whiskers tremble. Suddenly, while he was internally complaining about the fearsomeness of women, it sensed an extremely powerful sword aura coming from afar. The sword's aura was incredibly sharp, as if it could penetrate heaven and earth, and seemed to stretch for thousands of li. Xiaobai suddenly looked up with his pupils shrinking. It saw a silver sword coming from a distance, wrapped in solid sword chi, emitting dense sword light, cutting through rocks and wood and aiming straight at him. Roar! A tiger's roar suddenly sounded. Xiaobai's body quickly grew larger, its fangs wrapped in strands of black thunder, biting toward the incoming silver sword. Humph! A cold snort sounded. The silver ancient sword trembled and spun rapidly, breaking free from Xiaobai's mouth, and then slashed out several sharp sword chi. The sword intent contained within not only repelled Xiaobai but also left several bleeding sword marks on its body. What? Accompanied by a sound of surprise, a middle-aged man appeared, saying, to withstand several of my sword chi, does this white tiger have an ancient bloodline? Xiaobai did not respond. Though it was wounded in many places and bleeding profusely, he still made a muffled growling sound. From just that brief encounter, Xiaobai knew it was no match for the middle-aged man in front of him. Because this was a peak heavenly origin realm sword cultivator, Moreover, with the way of the sword at major achievement, with sword chi manifesting intent, with such strength, although his cultivation was not in the upper 4 realms, he could already match ordinary cultivators of the upper 4 realms. Qingning, I can't beat him, what should we do? Xiaobai communicated with Qingning through their contract in his mind. Qingning shook her head and put down the spiritual shovel in her hand. At the same time, several figures shot out from the dense forest in all directions, surrounding the woman and the tiger. Qingning, one of the figures said in surprise. Qingning, do you know them? Upon hearing this, Xiaobai communicated with Qingning again through the contract. Of course. Qingning smiled, looking at the middle-aged man who had arrived first, and asked, Elder Li Fazhou, did the heavens send you here? Li Fazhou did not respond, but his heart was already in turmoil. He had come to bring Jiang Chen back to the sect for punishment and had already discovered the spiritual boat Jiang Chen was on. But to confirm Jiang Chen's crimes, he went to the ruins of Lingshan town to investigate the actual harm caused by Jiang Chen this time. After the investigation, he was about to leave when he discovered a black thunderbolt shooting out from the middle of the Hengduan mountain range, striking down a cultivator who was walking in the air. Originally, Li Fazhou did not want to get involved. After all, the fall of cultivators is a common occurrence, especially in the Hengduan mountain range, where battles are frequent. But somehow, he felt this was an opportunity. That's why he led people to come here. Seeing a huge white tiger by the side of a young girl, Li Fazhou did not hesitate and directly attacked with his sword. But after the attack, he realized that the girl was Qingning, who was in the middle of burying someone alive. He had always felt sorry for this girl who had been repeatedly deceived by Jiang Chen but chose to believe in him. Yet he never expected that this girl could have such a cruel side. Soon, Li Fazhou realized something was wrong. Usually, Qingning was smiling, and her smile was heartwarming. But at this moment, although she was still smiling, it only made people shudder. Qingning, do you know what you are doing? Li Fazhou asked in a deep voice. Burying someone, Qingning replied instantly. It's true you're burying someone, but you're burying a living person. He's already dead, dead through and through. Nonsense. Look closely, he still has breath. Qingning suddenly fell silent. After a moment, her smile faded, and a hint of madness flickered in her big eyes as she said, if Qingning says he's dead, then he's dead. Elderly, I'm weak now, and if you want to save him, I can't do anything about it. But, Li Fazhou frowned. However, you should prepare yourself mentally. If you save him, I will bury you first before we bury him next time. Qingning said with murderous intent. How dare you? Upon hearing this, Li Fazhou was furious. He, the esteemed elder in charge of the Hall of Enforcement, was being threatened to be buried alive by a young girl? Preposterous! If not for noticing that something was off with Qingning, that she might have gone mad like the other, he would have taken action immediately. It took Li Fazhou a long time to calm down, and then he said, Qingning, you have not yet made an irreparable mistake. It's not too late to turn back now. Step aside, and I will take this person back to Juyan sect for treatment to atone for your wrongdoing. All right. Qingning smiled again and stepped aside to make way. Li Fazhou breathed a sigh of relief and personally stepped forward to rescue Lin Feng from the pit. Throughout this, he never noticed. Although Qingning was smiling, the way she looked at him was like looking at a dead man. In a daze, Lin Feng regained consciousness once more. Due to the severe depletion of his vital energy and blood, he couldn't even open his eyes, only silently feeling the state of his body. Thump, thump. The heartbeat was still there, and he could feel the vital energy slowly recovering, which meant his cultivation had been unsealed, and the oppressive feeling of the Zaijian blood soil had completely disappeared. This made Lin Feng breathe a sigh of relief. Surviving such a desperate situation, he believed he must have been saved by someone truly worthy of being the son of destiny. He also reminded himself that he must return to the lower domain immediately. Just because destiny saved him this time didn't mean it would always do so. Moreover, he really didn't want to experience that feeling of being enveloped by death again. Old man Tianji, Lin Feng called out in his mind. The response was silence. Indeed, he has fallen into a deep sleep. Lin Feng felt disheartened. But he quickly rallied and began to operate the 7 purifications annihilation technique. Using the technique, he rapidly absorbed spiritual energy, which was refined by his core formation into vital energy, continuously replenishing his nearly depleted blood and vital energy. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt a warmth in his lower abdomen. He senses medicinal power. Spurred by his vital energy, this medicinal power traveled through his blood vessels, speeding up his absorption of spirit induction energy while healing his injuries. Is this a 5th grade vital energy pill? Lin Feng was ecstatic. He instantly understood. This vital energy pill must have been fed to him by someone while he was unconscious. His benefactor is treating the injuries inside his body? Lin Feng was almost moved to tears. Since arriving in the central domain, he had been buried alive twice, chased by 2 madmen over and over, and nearly scared to death by Jiang Chen. Only now did he feel what it meant to have true compassion in the world. I must repay this kindness. If one day I ascend and rule over the world, I will issue an imperial decree to protect this benefactor's descendants for 10,000 generations. Lin Feng resolved in his heart. With this thought, he sped up his cultivation. Although he had encountered many dangers, they were not entirely bad. The repeated life and death battles had activated his body's potential, and his understanding of the way of the saber had also improved. This was an opportunity for a breakthrough. The 7 Purifications Annihilation technique operated once again, and this time Lin Feng didn't use vital energy to heal his injuries but instead compressed and condensed the refined vital energy, intending to use purer vital energy to expand his core formation within his body. Boom! With a surge of energy, his core formation visibly expanded. At this moment, his cultivation broke through from the mid-stage to the late stage of core formation. With my talent and techniques, I could easily survive in the lower domain for a decade or so, then come back and wash away these humiliations. Lin Feng sneered to himself. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. Qingning, Lin Feng is awake, and it seems he's even made a breakthrough. Qingning? Lin Feng was jolted with fear at the sound of this name. Jiang Chen, Lin Mubai, and Jiang Lianyue, though they had scared him badly too, the one who truly pushed him to the brink was the seemingly harmless Qingning. And it was twice. And this voice, why did it sound so much like that silly tiger? Lin Feng suddenly had a bad feeling and hurriedly opened his eyes. What he saw were 5 heads. Jiang Chen, Lin Mubai, Jiang Lianyue, Qingning, and a huge tiger head. And they were all looking at him with fierce and evil expressions. I must be dreaming. Lin Feng closed his eyes again. He didn't believe it, or rather, he did not want to believe it. Having just escaped death, how could he have fallen into the hands of those who wanted to kill him again? And this time, all of them were together. If this was reality, wasn't it just playing with his life? After comforting himself, Lin Feng opened his eyes again. The 5 familiar heads were still there, but something was different. Lin Mubai had picked up a machete. Jiang Lianyue had drawn her sword. Qingning and Xiaobai had already started pouring soil from their spirit rings. And Jiang Chen, junior brother Lin, although it was the master's command, I gave you a vital energy pill to treat your injuries. That's like giving you a new lease on life. From now on, when you see me, just call me father, okay? Jiang Chen said with a wicked smile. Lin Feng's mouth twitched uncontrollably. He quickly looked around and realized he was actually on Jiang Chen's spirit boat. Why was he here? Even Jiang Chen hadn't expected such a scene a few moments ago. He was also dumbfounded when Li Faju arrived with Qingning and Lin Feng. After learning everything from Qingning, Jiang Chen understood. Li Faju's appearance must have triggered Lin Feng's Son of Destiny aura, and it seemed that the heavens also wanted the plot to return to its course, which is why Lin Feng was brought here. Jiang Chen felt a bit wistful about this. He had tried so hard, but he couldn't get Lin Feng to go to Juyan sect to become a disciple. In the end, it was the heavens that lent him a helping hand, bringing back his tool for ascension. I'll fight all of you, Lin Feng suddenly shouted. But as soon as he finished speaking, his stomach growled, and he instantly felt a gut-wrenching pain while sweating profusely from the agony. You can't blame me for this. Qingning insisted on wrapping that pill with a layer of Zaijian blood soil, and I couldn't stop her, Jiang Chen said helplessly while spreading his hands. Hearing this, Qingning giggled and raised her hand, looking like she was admitting to the deed. Lin Feng was filled with hatred. Zaijian blood soil was heavy as a mountain, and if a cultivator ingested it, it would be difficult to expel in a short time, and it was known to cause excruciating pain. These people in front of him clearly wanted to torture him to death. At this moment, with old man Tianji in a deep sleep and only a small part of his injuries healed, Lin Feng was not able to fight at full strength and did not even have the room to struggle. In despair, Lin Feng simply closed his eyes and said, just give me a quick end. He didn't really want to die. He just wanted to gamble on destiny once more. Although old man Tianji had repeatedly warned him never to do so, he had no other choice at this moment. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lianyue, Lin Mubai, and Qingning all sneered in disdain. Son of destiny? Can't bear this? Jiang Chen had gone through 9 cycles of reincarnation, enduring countless times more suffering, yet had never acted like this. Then, the 3 of them felt a bit tempted. After all, Xiao Hong'ai and Li Faju were talking in the distance, and this was indeed an opportunity to kill Lin Feng. Although they also knew that Lin Feng was not easy to kill. As long as the latter's destiny and luck were still intact, whoever acted against him would surely attract an equal or even stronger opponent at the moment of the attack. But they had to try. How else to deplete Lin Feng's luck without trying? Just as the 3 were showing a fierce light, ready to take a chance. Want to die? It's not that easy, Jiang Chen suddenly spoke. With that, he activated his vital energy and stomped on Lin Feng's chest. The vital energy contained in this stomp was immense, instantly breaking several of Lin Feng's ribs and causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Lin Feng was about to fight for his life again while enduring the pain, but then he heard Jiang Chen say, I just saved your life again from these people, so from now on, you should call me grandpa when you see me. Pfft. After spitting out another mouthful of blood, Lin Feng once again fell into unconsciousness. At that moment, Xiao Hong'ai approached with a grave expression on her face. With her level of cultivation, she naturally sensed the commotion caused by Jiang Chen and the others, but Li Faju's shocking words had momentarily stunned her. Glancing at the grievously injured Lin Feng, Xiao Hong'ai took Jiang Chen aside and asked softly, who inflicted such wounds on Lin Feng? Lin Mubai slashed him with a knife, and Jiang Lianyue stabbed him with a sword. Jiang Chen replied instantly. Why would Mubai and Lianyue do such a thing? Xiao Hong'ai was astonished. Second junior brother said Lin Feng's birth chart clashes with his, and 5th junior sister said Lin Feng is too ugly. Xiao Hong'ai raised her hand to her forehead, feeling a headache coming on. Although according to intelligence, the reason Jiang Chen destroyed that Lingshan town seemed to be because Lin Feng had harmed his follower. When Li Faju brought Lin Feng back, she could clearly sense Jiang Chen's excitement and relief. This showed that her eldest disciple still had some sense of measure. But as for the others, let's set Lin Mubai aside for the moment. Xiao Hong'ai had thought that Jiang Lianyue's madness was getting better, but now it seemed to have worsened. Fortunately, the Supreme Great Elder returned to the sect and brought back 2 Abyss Soul embryos a few days ago. Otherwise, she really wouldn't know what to do. The question she had asked earlier was just a lead-in. Glancing at Qingning, who was frolicking with the white tiger, Xiao Hong'ai finally asked the crucial question. Li Faju said Qingning had gone mad and even wanted to bury people alive. Is this true? Absolutely true. Jiang Chen sold out Qingning without any hesitation. I've always taught Qingning to have a kind heart, but unfortunately, she doesn't listen to me. She not only wanted to bury Lin Feng alive, but she has already buried more than a dozen cultivators from the Pill Pavilion. She's gone that mad. Xiao Hong'ai's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Yes, those people died horribly. This is a serious matter. You can't talk nonsense. Master, I saw it with my own eyes. Xiao Hong'ai was disheartened and fell silent for a long time before sighing. Sigh, why is there another mad one? With her cultivation, she could see at a glance that something was off with Qingning, but she was somewhat reluctant to believe it. Master, this matter must be severely punished. I think not only Qingning but also Lin Mubai and Jiang Lianyue should be locked up in the sex prison for at least 100 years. Only then can we do justice to the souls that died because of them. Jiang Chen said with unprecedented seriousness. This, Xiao Hong'ai hesitated. The Juyan sex prison was located at the main peak. It was specifically for detaining elders and disciples who had committed serious offenses but whose crimes were not punishable by death. Inside, there was the sword intent left by Sword Peak, the suppressive formations arranged by Formation Peak, the trapping dragon talismans posted by Talisman Peak, and several bloodthirsty monsters introduced by Beast Taming Peak. These things would subject the imprisoned cultivators to daily harm. If one were trapped for a long time, the punishment could be as severe as being stripped of cultivation and expelled from the sect. Don't hesitate, Master, this matter concerns the reputation of our sect. Jiang Chen urged while the iron was hot. Wait, you just said you saw it with your own eyes. Yes, I saw it clearly. Then why didn't you stop it? Seeing that Xiao Hong'ai seemed about to get angry, Jiang Chen quickly slipped away. He had only wanted to get Xiao Hong'ai to lock up those 3 madmen so they wouldn't affect his own plans, but he hadn't expected to get himself involved. But just as he had taken a few steps, Li Faju appeared in front of him. Jiang Chen, you destroyed Lingshan town, hundreds of cultivators were seriously injured, and 3 died under your ancient way of the sword. Get on the spirit boat and come back with me to the sect for trial. Li Faju said expressionlessly. To this, Jiang Chen just smiled and spat out one word. Scram. How arrogant. Hearing this, Li Faju was about to burst with rage and wanted to draw his sword and start a fight. But just as he was about to act, a powerful aura pressed down from above like thousands of high mountains, making it difficult for him to resist even with all his vital energy. The next second, boom. Li Faju was drenched in cold sweat, kneeling on one knee in front of Jiang Chen, his knee piercing through the deck of the spirit boat. His eyes were bloodshot, his body trembling, and he shouted angrily, Chen Sheng, you demon, how dare you attack me? Why wouldn't he dare? Jiang Chen looked down on him and replied, we are 600 li away from Juyan sect and the agreement between the Jiang family and Juyan sect is that the Jiang family members must not enter within 100 li of Juyan sect, so what's wrong with attacking you? Li Faju was at a loss for words, his forehead bulging with veins from extreme shame and anger. Jiang Chen. Xiao Hong'ai called out softly from a distance after seeing the situation. Jiang Chen waved his hand. At the same time, that powerful aura whipped up a storm of spiritual energy, which then transformed into a giant palm, slapping Li Faju and the other Hall of Enforcement disciples off the spirit boat. Tumbling through the air, Li Faju smashed into the ground below. He let out a muffled groan and then roared again, Jiang Chen, you will be treated as a traitor if you don't return to the sect for trial within 3 days. Jiang Chen sneered. Of course, he would return to Juyan sect. The plot was finally back on track, and he wanted to continue collecting system rewards there while tormenting Lin Feng and stirring up enmity. But this time, things had gotten a bit out of hand, and he didn't know how the high-ranking members of the sect would deal with him. If they decided to expel him directly, then he would just wait outside Juyan sect, and he would deal with him as soon as Lin Feng dared to come out. After having his fill, he would return to the Jiang family. I've told you before not to recklessly rely on the power of the Jiang family, Xiao Hong'ai said with a stern face as she approached. Does master mean for me to surrender without a fight and let Li Faju tie me up and send me back to the sect? Jiang Chen retorted. No, that's not it. Xiao Hong'ai took a deep breath and said, I've said before, no matter what happens, I will protect you on your return to the section. Jiang Chen fell silent. Xiao Hong'ai shook her head and then asked, this incident has caused too much trouble, and the ancient pill tower has always been on good terms with Juyan sect, so I can't protect you. If you go back, the sect master will surely punish you severely. What would master do then? Jiang Chen countered. What do you hope I would do? Jiang Chen realized. Every time he had a deep conversation with Xiao Hong'ai, he would be left speechless. Because of the 9 cycles of reincarnation, he always knew. This master of his always had the same expectations of him, to take care of his junior brothers and sisters and shoulder the responsibility of the 9th peak's eldest senior brother. Besides that, Xiao Hong'ai would always protect him as long as he didn't commit a heinous crime. Of course Xiao Hong'ai would still get angry and still scold him, but would never completely lose hope in him for the sake of unrelated people. It would probably be the same this time. Master, you don't need to worry about this matter, Jiang Chen finally spoke after a long while. If you're afraid, you can return to the Jiang family, and I won't stop you, Xiao Hong'ai replied, not directly answering the question. Afraid? Jiang Chen laughed. He had been blamed for countless things in the previous 9 lives and had never been afraid. This life was his doing, so why would he be afraid? Return to the sect. Jiang Chen turned and ordered his followers. He proved with his actions that he was not afraid at all. Seeing this, Xiao Hong'ai smiled with relief. Perhaps Jiang Chen had made a big mistake again this time, but just for his attitude of facing it head-on, she was willing to protect him until the end. Master, haven't you realized that you don't even understand yourself? Jiang Chen suddenly said. What do you mean? Xiao Hong'ai was puzzled. Nothing, just saying. Jiang Chen shook his head with a smile. In every life, before being expelled from the sect, Xiao Hong'ai would always protect him and say, this is the last time whenever he made a big mistake. Even until he was truly expelled from the sect, he didn't realize how many last times had passed. This is Xiao Hong'ai, a woman who thought she could be ruthless, yet always protected him, regardless of what the truth was, and even if she was utterly disappointed, she would still cling to him tightly and cry her eyes out when he was on his deathbed. Yeah, pretty foolish. Just like Jiang Lianyue and others, how good it would be to just follow destiny. At least that way, Xiao Hong'ai wouldn't live every day in turmoil and pain. Soon, the spirit boat began to move slowly. Jiang Chen had planned to rest for a while, but he suddenly stopped and looked back at the Hongduan mountain range with a puzzled expression. What's wrong? Xiao Hong'ai asked. Master, did you hear someone calling me? Jiang Chen wondered. Xiao Hong'ai shook her head. Jiang Chen didn't think much of it and assumed he had heard wrong. High in the sky, an elder in a purple robe saw the spirit boat departing and was about to follow when he heard Jiang Chen say, Elder Chen, please stay. Ah, the elder sighed deeply. Jiang Chen didn't allow him to follow, so there was nothing he could do. He could only watch helplessly as the spirit boat moved further and further away, eventually disappearing from his sight. His gaze and silhouette were like that of an old man watching his grandson leave, filled with a touch of vicissitude and dejection. Several moments later, the elder finally withdrew his gaze and was about to leave when his pupils suddenly contracted. A three-tailed white fox. A few days earlier, a three-tailed white fox with fur as pure as snow, eyes as blue as the flawless sky, and a blue flame mark on its forehead woke up from its slumber. It had no name. Perhaps it once did, but it couldn't remember. It didn't even know why it was here or where it came from. The surrounding beasts called it Little Fox, a name it didn't like because it didn't consider itself small. But when it tried to argue, it realized it didn't know its own age. Perhaps because its memory was as blank as a sheet of paper, the little fox rarely dreamed. But lately, it's the same dream again, the little fox murmured. Although it couldn't remember the details of the dream upon waking, it was certain it was the same one because it always woke up smiling. Even though I'm smiling, why does my heart ache? The little fox wondered. In a daze, it fell asleep again. The same dream continued, but it was gradually becoming clearer. Although still inaudible and indistinct, it could smell a fragrance. This fragrance is difficult to describe in words, yet it brings a sense of comfort, as if one is in a safe harbor. The source of the scent is neither a flower nor an object but seems to be a person, specifically a man. Little fox, we meet again, the blurry man in the dream said. Why did he say again? The little fox didn't understand but driven by curiosity, it approached the man. Human, you smell so nice. What's your name? The little fox asked. Before asking someone's name, you should say your own first. I don't have a name, or maybe I do, but I don't remember. Shall I give you one? I am a proud member of the Fox clan. I don't need a human to name me. Then why is your tail wagging so fast? You're not a dog. The dream abruptly ended, and the little fox woke up with a jolt. Although the dream seemed to last only a moment, it found that several days had passed in reality. Could this be my memory? The memory I've forgotten, the little fox became excited. Without memories, it felt very lonely. Other beasts had parents and friends, but it had none. It had tried to make friends, but those beasts disliked it and avoided it. Even though it hadn't done anything, even though it remembered nothing. Seeing a glimmer of hope to regain its memories, the little fox tried to fall asleep again. But this time, it couldn't sleep no matter what. Not only that, but it also felt as if something more important than its own life was getting further and further away. The little fox panicked. Although its reason told it not to leave the depths of the Hongduan mountain range, as the outside world was too dangerous, it couldn't restrain the palpitations in its heart and eventually ran out. That little fox finally left. If it hadn't, it would have brought disaster upon me, a certain beast king said while watching its figure. The little fox heard this and, although it felt hurt, quickened its pace. The scenery flew by rapidly as its speed increased. Strangely enough, it didn't know where to go, but it kept running in one direction. It didn't know what it was chasing, but it refused to give up. It felt as if its heart had been hollowed out, yet it couldn't cry. Crossing mountains and ridges, it reached the middle section of the Hunduan mountain range and saw a pit with a spirit shovel next to it. When it arrived at the front section of the Hunduan mountain range, it stopped at the top of a dangerous peak. By now, it had fallen and been injured many times, and without realizing it, its snow-white fur had been stained with a layer of dust and mingled with streaks of fresh red. The little fox looked around. It still didn't know what it was looking for, but it kept searching. It saw the ruins of Lingshan town, and although there were many cultivators gathered there, it lost interest after a brief glance. Moving forward would mean leaving the Hunduan mountain range. This made the little fox hesitate, feeling a bit scared. But it was only for a moment. Soon, it was on the move again, charging out on all fours. It stumbled through the dense forest and dips in the terrain. Finally, the view opened up, and there was a spirit boat that caught its eye floating in the sky at the horizon. Thump, thump. Its heartbeat suddenly quickened. At this moment, the little fox finally understood. That floating spirit boat must be the target it had been searching for over dozens of li. But why? The little fox still didn't understand. Regardless, finding the target brought it some peace of mind. Incredibly, as it drew closer to the spirit boat, those long-forgotten and extremely vague dreams started to become clearer. Before the little fox had time to reflect on them, it saw the spirit boat set sail and slowly drift away. Panic struck again, and it dashed forward with gritted teeth. But alas, it couldn't keep up with the spirit boat with its speed. It could only watch helplessly as the boat moved further away, feeling as if the contentment it had just found was being carved open with a knife. Suddenly, the little fox tripped and tumbled several jong. After getting up with clenched teeth, it realized the spirit boat had pulled even further away. It wanted to shout but didn't know what to call out. It wanted to cry to the heavens but still couldn't shed a tear. At that moment, a conversation from its dreams became crystal clear and surfaced in its mind. Little fox, I've thought of a name for you. You shall be called Juice Huang. Why? You are a 9 heavens mystic fox, so Ju, 9, is your surname. You're as white as frost, hence Juice Huang. But I'd rather have the surname Bai, white. That won't do. Taking the surname Bai will make you foolish. There's a foolish tiger that ended up that way. Oh, what about you? What's your name? I am called. As the spirit boat completely vanished, the conversation abruptly ended, and a terrifying silence ensued. How could this be? The little fox was struck as if by lightning. Its gaze became vacant as it shook its head in disbelief. How could it forget something so important? How could it possibly forget? It had a name. It was Juice Huang. It had been searching for a person, a man. And that man's name was... At that thought, the little fox suddenly leaped up and chased in the direction where the spirit boat had disappeared, shouting, Jiang Chen, wait for me. The voice was ethereal and melodious, echoing into the distance, but there was no response. The disappearing spirit boat did not return. A sense of powerlessness emerged, but the little fox did not give up. It quickened its pace. Even though its vital energy was running low and its vision began to blur, its eyes dimming, it still told itself. It must and would find the man who had named it. A three-tailed white fox. An elderly voice suddenly rang out. The next second, the little fox felt itself being lifted, too weak to resist. What came into its view was an old man with a sinister gaze, clearly not a good person. Old man, let me go. You stink. The little fox struggled incessantly. Haha, little fox. It's not my fault I stink. It's because you're the 9 heavens mystic fox. You can discern the hearts of men and know good from evil. I've killed so many people, of course I stink to you. The old man laughed. Don't call me little fox. I'm not little, and I have a name, the little fox retorted. That's not important. It is very important. Extremely important. More important than my life. Perhaps you think so now, but it won't be long before you forget this thing that's more important than life. What? Why? Because. The old man's eyes suddenly turned cold, and he sneered, because you have no heart, because the 9 heavens mystic fox is also known as the destiny fox. You are destined to be just a puppet. Chen Sheng's words pierced the little fox's heart like a sharp knife. It shook its head frantically while hysterically shouting, You're talking nonsense? I have a heart. I can feel happiness, pain, and loneliness. And I have a name, Juice Huang. I'm not a puppet. Is that so? Chen Sheng's sneer grew thicker. Then can you cry? The little fox was struck as if by lightning again. Cry. It seemed it truly couldn't. Even with a heart torn to shreds, even with a pain that cut to the bone, it couldn't cry as if it had no tears. Little fox, you are truly pitiful, but even more pitiful are those who get close to you, both humans and beasts. Chen Sheng continued with pity, the 9 heavens mystic fox bewitches all beings. Before you transformed, male beasts would avoid you at all costs because they knew that getting close to you would confuse their minds and cause them to lose themselves. After you transformed, just a glance back and a smile from you could drive countless cultivators mad, which is also terrifying to humans. The little fox didn't know any of this. Even the fact that it was a 9 heavens mystic fox, it had only heard for the first time today. But it had a feeling that what the old man was saying was not wrong. After a long hesitation, it said sadly, This isn't my fault, this isn't what I want. It's not your fault. Chen Sheng resumed his sneer, Your existence itself is a sin. You are like a sharp knife that wounds others. Like a candle flickering in the storm, you elicit pity from everyone, yet with a single turn, you forget those who have shielded you from the storm with their umbrellas, those frail bodies that protected you as you grew. He paused, then laughed again. They say the 9 heavens mystic fox understands the human heart and knows good from evil, but how many know that you are the greatest evil? You think I stink, but can't you smell the foul stench of evil that emanates from you, one that specifically harms the heart of others? These words exploded in the little fox's mind. Such blunt words made it subconsciously want to deny them, yet it couldn't find any words to refute them. It didn't remember anything. Yet now, it felt suffocated by the weight of its sins. Suddenly, a glint of light appeared in its eyes, and it said, I won't forget. Even though I've forgotten, I remember now. My name is Zhu Huang. The person who named me is Jiang Chen. He smells nice, has a beautiful smile, and I really like him. Jiang Chen. Upon hearing this name, Chen Sheng frowned. The reason he had captured the little fox was that he heard it calling out Jiang Chen's name. It was out of curiosity, but he didn't expect that Jiang Chen had actually named this little fox. No, that's not right. Chen Sheng didn't believe it. My family's young master is a prodigy, exceptional and unparalleled? How could he possibly be related to you, a deeply sinful 9 heavens mystic fox? And how could you find him smells nice? That's utter nonsense. Your young master is called Jiang Chen. The little fox's eyes lit up. Of course, the old man nodded. A prodigy? Exceptional and unparalleled. That's common knowledge. Tell me more. Fine, then let me tell you about the deeds of my family's young master. Yes, tell me quickly. The little fox nodded incessantly, its pale blue eyes filled with anticipation. When it came to Jiang Chen, Chen Sheng was no longer tired. He set the little fox down, floated a jiang above the ground with his legs crossed, and proudly said, My family's young master was born with a wicked smile, bullied boys at 3, dominated girls at 10, and it was self-taught. He is a true prodigy. The little fox was dumbfounded. Is this what you call a prodigy? You mean in terms of being evil? After joining the Juyan sect, my young master beat up fellow disciples, teased junior sisters, and even aspired to rebel against his master, always standing out, never following the crowd, making others unable to catch up, truly exceptional and unparalleled. The little fox's expression darkened. Indeed, exceptional and unparalleled, but in a bad way. Seeing Chen Sheng immersed in pride, it said speechlessly, Is there anything else? Something a bit more normal? Of course. Chen Sheng laughed proudly. Yes, tell me. My young master is a man of few words, but when he takes action, he annihilates entire families. Such restrained sharpness and decisive action can be described as the epitome of if he can act, he won't just talk. The little fox was speechless again. Seeing Chen Sheng with a look of my young master is awesome, it thought this man was crazy. It also guessed. Maybe it was just a coincidence of names. This Jiang Chen was not the Jiang Chen it was looking for. After all, the Jiang Chen in its dreams had such a clean smile and smelled irresistibly nice. Your young master must be a bad person. He is not the Jiang Chen I'm looking for, the little fox denied. Upon hearing this, Chen Sheng's expression turned cold again. A bad person? Heaven created all things to nourish people, and people have nothing with which to repay heaven, beasts are no exception. How pitiful heaven is. If you want to be a good person or a good demon, why not end your life here and now as a sacrifice to heaven? The little fox was left speechless by the retort, feeling that it was impossible to communicate with this old man. It stood up, shook the dust off its body, and ran again toward the direction where the spiritual boat had disappeared. It had thought Chen Sheng would stop it and was prepared to struggle. Unexpectedly, Chen Sheng just watched it with a strange smile on his lips, making no move to stop it. Weird old man. Just as it finished muttering, the little fox felt as if it had hit a wall. Its body rebounded back to its original position, leaving its head buzzing. After shaking its head for a while, it stood up and looked at Chen Sheng. What on earth do you want to do, old man? Do you want to kill me? Kill you? Why would I want to kill you? Chen Sheng countered. Didn't you say I'm deeply sinful? You are indeed deeply sinful, but I am no saint. What does it have to do with me? Then what exactly do you want? Don't worry, I won't kill you. Hearing this, the little fox breathed a sigh of relief. It knew the old man in front of it was powerful, and if it really came to a fight, it would just have to close its eyes and wait for death. Everyone wants to live, and it was no exception. Besides, it still had to find Jiang Chen. As the little fox was thinking about how to escape, I won't just not kill you. I will raise you until you transform. Chen Sheng said with a cruel smile, and then, I will send you back to the Jiang family, let the family head personally deal with you, refine you into a real puppet, and then give you to the young master as a concubine. A 9 heavens mystic fox as a concubine, the young master should be very happy, he said excitedly. Upon hearing this, the little fox felt a chill down its spine. At that moment, Chen Sheng's presence seemed even more repulsive, almost making it vomit. The little fox knew, with its current strength, it had no way to resist, but it still felt indignant. After a long silence, it asked, Was your young master really on that spiritual boat just now? Indeed, Chen Sheng nodded. Really? The little fox was extremely excited. It had thought it was someone with the same name, but it didn't expect it to be the same person. Although Chen Sheng's description was different from its memory, maybe Chen Sheng was just making things up? Can I see him then? Just a glance, the little fox begged. No, why not? You're planning to turn me into a puppet anyway. Can't you fulfill my last wish? Because I'm a bad person. The little fox fell silent. Furthermore, Chen Sheng's smile faded, and he spoke very seriously. I won't give you the chance to harm the young master. I won't hurt him, I swear. No, you will, because you are a fox that specializes in hurting people's hearts. Juyin sect. The bell at the main peak tolls loudly, echoing throughout the sect. In less than a moment, the high-ranking members gather in the sect master's hall. In addition to the peak masters and the hall of enforcement, there is also an elder with a slightly pale face and fluctuating breath. He sits above the sect master's seat, closing his eyes as if dozing off. Once everyone is present, elderly Faja from the hall of enforcement steps forward and begins. Sect Master, Jiang Chen piloted a spiritual boat and destroyed Lingshan town, damaging over 20 of their sect's store and affecting hundreds of cultivators, with 3 dead. This act violates the indiscriminate killing rule of our sect. He must be severely punished. Furthermore, as the eldest senior brother of the 9th peak, Jiang Chen allowed his junior brothers and sisters to act wildly and harm others, which also goes against the righteous path. Another elder from the hall of enforcement adds. The ancient pill tower has always had a good relationship with our sect. Jiang Chen's actions have damaged the bond between our 2 sects. If we do not punish him severely, the ancient pill tower may join forces with other sects against us. A third elder from the hall of enforcement steps forward. Their arguments are clearly premeditated. The crime Li Faja mentioned is merely harming external cultivators, but the other 2 elders from the hall of enforcement have escalated the charge to damage the unity of the sect and bring disaster upon it. Although the charges are serious, no one else joins the discussion. For a time, the entire hall is silent, and the atmosphere is somewhat delicate. Aside from Xiao Hong'ai who snorts coldly, the other peak masters remain silent. Sword Peak's master Zhang Lingfeng has a wandering gaze as if lost in thought. The Weapon Peak's master, a bearded man, is fiddling with a newly forged spiritual weapon. The Beast-Taming Peak's master seems to be communicating with a demon beast sitting at the entrance through a contract. The seat of the Elixir Peak's master remains empty, as he has not yet returned. The other peak masters also seem indifferent, even bored. It's not surprising they act this way, as everyone understands that today's matter will likely come to nothing. The reason is simple. Xiao Hong'ai has brought out her grandfather? It is none other than the elder sitting deep within the hall, currently resting with his eyes closed. It is clear that today Xiao Hong'ai is determined to protect Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, do you have anything to say? Glancing at the elder behind him, Sect Master Gu Changqing asks. Nothing to say, Jiang Chen replies instantly. Gu Changqing is speechless, grumbling internally. You could at least argue a bit? I could use that to downplay the situation, and this would all blow over. Okay, how am I supposed to handle this if you don't speak anything? Gu Changqing turns to Xiao Hong'ai and asks while rubbing his forehead, Junior sister, what do you think we should do about this? Sect Master Senior Brother, you decide. You're the Sect Master of Juyin Sect, Xiao Hong'ai replies lazily, stretching her body. Gu Changqing is speechless again. You want me to decide? Then send your grandfather away? Being Sect Master is truly frustrating. Sect Master, we must punish him severely. Li Faju insists with a bow. Our Juyin sect is a righteous sect, and Jiang Chen's actions are akin to indiscriminate killing, no different from the demonic path. After speaking and seeing that Gu Changqing still does not respond, he adds, Sect Master, the ancient pill tower and other major sects are paying close attention to this matter. If we do not punish him severely, not only will our sect's reputation be at risk, but we will also be ridiculed by other righteous sects, and even the demonic path. Hearing this, Gu Changqing's eyebrows raise. He has just taken over the position of sect master, and if he allows Juyin sect's reputation to plummet and become the laughingstock of other sects, it would indeed be a dereliction of duty. Jiang Chen, our Juyin sect has always been reasonable. If you have been wronged, feel free to speak up, Gu Changqing says with a stern expression. There's no injustice. I did it, Jiang Chen admits readily. After all, Lin Feng has already joined the Juyin sect. At worst, he would be expelled from the sect. What is there to fear? If Juyin sect wants to cripple his cultivation, he'll just leave forcefully. Although the plot would become chaotic, there's no way he would submit. He's explained himself for 9 lifetimes, and that is already more than enough. Has always been reasonable. What a good saying. Xiao Hong'ai, however, had something to say. At her words, everyone's eyelids twitch, sensing that trouble is coming. Xiao Hong'ai slowly stood up, moved to the center of the hall, and looked around before saying, Last year, the Sword Peak's master had a contest with the Grand Master of the 7 Luminaries Sword Pavilion. The residual sword intent affected thousands of li, impacting countless lower-level cultivators. At that time, where was the reasonableness? Sword Peak's master Zhang Lingfeng's mouth twitches. Several months ago, the Weapon Peak's master went to the Red Flame Sea to obtain spiritual fire for refining a superior grade spiritual weapon but caused the sea to erupt in flames, instantly engulfing dozens of cultivators. At that time, where was the reasonableness? Xiao Hong'ai asks a second time. The Weapon Peak's master quickly lowers his head. Just a few days ago, the Beast-Taming Peak's master went out and his contracted demon beast mistakenly devoured 3 cultivators, thinking they were from the demonic path. At that time, where was the reasonableness? Xiao Hong'ai asks a third time. The Beast-Taming Peak's master gives an awkward smile, and the demon beast at the door covers its face. After the 3 questions, Xiao Hong'ai turns to Li Faju. I didn't do anything. Li Faju's heart skips a beat, and he quickly interjects. Li Faju, although you are in charge of the Hall of Enforcement, you did not report to the sect master, nor did you have my permission, Jiang Chen master's permission, when you arbitrarily arrested the true disciple of the ninth peak. Was this reasonable? Was it according to the rules? Xiao Hong'ai asks with a cold smile. Li Faju's face turns red with embarrassment. Seeing Xiao Hong'ai staring at him, sect master Gu Changqing quickly says, Junior sister, calm down, this matter is slightly different. What you mentioned were accidents, whereas Jiang Chen acted intentionally. But the outcomes are the same. Xiao Hong'ai retorts, her words resounding firmly, we cultivators naturally operate on the principle of the survival of the fittest. It's good that Juyan sect follows the righteous path, but if that means we are hamstrung, we might as well cripple our cultivation and hide in the mountains to live meekly. After speaking, she adds, you say Jiang Chen killed indiscriminately, but why didn't he use the heaven-swallowing red python cannon? Just one shot would have turned the entire Lingshan town to ashes. This is sophistry. Li Faju refuses to accept. If Jiang Chen had destroyed Lingshan town in a contest, I would have nothing to say, but he allowed his subordinates to wreak havoc in Lingshan town first and then destroyed it when stopped in a fit of rage. Such behavior is no different from the demonic path. This time, Xiao Hong'ai falls silent. Her anger stems from this point. After all, besides wanting Jiang Chen to take on the heavy responsibility of the ninth peak, she also wanted him to follow the righteous path. But Jiang Chen, relying on the power of the Jiang family, caused unrest in the entire Lingshan town, an ironclad fact that cannot be disputed. Although she wouldn't completely lose hope in Jiang Chen because of this, her annoyance remains. In my opinion, we should imprison Jiang Chen for half a month to set an example. How about that? Gu Changqing seizes the opportunity to make a decision. Xiao Hong'ai does not respond but takes her seat again. Undoubtedly, she has tacitly agreed to Gu Changqing's decision. Seeing this, everyone breathes a sigh of relief and looks at Jiang Chen with an expression that says you're lucky. Everyone knows that Jiang Chen would have been severely punished if it weren't for Xiao Hong'ai's determined protection. Although being imprisoned for half a month is no small punishment, it is undoubtedly a stroke of luck compared to being expelled from the sect. But even so, Jiang Chen is unwilling. Think of punishing him? No way. In this life, no one but Xiao Hong'ai can do it. And this is under the condition that he is willing to let Xiao Hong'ai be disappointed, and just as he is about to say something, silence. Let bygones be bygones. The elder sitting in the depths of the hall suddenly opens his eyes and stands up to speak. Everyone is stunned and bewildered. Even Jiang Chen finds it unbelievable. He was ready to stand his ground? Supreme Great Elder, isn't this a bit too biased? Gu Changqing cautiously probes after regaining his senses. Indeed, it is biased, the elder nods but then says helplessly. But it's not me who said it. It is the ancestors' decree. The ancestors' decree? Everyone is shocked and dares not say another word. They all stand up and bow. We will follow the ancestors' decree. After the bowing, Li Faju, not satisfied, asks, may I ask the Supreme Great Elder, did the ancestor say anything else? He did, the elder nods. Oh, may I ask what that is about? The ancestor said, too noisy, all of you get lost. As these words were spoken, everyone was stunned and exclaimed in their hearts. The ancestor seems rather irritable today. Juyan sect's ninth peak. Inside the cloud-soaring hall, Xiao Hong'ai's beautiful eyes were slightly closed as she pondered. Before she left the sect to find Jiang Chen, Juyan old ancestor told her not to punish him and mentioned that he didn't want her to have regrets. She didn't understand. Today, the old ancestor personally intervened to ensure Jiang Chen was not punished, which she also found incomprehensible. As for why the old ancestor was so irritable, she was even more baffled. It's too bizarre. In the end, Xiao Hong'ai could only sigh with such sentiment. Her gaze shifted to the right side of the hall. There, Jiang Chen was sitting on a wooden chair. Jiang Lianyue was massaging his shoulders. Lin Mubai stood by, occasionally stuffing a jade slip to Jiang Chen, only to be met with Jiang Chen's disdain. Meanwhile, Qingning and Xiaobai were frolicking around Jiang Chen, their laughter echoing in circles. Such a heartwarming scene. Xiao Hong'ai felt like crying. She had longed for such a scene for so long, but the problem was, of the 4 disciples before her, 3 had gone mad. Apart from the 4th disciple who was out, only Jiang Chen remained sane. As for the jade slips Lin Mubai was giving to Jiang Chen, Xiao Hong'ai had an idea. When she went to find Jiang Chen, she had heard from monks that a wild bandit had appeared near the Hengduan mountain range who didn't rob for beauty or wealth but specifically for jade slips. At that time, she guessed it was very likely Lin Mubai's doing. She didn't want to point it out. After all, there was no use in doing so since they were all madmen. She just didn't understand why Lin Mubai would want to steal jade slips. Now she realized. It turned out Lin Mubai was stealing them for Jiang Chen because Jiang Chen, as the first true disciple of Ninth Peak, was practicing a cultivation method that was as common as dirt. Alas! Xiao Hong'ai sighed deeply. There was nothing she could do about it. She could be capricious and protect Jiang Chen, but she couldn't go against the wishes of all the Supreme Elders. Because if she did, even those Supreme Elders would start to resent Jiang Chen. Then, another problem emerged in her mind. Her grandfather had gone to the Ghost Ridge Soul Abyss and managed to snatch 2 9 Abyss Soul embryos. Originally, that was enough since Jiang Lianyue had already used one, and it was done under the watchful eyes of the Supreme Elders. But now, Jiang Lianyue's madness seemed to have worsened. Thus, all 3 disciples needed a 9 abyss soul embryo, but there were only 2. Xiao Hong'ai had intended to ask her grandfather to go for another 9 abyss soul embryo, but seeing his frail appearance, she couldn't bring herself to speak. It was said this time the Supreme Great Elder went to snatch the 9 abyss soul embryo and encountered a ghost with unfathomable cultivation. Although he escaped by luck, the ghost warned that if the Juyan sect came to the Ghost Ridge Soul Abyss to steal again, she would turn the Juyan sect directly into a ghost domain. Although the Juyan sect was not afraid, it was unwise to provoke those ghosts for no reason. The only good news was, for some reason, the 3 crazed disciples were extremely well behaved around Jiang Chen, which also temporarily suppressed their madness. Another issue was Lin Feng, who was severely injured and unconscious. How to put it, it was just too tragic. Lin Feng hadn't even officially joined 9th Peak when he was rendered half-paralyzed by the 3 crazed senior brothers and senior sisters. Compared to them, Jiang Chen was relatively restrained. Alas, Xiao Hong'ai sighed again, feeling emotional. If this continued, she was sure she would be driven mad too. Jiang Chen, come here, she beckoned to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen obediently approached, followed by the 3 lunatics and a silly tiger. You 3, step aside for now, Xiao Hong'ai frowned. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lianyue and the others remained unmoved. Seeing Xiao Hong'ai's gloomy expression, Jiang Chen also showed a face of disgust and impatiently waved his hand. The 3 obediently left. Such a scene made Xiao Hong'ai's nose twitch with emotion. As a master, she couldn't even control her own disciples. Jiang Chen, she called softly, her voice choked. Master. Sensing the unusual tone, Jiang Chen quickly knelt down and took hold of Xiao Hong'ai's delicate white hand, saying, Master, there's no need to be like this, I'm here. Let go of my hand. Oh. After giving Jiang Chen a glare, Xiao Hong'ai gathered her emotions again. Her shoulders trembled slightly as she tearfully said, 3 of my disciples have gone mad. Yes, it's quite tragic, Jiang Chen sighed. I didn't want to believe it, but considering everything, Master, you might be poisonous. Xiao Hong'ai was dumbfounded. Can't we have a proper conversation anymore? But then she thought about it, and it seemed to make some sense since all the people who had gone mad were her disciples. Xiao Hong'ai fell into deep thought again. She had never considered this possibility. But she also had never heard of any poison pill or substance that could drive all of her disciples mad. Seeing Xiao Hong'ai actually start to blame herself, Jiang Chen quickly changed his tone. Master, I was just joking. Xiao Hong'ai didn't respond. She lifted her right hand and gently touched her own cheek, her sleeve slipping down to reveal her creamy skin. She quietly watched Jiang Chen, silent. After a long while, she said, Jiang Chen, you won't go mad like them, right? How could that be possible? Before he could finish, Jiang Chen paused, his eyes suddenly widening. He hadn't considered this possibility either. With the junior brothers and sisters almost all mad, he, as the eldest senior brother, seemed to have the same potential for madness? What if Xiao Hong'ai really was poisonous? But soon, Jiang Chen calmed down again. No matter who is poisonous, it must be related to the system. As the host, shouldn't he have some immunity? And what's this about the system driving the host mad? That's unheard of. Has the old ancestor sought you out recently? Xiao Hong'ai asked again. Jiang Chen shook his head and curled his lip. He had been through 9 cycles of reincarnation and had never seen that Juyan old ancestor. How could he possibly have seen him in this life? Through the original story, he did have some knowledge of the Juyan old ancestor. The Juyan old ancestor came from the upper domain and was once one of the imperial dynasty's generals. When the current empress was young, she learned some insights into the Dao from the Juyan old ancestor, so the 2 of them had a sort of master-disciple relationship. It was for this reason that the Jiang family let him become a disciple of the Juyan sect, hoping to use this master-disciple relationship to keep him safe. The idea was good, but Jiang Chen was very clear. That empress was ruthless. She hadn't made a move simply because there was no need. As soon as she got the chance or sensed that the Jiang family was out of control, she wouldn't hesitate to kill. She wouldn't even spare her own parents, let alone a half-master. This was recorded in the original story. Now, the Juyan old ancestor's life was coming to an end, and he usually extended his life by suspended animation, but even so, he also passed away not long after the fall of the Jiang family. After losing the Juyan old ancestor, the Juyan sect also declined and was suppressed by many other sects. In the end, it was only through the continuous growth of the protagonist, Lin Feng, that the Juyan sect could rise again and even win the sect war, advancing to become an upper domain sect. It's strange then. The old ancestor usually doesn't care about worldly affairs, but the recent decrees have all been related to you, Xiao Hong'ai wondered. Do you mean that, besides this time, the old ancestor has issued other decrees concerning me? Jiang Chen asked in return. Yes. Xiao Hong'ai nodded, recalling, the last time you defeated the true disciple of Sword Peak, while we were discussing your talent, the old ancestor said that the mediocre creates his own troubles. Just observe how things unfold and change. Also, she originally wanted to mention the Juyan old ancestor's admonitions to her, but in the end, she decided against it. After all, the Juyan old ancestor had told her not to punish Jiang Chen. If Jiang Chen had known about this, he might have become even more reckless in the future. The old ancestor seemed a bit irritable today. She changed the subject. It is indeed strange. Maybe the old ancestor has gone mad too, Jiang Chen quipped. Nonsense. Xiao Hong'ai glared at him immediately. Jiang Chen chuckled with a hee-hee. He was just saying it. He didn't really believe it. After all, that Juyan old ancestor was once a general of the imperial dynasty. He had participated in wars with other worlds. How could such a long-lived figure, who had seen so much, go mad so easily? His heart was as firm as iron, so it wouldn't be easy to lose his mind. While Xiao Hong'ai was filled with concern, a ninth peak great elder arrived, reporting, "Peak Master, Lin Feng has awakened." At these words, Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, a few cold lights flashing within. Cold qi began to spread from Jiang Lianyue's body. Lin Mubai's hands conjured two machetes out of thin air, and the frolicking Xiaobai and Qingning also suddenly stopped in their tracks. Gulp. The elder swallowed hard after sensing the murderous intent spreading throughout the hall. "In your eyes, am I not your master anymore?" Xiao Hong'ai shouted. Knowing she was on the verge of rage, Jiang Chen quickly said after glaring at Jiang Lianyue and the others, "Master, you misunderstand. We are just happy for Lin Feng." "Yes, very happy," Jiang Lianyue nodded with a frosty face. "Eldest senior brother is right." Lin Mubai waved his machetes. "Super happy." Qingning smiled, her eyes curving like crescent moons. Seeing the three of them express their stance, Xiaobai thought for a moment and also kept nodding his large tiger head. This scene made Xiao Hong'ai even angrier but also brought a sour feeling to her heart. With her beautiful eyes closed for a long while, she bitterly waved her sleeve. "Enough, all of you leave." Jiang Chen obediently left, followed closely by Jiang Lianyue and the others. As everyone stepped outside the hall, Xiao Hong'ai's almost pleading voice came from behind. "Jiang Chen, don't disappoint me." Jiang Chen remained silent. He understood Xiao Hong'ai's meaning. In plain terms, she wanted him to keep an eye on Jiang Lianyue and the other two madmen. After all, at this moment in the ninth peak, he was the only disciple who wasn't mad. "Master, rest assured, I can't promise anything else, but I won't let them mess around before Lin Feng passes the entrance test and truly becomes a disciple of the ninth peak," Jiang Chen replied after a long while. His words provided some relief to Xiao Hong'ai. It was only for a short time, but at least it was rare for Jiang Chen to be so obedient. It was worth it, considering she knew Jiang Chen had made a big mistake this time, but she still pleaded with her grandfather to protect Jiang Chen firmly. After Jiang Chen and the others left, the great elder took a moment to compose himself before speaking frankly. "Ninth Peak's Peak Master, forgive my directness. Although madness among cultivators is not rare, the successive madness of the three true disciples of the ninth peak and their change of attitude to obey Jiang Chen and be extremely close to him, I fear." "Shut up." Xiao Hong'ai interrupted coldly. "Not only you, but many supreme elders have speculated and secretly investigated. There is nothing abnormal in the bodies of Jiang Lianyue and the others. It is indeed madness caused by their own state of mind." The great elder nodded and said no more. "Bring that Lin Feng to see me," Xiao Hong'ai commanded. "All right, I will have my disciple go immediately." Inside the disciple quarters, "Become a disciple? Sorry, Lin Feng, will never become a disciple of the Juyan sect's ninth peak even if I die." After waking up and hearing the words of the ninth peak disciple in front of him, Lin Feng responded without a second thought. After several life and death crises, he had completely given up on the idea of becoming a disciple of the Juyan sect. He even suspected that perhaps the ninth peak's peak master, his longed-for beautiful master, might also be a madwoman. This Juyan sect's ninth peak is filled with mad people? Otherwise, why was he so unlucky to encounter three in a row? And all of them wanted his life? The one who came to summon Lin Feng was a disciple of the ninth peak great elder, Jiang Hu. Jiang Hu always felt he was quite unfortunate. He and Lin Mubai used to be very close and shared everything. But after Lin Mubai went mad, Jiang Hu was nearly chopped to death by him. However, upon seeing Lin Feng, Jiang Hu felt he was rather lucky. At least, he wasn't as miserable as Lin Feng, who clearly had suffered inhuman torment. "Lin, brother Lin, there are rumors that Qingning senior sister is acting strangely, is it true or false?" Jiang Hu asked curiously. He wanted to address Lin Feng as senior brother, as everyone knew that if Lin Feng became a disciple of the ninth peak, he would definitely be a true disciple. But since he hadn't passed the entrance test yet, calling him brother Lin was not wrong. "Acting strangely? Is that what people here call it?" Lin Feng was furious and said emphatically, "She's a madwoman? A complete madwoman? She buried me alive twice." Jiang Hu was shocked. On his way here, he had even encountered Qingning, who had greeted him with a smile. It was really hard to tell. "Brother Lin, Qingning's senior sister is known for her beauty and kindness. You didn't do something outrageous to her, did you?" Jiang Hu pressed. "Nonsense." Lin Feng cursed loudly. If that were really the case, he would have accepted it. But the problem is that he didn't do anything and he even saved Qingning's life. And what's the result? Qingning is helping him meet his end? Words are useless. Not a single one of you in Juyan sect's ninth peak is normal. I'm leaving this cursed place right now. To avoid further complications, Lin Feng stood up and prepared to leave. However, upon hearing this, Jiang Hu was instantly displeased. What does he mean by not a single one is normal? Isn't that including him in the insult? Moreover, if Lin Feng were to leave just like that, it wouldn't be easy for Jiang Hu to explain himself. Brother Lin, why don't you meet with the Peak Master first? Whether you stay or leave can be discussed later. The Peak Master won't force you, Jiang Hu said again. No. Lin Feng shook his head vigorously, like a rattle drum. A master who can teach 3 lunatics is definitely not normal. You're surely trying to deceive me and make me walk into a trap willingly. I've been through this kind of thing before. Jiang Hu looked helpless. Strangely enough, he would definitely get angry if it were someone else saying Xiao Hong'ai wasn't normal right to his face. But somehow, he just felt that Lin Feng was very amiable, and he couldn't muster even a hint of anger in his heart. Seeing that Lin Feng was really about to bolt, he and another 9th peak disciple quickly stepped forward, one on each side, and lifted Lin Feng up. Brother Lin, please come with me. Otherwise it will be difficult for me to explain, Jiang Hu said. Oh, great. So when deception doesn't work, you resort to force. Lin Feng became angrier and shouted, I might not be able to beat those lunatics, but do you think I can't beat you? As he spoke, the 7 purifications annihilation technique within him began to circulate, and the black blade in his purple mansion also wanted to break free. But the next second, gurgle. His stomach growled incessantly, causing him agony. It was then that Lin Feng remembered that lunatic Xingning had fed him quite a bit of Zaijian blood soil, which was still inside him. Finally, he was still carried by Jiang Hu and the others as he struggled non-stop in severe abdominal pain towards the 9th peak's cloud-soaring hall. Along the way, Xingning appeared with a white tiger, smiling cheerily. Senior brother Jiang, you're working hard, keep it up. Hearing this, Jiang Hu was immediately invigorated. Xingning was always like that. Although she was the 3rd true disciple of 9th peak, she would address those older than her as senior brother or senior sister with that heartwarming smile. She was deeply loved by the elders and disciples of 9th peak. Senior sister Xingning, Lin Feng said, you've gone mad. I don't believe it for a second. Isn't that just spreading rumors? Don't worry, senior sister, I'll handle this matter. Whoever spreads rumors about you in the future, I'll tear their mouth apart, Jiang Hu said while standing tall. Hehe, thank you, senior brother Jiang, Xingning smiled. Of course. But senior sister, what do you need the spirit shovel for? Oh, this is... I can't tell you now. Eldest senior brother is looking for me, I have to run. With that, Xingning hid the spirit shovel and rode off quickly on Xiaobai. Watching her receding figure, Jiang Hu sincerely sighed. Senior sister is still so innocent and pure, even when fleeing from eldest senior brother, her smile remains, infecting all who see her. Brother Lin, you don't look so good, is your injury acting up again? Inside the cloud-soaring hall. Aside from Xiao Hong'ai, many other 9th peak elders were gathered at this moment. Xiao Hong'ai intended to take Lin Feng as the 6th true disciple of 9th peak, which was a major event for both 9th peak and the sect, and naturally, it was to be treated with great care. But, let me go, you bunch of lunatics. Lin Feng, will never take a master. A master who can teach 3 lunatics, you tell me she's normal? You're kidding me. Upon hearing this, everyone's lips twitched. Although Xiao Hong'ai was somewhat annoyed, she felt more helpless than anything. Indeed, she had taught 3 lunatic disciples, and these 3 lunatics had given Lin Feng quite a hard time. Thus, it was natural that Lin Feng had changed his mind. Soon, Lin Feng was brought into the hall by Jiang Hu and the others. Struggling non-stop and with severe pain in his abdomen, he was now pale, and the wounds on his lower abdomen and shoulders had burst open again, oozing a lot of fresh blood. In such pain, he couldn't even fully open his eyes. Great elder, he has mistakenly ingested Zaijian blood soil. Please fetch a complete body pill, Xiao Hong'ai said. Her voice was soft and clear, like the sound of a mountain stream, making the listener feel completely relaxed. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng felt his stomach pain subside. He suddenly looked up, his eyes widening, standing there stupefied. He saw a beauty, an unparalleled beauty. The beauty had a graceful figure and was dressed in a long red gown with delicate features and rosy lips, a vision of celestial charm. Between those slightly furrowed brows, there was a hint of authority yet also a touch of weariness. The beauty gave him a kind smile. That smile is so enchanting and beautiful. It was enough to make all things in the world pale in comparison. Seeing him in a daze, the beauty wondered, strange, did he get scared silly? Although she was actually scolding himself, Lin Feng felt utterly refreshed. He swallowed and asked softly, you are? This is the peak master of Juyin Sect's 9th peak, an elder answered for her. The peak master? Isn't that the master of Jiang Chen and those 3 lunatics? Lin Feng was startled again. He hadn't forgotten that when he first met Xingning, he was also shocked by her beauty, but in the end, he was nearly buried alive. And it happened twice. Though reluctant in his heart, he forced himself to look away as he kept reminding himself. The most poisonous woman's heart? Old man Tianji did not deceive me. He repeated this phrase in his heart like a mantra. He felt that it was enough, but when he opened his eyes again, he was still captivated by Xiao Hong'ai's beauty. Unable to extricate himself, his gaze became dull once more. As for Xiao Hong'ai, she would definitely feel disgusted if it were someone else staring at her so intently. But for some reason, she always felt that Lin Feng was very approachable, and she didn't think of it in any other way, just assuming that Lin Feng was indeed scared. Sigh. With a helpless sigh, Xiao Hong'ai said, Lin Feng, you have been injured by my disciples, and as their master, I cannot shirk the blame. Since you do not wish to take me as your master, I will give you some cultivation resources, and once your injuries are healed, I will personally see you off from the section. Lin Feng noticed something was off. Her words sounded reasonable and beyond reproach, making it difficult to find fault. This beautiful master seemed to be quite sane. With such beauty before him, it was hard for him not to be moved. But when he thought of Jiang Chen and the other 3 lunatics, he hesitated again. Moreover, when he first met Qingning also seemed normal, but didn't she go mad in the end? Of course, if you bear no grudges and are willing to take me as your master, I will teach you all I know. As for those disciples of mine, you need not worry. They are only temporarily mad. I have the 9 abyss soul embryo, which, if not able to cure them, can suppress their condition, Xiao Hong'ai added. After all, she still had a desire to nurture talent. With just one glance, she could tell that Lin Feng was already in the late human origin stage. With his age, coupled with Lin Feng's extremely solid core formation, it was clear that Qingning's message to the sect was correct. This Lin Feng had cultivated an ancient technique and his talent was also exceptional. Such a talent was hard for anyone to resist. Lin Feng didn't know what Xiao Hong'ai was thinking, but upon hearing the words 9 abyss soul embryo, the dormant old man Tianji actually sent out a wave of soul force. Clearly, this item must be of great benefit to old man Tianji. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. Returning to the lower domain was a safe bet, but resources there were scarce, making it difficult to find the heavenly treasures needed to awaken old man Tianji. At this moment, he changed his mind. He was determined to join the Juyan sect. Not for himself, but for old man Tianji. He had always been so loyal and righteous. Master, please accept my bow. Lin Feng knelt down and kowtowed directly. Such an abrupt change not only startled Xiao Hong'ai but also the other 9th peak elders. You won't reconsider. Xiao Hong'ai was astonished. No need to think it over. Lin Feng said resolutely, patting his chest and boasting, it's fate. When I first came to the central domain, there were so many madmen around, but why did I only meet the master's disciples? And 3 of them at that? This is fate? I have personally felt the destined bond between master and disciple. But you just said you'd rather die than take me as your master. Before meeting master, that was indeed my thought. But master was brave enough to take responsibility for her disciples' mistakes, and as the 9th peak's peak master, you treated me with great respect. It's my great fortune to be able to take you as my master. I see. Although Xiao Hong'ai felt something was off, she still accepted his explanation. She raised her hand in a gesture of help, and after Lin Feng stood up, she said, the sect rules state that the true disciple of each peak is not solely decided by the peak master. Rest and heal your injuries. After you have fully recovered, you must pass the true disciple test and have your blood entered into the sect's records before performing the ceremony of taking a master. The true disciple test? These words filled Lin Feng with immense joy. He was familiar with tests. In the lower domain, he had joined various forces and sects and naturally had undergone many tests of talent and fortune. Without exception, he shocked the crowd with every test he took and caused a sensation. In his eyes, these so-called tests were nothing more than stages prepared for him to show off. An opportunity to soar and be the center of attention. When the time came, if he attracted the competition of various peak masters and then resolutely took Xiao Hong'ai as his master, he would surely gain a wave of goodwill. Taking the opportunity, he might even ask Xiao Hong'ai for the 9 abyss soul embryo, thus awakening old man Tianji. Just thinking about it excited Lin Feng, feeling that his hardships were finally paying off. After that, with the sect and Xiao Hong'ai valuing him, what was there to fear from Jiang Chen and those 3 madmen? Master, rest assured, I will not let you down. Lin Feng promised with a solemn expression. Seeing his confidence, Xiao Hong'ai smiled with satisfaction. Worried that Lin Feng might have concerns, she added, don't worry. As long as I'm here, no one will be able to hurt you again. Master, you're too serious. Lin Feng smiled indifferently, not caring in the slightest. Since I've chosen to take you as my master, I naturally won't hold a grudge against second senior brother and the others for their past actions. Not only that, but I will also try to help them. However, about eldest senior brother, Jiang Chen, Xiao Hong'ai wanted to say some good words for Jiang Chen. Please hear me out, master. Lin Feng interrupted with a hand gesture, still looking indifferent. This time, although eldest senior brother scared me quite a bit, I still ask that you do not punish him. Why? Xiao Hong'ai was stunned. Lin Feng sighed. Although eldest senior brother's behavior was improper, I can see that he is still kind-hearted at heart. I don't want to make things difficult for you because of this. Xiao Hong'ai fell silent. She was feeling somewhat tearful. She had defended Jiang Chen countless times, but no one had ever stood by her side, considering her feelings. When Qingning was young, although she also trusted Jiang Chen exceptionally, she never cared for Xiao Hong'ai's feelings as Lin Feng did. Sigh. Xiao Hong'ai sighed, looking at Lin Feng with satisfaction. With her cultivation and temperament, she would not easily believe someone based on a few words. Yet, for some reason, the more she looked at Lin Feng, the more pleasing he became, and she had no doubts whatsoever. I wouldn't have to worry so much if Jiang Chen could be as understanding as this Lin Feng. She sighed again in her heart. But just as this thought crossed her mind, Master? What's wrong? Why are you distracted? Lin Feng's concerned voice rang out. I feel a bit dizzy. You should go rest. Oh, Xiao Hong'ai fell ill. With her cultivation level, she should have been immune to illness, yet she still fell sick. Since the day she met Lin Feng, she often felt dizzy, and at worst, she would fall into intermittent sleep. Upon waking, her eyes would appear vacant, as if her mind were wandering far away. This alarmed the Juyan sect master and even the 12 supreme elders. The supreme elders took turns visiting Ninth Peak to examine Xiao Hong'ai's condition, but they found nothing unusual. Xiao Hong'ai's grandfather also came. At that time, Xiao Hong'ai was still somewhat conscious, only saying she seemed to be dreaming something but couldn't remember what about. Helpless, the supreme elders had no choice but to consult the old ancestor. However, even the Juyan old ancestor expressed his inability to help. For a time, the atmosphere at Ninth Peak was unprecedentedly somber. But no one was overly worried, as such conditions were not uncommon, with many cultivators temporarily losing their sanity due to the influence of inner demons. Everyone was confident that with Xiao Hong'ai's cultivation and temperament, so she would soon return to normal. Only Jiang Chen had a vague sense of foreboding. He wanted to visit her but dared not. Worried that if he really was poisonous, it would only worsen Xiao Hong'ai's condition. Several nights later, while Jiang Chen was worried and somewhat distracted, Qingning slipped out with Xiaobai. She found Zhang Hu and then inquired about the whereabouts of Ma Wu's remains. Zhang Hu didn't think much of it. After all, Ma Wu had taken care of Qingning during his life, and Zhang Hu assumed Qingning wanted to pay her respects. Ma Wu's death was quite tragic. The sect master personally cremated him into ashes and buried them behind Elixir Peak. When the ancient Pill Tower heard about this, they actually requested Ma Wu's ashes, and the sect master agreed. It is said that Ma Wu's ashes will be taken to the ancient Pill Tower in the next few days, Zhang Hu explained. He was also puzzled. It's strange, why would our sect's elders' ashes be handed over to the ancient Pill Tower? Qingning did not respond, just smiled. They arrived at the hills behind Elixir Peak. It was silent all around, with weeds growing wildly, and the site was full of withered trees. Occasionally, black crows flew overhead, their cries eerie. They walked a bit further. Pointing to the unmarked grave in the deepest part, Zhang Hu said, as an elder of Elixir Peak, even in death, Ma Wu shouldn't have ended up so miserable. But unfortunately, his actions before his death made the people of Elixir Peak hate him, so he was buried here. Qingning nodded, her smile suddenly fading. Under the moonlight, the girl, who had been innocent and romantic, suddenly turned somewhat cold. Under Zhang Hu's watchful eye, she stepped forward slowly. And then Zhang Hu witnessed a scene he would never forget. Qingning did not pay her respects but instead pulled out a spirit shovel and began to dig up the grave. She smiled, yet it seemed she did not. With each shovel, she exerted great force as if venting something. Xiaobai seemed to be scared as well. But after a brief moment of hesitation, it decided to help. Its front paws kept digging as it murmured, "Everything is for defying the heavens." With the combined efforts of the tiger and the girl, Ma Wu's ashes were soon retrieved by Qingning. Wiping the dust from her face, the girl lifted the urn of ashes high, her smile returning once again. There was a fierce glint in her large eyes. Although she was smiling, it felt chilling to the bone. "Elder Ma, how did you die? But it's okay, I will still come to find you," the girl giggled. Xiaobai blinked and tilted its tiger head. "Qingning, what do we do next?" "Scatter the ashes," Qingning said as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "Didn't I tell you? Eldest senior brother is too soft-hearted, that's why we need to take care of the aftermath." Such a scene and conversation was heard by Zhang Hu. Zhang Hu was initially so scared that he collapsed on the ground, trembling all over, but then he saw Qingning suddenly look at him and smile as she walked towards him. In an instant, he was terrified. "Help! Help me!" After a pitiful scream, Zhang Hu ran away, tumbling and crawling. "Qingning, you scared him so much he peed himself," Xiaobai said. "How could that be? Senior brother Zhang is a core formation cultivator. His body wouldn't produce impurities." Qingning shook her head. "But I smell a stench of urine." "Xiaobai, you must be mistaken." "Is that so? Maybe you're right." The next day, Zhang Hu fell ill. His symptoms were different from Xiao Hong'ai's. He just stayed in the quilt while shivering. What was the same was that the Ninth Peak Great Elder personally examined him and found nothing unusual with Zhang Hu's body. In the end, the Great Elder concluded. It must have been due to fright. But what exactly could scare a core formation cultivator to such an extent? Not only was the Great Elder puzzled, but so were the other sect members. Today was the day of Lin Feng's true disciple test. To keep himself in the best condition, he meditated cross-legged all night, undisturbed by any movement. Seeing that it was about time, he suddenly opened his eyes. He was about to say some bold and ambitious words when his pupils shrank. He suddenly discovered his room was covered in a layer of black dust. After inspecting with his vital energy, he found it was ashes. Juyan sect, the second peak. This peak was unnamed, the dwelling place of many supreme elders, and where various major ceremonies of the sect were held. Dong, dong, dong. The bell at the peak rang out, 3 tolls signaling the true disciple test. Hearing this, disciples from all peaks ran towards the second peak, aiming for the platform at the top. In no time, the usually deserted second peak was bustling with people. The disciples tacitly stood around the platform, waiting quietly. Soon, the peak masters appeared. Xiao Hong'ai looked slightly weary as she sat down at the ninth peak's spot. Her appearance relieved many people. After all, today was the ninth peak's true disciple test, and it would have been somewhat improper if Xiao Hong'ai, both the soon-to-be disciple master and peak master, had not shown up. Jiang Chen arrived with Jiang Lianyue and other true disciples, standing behind Xiao Hong'ai. Master, Jiang Chen hesitated to speak. It's nothing, just a mere inner demon. I can withstand it, Xiao Hong'ai said with a wave of her hand, her voice weary. Is it really an inner demon? What is Master's inner demon? Jiang Chen asked again. Xiao Hong'ai sighed repeatedly at this question. She believed that the inner demon was caused by Jiang Chen. After all, every time she felt dizzy and lost consciousness, it seemed she could hear Jiang Chen's voice mixed with her own crying. Jiang Chen, it's not difficult for Lin Feng to pass the test. I will go into seclusion for a while after this, and I'll leave the ninth peak in your care, Xiao Hong'ai said again. All right, Jiang Chen agreed. Xiao Hong'ai was somewhat uneasy and wanted to add don't disappoint me. But as the words reached her lips, she felt dizzy again. Just then, Lin Feng arrived. His expression was rather gloomy, and he immediately saw Qingning, who was facing him with a smile and making faces. He guessed it was Qingning's doing, as such madness could only be the work of Qingning, who would bury people alive. Bad luck. Lin Feng cursed inwardly. He had been covered in ashes all night on such an important day. In the past few days, the three lunatics hadn't troubled him, which had made him a bit complacent. Lin Feng couldn't help but lament that how could this have happened if old man Tianji hadn't been in slumber? He would have reminded him. Alas, the seventh day without old man Tianji, he really missed him. Senior brother Lin, did you like the gift Qingning gave you? Qingning waved and called out. Hearing this, Lin Feng's face darkened even more. What gift did you give him? Xiao Hong'ai asked, struggling to keep her composure. Qingning gave him a friend? His favorite friend. Qingning replied. I see, that was thoughtful of you. Jiang Chen had a feeling that Qingning had definitely not done anything good. But at that moment, he didn't want to care. He was more concerned about Xiao Hong'ai's condition, and the ominous premonition in his heart was growing stronger. Just then, a blue figure descended from the sky. It was Sect Master Gu Changqing. Gu Changqing's arrival meant the test was about to begin, instantly igniting the disciples' enthusiasm. Under everyone's gaze, he approached Xiao Hong'ai and suggested, Junior sister, why don't you let senior brother take over, and you go back to the peak to rest? Xiao Hong'ai shook her head. Gu Changqing had asked casually and naturally would not insist. He walked slowly to the main seat and sat down, giving Li Fazhu a meaningful glance. Li Fazhu understood and stepped forward, gathering his energy to shout, Where is Lin Feng? I am here. Lin Feng responded instantly, leaping to the center of the platform and standing in front of Li Fazhu. I haven't had the chance to thank you for saving my life last time, elderly, he said, bowing with his hands clasped. Although your cultivation is only at the late stage of initial formation, your core formation is exceptionally solid. It seems you are indeed cultivating an extremely difficult ancient technique. To achieve such accomplishments at your age shows you have great potential. Not bad, perhaps I have saved a prodigy for the sect, Li Fazhu said with a smile. Elderly overpraises me, Lin Feng replied modestly. Li Fazhu found himself liking Lin Feng more and more, almost unable to stop smiling. Getting back to the matter at hand, he raised his voice again. The test for the true discipleship consists of 3 parts, testing talent, testing fortune, and testing combat strength. If you meet the standards in all 3, you will immediately be promoted to true disciple. If you exceed the standards in any one of them, you can also pass the test. Exceed the standards. Lin Feng was somewhat puzzled. Li Fazhu had anticipated this and pointed to both sides. To the left, there were 100 jade steps leading straight to the clouds. To the right, there was an ancient disc with black and white fish pieced together in opposite directions, clearly showing the concept of yin and yang. That jade staircase is called the ascending sky steps. There are 100 steps in total. Reaching the 30th step indicates above average talent, the 50th step indicates rare talent, the 80th step indicates 1 in 10,000 talent, and reaching the top signifies monstrous talent. The standard for true disciples is the 50th step, but if you can reach the 80th step, you can skip the remaining tests, Li Fazhu explained patiently. I see, Lin Feng realized. Then the ancient disc on the right is for testing fortune. Correct. Li Fazhu nodded and explained again, like the ascending sky steps, this ancient disc is a superior grade spiritual instrument called the Destiny Deo disc. You just need to place your hand on the disc, and the yin and yang fish will rotate on their own, connecting to the heavens and the earth to measure your fortune. How is it determined if one meets the standard? Fortune is divided into 9 colors, with gold at the top and white at the bottom. The standard for true disciples is to reach the 5th color, with the fortune column not less than 10 zhang high. I understand, Lin Feng nodded repeatedly. Li Fazhu suddenly lowered his voice, reminding him, the combat strength test involves challenging a true disciple from the same peak and lasting at least 10 moves. I suggest you choose Lin Mubai. Although he has an innate Dao bone and is at the earthly origin level of cultivation, he is definitely the easiest option compared to the others. This coincided with Lin Feng's own thoughts. Although Qingning's realm was not much different from his, Qingning had a contracted beast. Contracted beasts are often considered part of a cultivator's strength and can be included in the test. Undoubtedly, with Xiaobai's strength comparable to that of a heavenly origin cultivator, that tiger could swallow him whole. This meant that facing Qingning head-on was not a winning strategy for him. Lin Feng had personally experienced Jiang Lianyue's prowess, and without the help of old man Tianji's soul power, he could at most withstand 3 moves. As for Jiang Chen, Lin Feng's mouth twitched after he recalled the sword that had leveled Lingshan town. Without a doubt, he would be defeated in 1 move. Compared to this, Lin Mubai was indeed the best choice. Of course, if you exceed the standards in either of the first 2 tests, you can choose to skip the combat strength test. That's the safest way, Li Faju added. Thank you for the reminder, Elder. Lin Feng thanked him with a bow. Although he was full of confidence, he did not want to face a madman again. After all, madmen are brutal and should be avoided. After giving Lin Feng some time to mentally prepare, Li Faju once again gathered his vital energy to shout. The test begins. Ascend the sky steps to test your talent. With this announcement, everyone from the high ranks of the Juyan sect to the ordinary disciples watched eagerly. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Lin Feng approached the ascending sky steps. With a calm expression, he took a deep breath and then stepped onto the staircase. Without even breaking a sweat, he quickly ascended 30 steps. Not bad. By observing his breathing, I see that he should at least reach 50. Gu Changqing nodded. Junior sister, this Lin Feng has some real substance. Bullshit. Xiao Hong'ai had yet to reply when Lin Mubai interjected. I knew from the beginning that eldest senior brother leaped up 80 jade steps without even a change in his complexion. That's what you call real substance. Gu Changqing's face darkened. Sect master senior brother, please forgive him, you know how Mubai is. Xiao Hong'ai forced a smile while rubbing her temples. Humph. Gu Changqing turned away. As the sect master, it was indeed beneath him to argue with a madman in public. While he looked away, Lin Feng had already reached the 70th step. This gave Gu Changqing something to say, and he laughed. Junior sister, it seems Lin Feng might reach the 80th jade step. Such talent is 1 in 10,000. The 9th peak has found another treasure. Humph, ignorant. Jiang Lianyue scoffed. What's so great about 80 steps? That's Lin Feng's limit. When eldest senior brother was tested, he reached the 89th step. Gu Changqing's face darkened again. Why was he always being rebuked by madmen? Sect master senior brother, please forgive her, you know how Lianyue is. Xiao Hong'ai tried to smooth things over again. Helplessly, Gu Changqing had to turn away again. As he expected, although Lin Feng was showing signs of fatigue, he still managed to reach the 80th jade step. Good. Gu Changqing clapped his hands, becoming excited. The Juyan sect had gained another disciple with 1 in 10,000 talent, which was definitely a blessing for the sect. In his excitement, he turned to congratulate Xiao Hong'ai, only to see Qingning smiling at him. Sect master, what did you want to say? Qingning asked. Gu Changqing swallowed his words. Junior sister, congratulations. Zhang Lingfeng, Sword Peak's master, insensitively joked. Congratulations to junior sister for gaining another normal disciple. Master Zhang, your words are not right. Qingning blinked her big eyes and retorted just as quickly. Although I have just returned to the sect, I have heard about your earthly origin realm disciple who surrendered after being frightened by a single sword from eldest senior brother. In my opinion, it's Sword Peak that seems a bit abnormal in its strength. Zhang Lingfeng's mouth twitched. Although Xiao Hong'ai intended to keep it quiet, the Juyan sect's higher UPS were basically aware of Qingning's madness. And since Sword Peak had lost to 9th Peak in a recent exchange, Zhang Lingfeng had already been struggling to hold his head high, and now being reminded of it was indeed embarrassing. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, was speechless. Every time he wanted to retort, Jiang Lianyue and others would speak first. This left him with nothing to say. At this moment, he just wanted to ask who was really the villain. Why didn't he even get a chance to make an appearance? As for Xiao Hong'ai, she was even more speechless. Although she wasn't in the right state of mind, she had been paying attention to Lin Feng all along. When Lin Feng reached the 80th jade step, she also praised him in her heart. But this praise only made her more dizzy. Not only that, but even the praise from others towards Lin Feng sounded extremely grating to her. Just then, the Weapon Peak's peak master leaned in and said, Junior sister, this Lin Feng is indeed impressive. Not only does he have exceptional talent, but also, shut up. Xiao Hong'ai's gaze turned icy. Hearing this, the other peak masters could only chuckle awkwardly. The beast-taming peak's peak master was a muscular woman. She also wanted to praise Lin Feng, and the words were already on the tip of her tongue. But seeing that Gu Changqing and the others had been rebuked with darkened expressions, she quickly turned to talk to the master of formation peak beside her. Although our Juyan sect's peaks are not lacking in outstanding individuals, I've heard that this Lin Feng is cultivating an ancient technique, which promises a limitless future. Formation Peak's master strongly agreed with this statement and was about to share his thoughts when he quickly stopped himself, saying, Senior sister Jin, don't say any more. Why not? Junior sister is glaring at you. Am I afraid of her? She took on a disciple herself, and if she's unhappy, that's fine, but she forbids others from speaking? Who doesn't know that I, Jinro, am straightforward and speak my mind? Junior sister has taken out her red whip. Hearing this, the beast-taming Peak's peak master immediately shuts her mouth. Her contracted beast was a giant lion with a red mane, 4 eyes, and breath that carried scorching flames. At that moment, the red-maned lion was lying at her feet, yawning from time to time, revealing its terrifying sharp teeth while exhaling sparks. After hearing Formation Peak's master words, the red-maned lion, capable of human speech, disdainfully said, "That's right, Sister Jin should say whatever she wants. It's not just her, I want to say something too. This Lin Feng really is." Before it could finish, it was struck by the red whip, gasping in pain, while its master pretended to see nothing. Seeing this, the other peak masters no longer dared to say anything, each focusing on their own thoughts and maintaining silence. Despite this, they still grumbled inwardly, not allowing others to praise her own disciple? Really unreasonable? At this moment, Lin Feng had descended from the ascending sky steps. As Jiang Lianyue said, 80 steps were his limit. Any further was like his body was filled with lead, and he was unable to move another step forward. After returning to the ground platform, he expected to be greeted with praise from the various peak masters and the admiration of the Juyan sect disciples. But unexpectedly, there was silence. Not only were the Juyan sect master and the various peak masters tight-lipped, but even the surrounding Juyan sect disciples were extremely indifferent. Seeing Lin Feng's astonishment, Li Faju approached and said, "When Jiang Chen became a disciple, he ascended 89 steps. When Lin Mubai became a disciple, he ascended 95 steps, and when Jiang Lianyue became a disciple, she ascended 90 steps. Lin Feng finally understood. Compared to those three, his 80 steps result was indeed insignificant. This also proved the central domain was truly incomparable to the lower domain. His talent could shock everyone in the lower domain, but in the talent-rich central domain, relying solely on talent was hardly enough to amaze people. Do not be discouraged, nephew, Li Faju consoled. Lin Mubai has an innate Dao bone, Jiang Lianyue has the demeanor of an empress, and as for Jiang Chen, setting other things aside, his talent is actually good." Calling him nephew showed that his fondness for Lin Feng was increasing. Moreover, Lin Feng had exceeded expectations in the talent test, and becoming the 6th true disciple of the 9th peak was now without any suspense. "Do you wish to continue testing, or shall I collect your essence blood from your brow to officially become the 6th true disciple of the 9th peak?" Li Faju asked again. After speaking, he lowered his voice, "If you are confident in your destiny and combat power, I suggest you continue testing. The collection of essence blood is just a necessary step to join the sect, but who collects your essence blood is a matter of great significance." "Oh? Please enlighten me, elderly." Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. "The higher the status of the person who collects your essence blood, the more attention you are considered to be given," Li Faju said seriously. "Take the 9th peak, for example. Jiang Chen's essence blood was collected by the peak master herself, while Lin Mubai and Jiang Lianyue had theirs personally collected by the sect master." "I see," Lin Feng suddenly understood. In essence, this was a matter of the sect's attitude. If he could be noticed by someone of higher status, he would naturally receive more cultivation resources in the future and establish a natural authority among the Juyan sect disciples. "May I ask, elderly, has anyone ever alarmed the Supreme Elder or the Ancestor during these true disciple tests?" Lin Feng asked curiously. "The Ancestor does not concern himself with worldly affairs and will not pay attention to these matters," Li Faju said with a smile, shaking his head. Then his tone shifted. "However, in the 1,000 years since the founding of our Juyan sect, there has been one person who alarmed a Supreme Elder, and it was the strongest Supreme Great Elder." "Who?" "The 4th true disciple of the 9th peak, Mu Kui." Mu Kui? Lin Feng remembered this name because it was mentioned by Qingning. It was said that Mu Kui possessed a martial emperor physique, focused on cultivating the body rather than the Dao. Although his realm was not high, his combat power was extremely strong, but exactly how strong, Lin Feng did not know. Have you ever seen a cultivator from the lower 4 realms repel an initial formation cultivator with 1 punch? Or break their bones and send them flying with 2 punches? Li Faju asked seriously. "That's impossible." Lin Feng found it hard to believe. While cultivators capable of fighting across realms were not many, they were certainly not few, and he himself was one of them. Normally, being able to fight across minor realms, such as early stage against mid stage, was already considered exceptional. Those who could fight across major realms were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Lin Feng was now in the late stage of initial formation, but if he went all out, he could fight against the late stage of human origin. This was crossing a major realm, and it was also his pride. But these were all about crossing realms, not chasms. The lower 4 realms and core formation 4 realm were separated not by realms but by a chasm, a heavenly chasm. Sword cultivators were known for their combat prowess, but even Li Faju, a heavenly origin sword peak cultivator, could only barely touch the edge of the chasm of the upper 4 realms. His combat power could barely match an ordinary cultivator of the upper 4 realms, but he definitely couldn't win a fight. The same was true between the lower 4 realms and the core formation 4 realms. But Mu Kui was able to break the bones of a core formation cultivator with 2 punches using the cultivation of the lower 4 realms? Such a thing was unheard of. "Nephew, you need not doubt, I witnessed this with my own eyes." Li Faju recalled the scene vividly. When Mu Kui took the true disciple test, although his talent and destiny did not meet the standards, his combat power was terrifyingly exaggerated. The original test of combat power for true disciples was to challenge the true disciples of the same peak, but Jiang Chen was punished to face the wall by Xiao Hong'ai that day. Lin Mubai was unwilling to make a move, and Qingning was out and had not returned. Therefore, the one who ended up fighting Mu Kuei was the first among the other disciples in the ninth peak, the disciple of the ninth peak Great Elder, Zhang Hu. Zhang Hu originally thought it would be his chance to shine, but as soon as he got on stage, he was sent flying by 2 punches from the lower realms Mu Kuei, resulting in broken bones and a long recovery. Speaking of Mu Kuei, Li Faju sighed again. Mu Kuei was a good seedling. Although his combat power was terrifying, he was simple and honest, never bullying the weak, and would not fight unless necessary. Unfortunately, he took on a mission and left the sect after being publicly ridiculed by Jiang Chen and has not returned to this day. Lin Feng silently noted Mu Kuei's name, planning to establish a good relationship with him in the future. If it were someone else saying these things, he might still be skeptical, but Li Faju had saved his life, and there was no reason nor any need to deceive him. Back to the matter at hand, Li Faju asked, "So, do you wish to continue testing, or shall I collect your essence blood for the record?" "Of course, I will continue testing." Lin Feng smiled confidently. He had not yet achieved the goal of shocking everyone, so how could he give up? And as for destiny, he was even more confident. He, Lin Feng, is the son of destiny. If it really came down to destiny, who knows how many times higher it would be than Qingning's. It's just that Qingning's destiny was reflected in the acquisition of heavenly materials and earthly treasures while he was in all aspects. Especially in the triggering of opportunities, the more dangerous the situation, the higher the probability. All right, let's begin. Li Faju nodded with satisfaction. Under the watchful eyes of all, Lin Feng stepped forward to the destiny platform. He calmed his breath and placed his right hand on the platform, also feeling somewhat expectant. When he was in the lower domain, he had also undergone a talent test, but old man Tianji was cautious and would deliberately help him hide some of his destiny. Therefore, he himself did not know how strong his destiny really was. But after placing his hand for a long time, there was no reaction. The yin and yang fish on the platform were like dead, showing no signs of rotation at all. Not only that, there was a unique pressure in the air that made it difficult for him to breathe, and his blood flow stagnated. This pressure was somewhat familiar to Lin Feng. After feeling a bit of coldness, he suddenly realized and turned to look at Jiang Lianyue behind Xiao Hong'ai. Sure enough, at this moment, Jiang Lianyue's eyes were vacant, as if they contained countless twinkling stars, and within a few zhang of her body, cold qi was pervasive. She is using imperial essence to interfere with the operation of the destiny platform. Lin Feng suddenly understood and was extremely angry. Those who possess imperial essence have the demeanor of a great emperor. Throughout history, these people have regarded imperial essence as their life and never showed it lightly. But Jiang Lianyue was different. She would bring out her imperial essence at every turn as if afraid that others would not know. And then there's Gu Changqing, the Juyan sect master, and the other peak masters besides Xiao Hong'ai. They were all on edge when they sensed the imperial might, with light flowing around them, fearing that Jiang Lianyue would blow up the sect again. But just as Lin Feng was also startled and retracted his hand from the platform, that increasingly intense imperial might suddenly disappeared. Jiang Lianyue herself returned to normal, her stunning face bearing a cold smile. Seeing this, Lin Feng frowned and placed his hand on the destiny platform again. Boom! The imperial might reappear, pressuring all directions. Lin Feng, with a dark face, withdrew his hand again. Sure enough, the imperial might disappear again. Undoubtedly, Jiang Lianyue showed Lin Feng with her actions that if he dared to conduct the fortune test, she was bold enough to blow up the sect. The scene was eerily silent for a moment. The imperial might appeared and disappeared intermittently, causing the lower realm disciples to lose their composure and make their faces pale. Lin Feng's face was darker than ever, as black as charcoal. Peak masters like Gu Changqing had a headache. As the imperial might came and went, their hearts also rose and fell. It really is a thrilling experience. Junior sister, did you give those 2 9 abyss soul embryos that Supreme Elder reclaimed to Jiang Lianyue? Gu Changqing communicated through a voice transmission. At this moment, Xiao Hong'ai's expression had slightly improved, and she replied through a voice transmission, "I prioritized Qingning and Mubai, and I personally witnessed them using it. Lianyue has already used one, and I plan to wait a bit longer." Wait a bit longer? Gu Changqing's mouth twitched. Wait for what? It's clear that Jiang Lianyue's madness has intensified again. She's even treating her imperial essence self-detonation like a toy. Gu Changqing was helpless, but he also knew that the 9 abyss soul embryo was precious, not a common cabbage, so they couldn't just have the Supreme Great Elder go and snatch more. Junior sister, if you can't control your own disciple, then as the sect master, I will have to take action, Gu Changqing reminded her again. Xiao Hong'ai understood his meaning. Although Jiang Lianyue had the demeanor of an empress, the self-detonation of imperial essence was too dangerous for the sect. If it got out of control, the Juyan sect would have no choice but to give up on this potential empress. Sigh. Xiao Hong'ai rubbed her temples and said to Jiang Chen, "You take care of it." Okay. Jiang Chen agreed readily, and in a voice loud enough for everyone to hear, he shouted, "Fifth junior sister, imperial essence is not a toy. If you keep messing around, your eldest senior brother will have to treat you like a toy." Host's actions conform to the villain's character setting. Reward, superior grade Buddhist sect secret scripture, Buddha Stupa Sutra. Buddha Stupa Sutra? Jiang Chen was taken aback. Wasn't this the treasure sutra of the Buddha temple, a first-rate power in the central domain just like the Juyin sect? He was a villain, so how could he possibly learn a Buddhist sect technique? If he really learned it, wouldn't it be weird for him to laugh evilly, threaten to annihilate someone's family, and then use a move called Great Compassion Palm? That's nonsense. Wait, hold on. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Upon further thought, this seemed quite interesting. Normally, one would need to shave their head, don the robes, bear the scars of the precepts, and be anointed by a high monk to learn a Buddhist sect technique. But with the system, he could learn it instantly, and if there were other supreme techniques, he could switch at any time. In other words, he could totally learn the Buddha Stupa Sutra just for fun. At this very moment, he was already considering what Dharma name to give himself. As for everyone else, they were speechless. Jiang Chen was openly flirting with his junior sister in front of the Juyin sect master and all the peak masters. He was so audacious. The key point was no one could do anything about it. Nowadays, many elders and disciples know that although people like Jiang Lianyue were mad, they were extremely close to Jiang Chen and would listen to him. What made people even more speechless was what happened next. After hearing Jiang Chen's words, Jiang Lianyue's delicate body shook, and then a blush rose on her fair cheeks, as if she had thought of something exciting, and even her breathing became rapid. Seeing her like this, although nothing was said, everyone seemed to guess that in her heart she must be thinking, is there such a good thing? This was definitely the opposite of the intended effect. Sure enough, the imperial might appeared again, and it intensified rapidly. In just a few breaths, it pressed down on the lower-ranking disciples to the point of nearly fainting, reaching a level where it could explode at any moment. Thankfully, Jiang Chen was quick to act, directly pulling Jiang Lianyue into his arms, and she immediately calmed down. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. You, hold on tight, don't let go. Sect Master Gu Changxing also breathed a sigh of relief. Just a moment ago, he had almost decided to kill, thinking of extinguishing Jiang Lianyue before the imperial essence detonated. It wasn't that he was heartless, but this was the only way to avoid losses to the sect. Isn't that inappropriate? Jiang Chen said with a straight face upon hearing this, even if it's an order from the sect master, it concerns my integrity, so how can I do such a thing? First, put away that wandering hand of yours before you come to me and talk about integrity. Gu Changxing was fuming. All right then. Jiang Chen shrugged helplessly then retracted his wandering hand. But the next second, boom, the imperial might appeared again, and this time, it was heading straight for Gu Changxing. You might as well continue. Gu Changxing was completely speechless. Almost everyone tactfully looked away as soon as he said this, pretending they didn't see anything. Only Lin Mubai and Qingning seemed thoughtful. After a while, Lin Mubai's eyes lit up, and he tried to get close to Jiang Chen, only to be kicked away by the latter. Qingning smiled while stroking Xiaobai's head and asked, Xiaobai, do you have any big moves? The kind that can self-detonate. Xiaobai looked confused. Lin Feng was very unhappy. This was supposed to be his stage to show off, but everyone's attention was on Jiang Chen. Taking advantage of Jiang Lianyue's compliance, he quickly placed his right hand on the Destiny Deo disc. Without Jiang Lianyue's interference, the disc returned to normal, with the black and white fish spinning rapidly. In an instant, a mystical aura enveloped the surroundings, and a visible column of qi burst out from Lin Feng's body, soaring upwards and breaking through Tenjiang in an instant. Not bad, the qi fortune is blue, the column is Tenjiang high, meeting the standard of a true disciple. Li Fajo nodded in satisfaction. No sooner had he spoken, the yin and yang fish on the disc spun even faster, and the world changed as purple qi came from the east, stretching for thousands of li. At the same time, Lin Feng's qi column rose again, increasing by another 20 jiang in an instant, and the column turned purple. The seventh color? Purple qi? Such qi fortune is on par with Qingning. Li Fajo was shocked. Not just him but also the peak masters, sect master Gu Changxing, and the watching elders and disciples were all dumbfounded. They could accept if Lin Feng only had this 7-color 30 jiang qi fortune. But the problem was, Lin Feng not only had such high qi fortune but also 1 in 10,000 talent. This was the darling of heaven and earth. Without any hesitation, Gu Changxing stood up. Such talent and qi fortune were enough to catch his attention, worthy of him personally extracting Lin Feng's essence blood to show the sect's importance. But he had only taken one step. Boom! A thunderbolt appeared in the sky, striking directly on the purple qi column. Immediately after, the yin and yang fish in the Destiny Deo disc directly left the disc, swimming beside Lin Feng, and began to rotate around him, emitting auspicious sounds. The qi column rose again. The purple qi in the clouds made way on its own, and within the clouds, mythical beasts seemed to bow down in homage. The ground boomed loudly and vibrating frequently. The combination of the two made one feel as if standing on a drum, blood boiling with excitement. This is resonance with heaven and earth. Gu Changxing couldn't believe it. Aside from Xiao Hong'ai, who kept rubbing her temples, her gaze alternating between clarity and dullness, the other peak masters also stood up excitedly. They were all very clear. Qi fortune that could resonate with heaven and earth was definitely unprecedentedly powerful. Perhaps it could touch the 8th color, red qi. Such qi fortune had never appeared in the central domain. Even in the upper domain, it was unseen for 10,000 years. Amidst everyone's expectant gaze, the chi column continued to rise like an unparalleled sword piercing the sky. It rose another 40 zhang, reaching a total of 70 zhang as red as blood. Haha, red chi? 70 zhang of red chi, comparable to the current empress. Gu Changqing laughed madly. The peak masters of sword, formation, and weapon peak were also trembling with excitement. The sex fortune was linked to the disciple's chi fortune, and a disciple with such a strong chi fortune could directly change the sex fortune. Congratulations, sect master. With this child in our Juyan sect, we will surely rise quickly and advance to the upper domain. All the peak masters except Xiao Hong'ai congratulated in unison. At this very moment, Lin Feng was no longer just the true disciple of 9th peak but the hope of the entire Juyan sect. Haha. If it really comes to pass, then your cultivation levels will also advance further. Gu Changqing couldn't stop smiling. Hearing this, the many peak masters also burst into laughter. But as they laughed, their pupils suddenly contracted. Because the pillar of fortune belonging to Lin Feng showed no signs of stopping, it continued to rise rapidly. This is impossible, could it be? The smile faded, and Gu Changqing's expression turned as if he had seen a ghost. Above the red fortune was the golden fortune, and golden fortune represents. Just thinking of that name made him feel it was inconceivable. As the pillar of fortune rose again, the heavens and earth transformed once more. The blazing sun above shone with dazzling golden light, which poured down upon the earth, causing all things in the world to suddenly lose their original color and tainted by the golden light. The entire world seemed to freeze, silent and still, with only the murmurs of the Dao lingering in the ears. While everyone was in a daze, the pillar of fortune belonging to Lin Feng had already risen by another 30 zhang, reaching 100 zhang. Like a solid golden column, it stood between heaven and earth. This is the mandate of heaven. Gu Changqing was dumbfounded. Even now, he couldn't utter a complete sentence. Son of destiny. This person of great fortune, only recorded in ancient texts, was now being witnessed by him. The sect also has its own fortune, but it can only bear so much. If the Juyan sect could bear this blessing, it would undoubtedly rise as rapidly as this pillar of fortune. But if it couldn't, it would be a disaster that could lead to the sect's destruction. This was also the first time Jiang Chen had seen Lin Feng's complete fortune. During the 9 cycles of reincarnation, whenever Lin Feng joined the Juyan sect, old man Tianji would use divination to conceal some of his fortune, hence the pillar of fortune always appeared as a 70 zhang red column. Has that old man Tianji really fallen asleep? Jiang Chen frowned deeply. When Lin Feng was rescued by Li Fazhou, he had this suspicion. But old man Tianji was always cautious, preferring to keep a card up his sleeve, which made it impossible for Jiang Chen to be certain. He had always known that the test for true discipleship was Lin Feng's moment to shine, but he had not interfered in order to keep the plot on track. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng had revealed himself to be the son of destiny. Now, whether the Juyan sect dared to accept him as a disciple was another question. After all, the sect's own fortune was insignificant in front of the great fortune of the son of destiny. Throughout history, people of great fortune encountered many strong enemies on their path to growth, which was both a crisis and an opportunity. However, often the opportunity belonged to the person of great fortune, while the crisis would be transferred to their sect or to their family and parents. Lin Feng was not just a person of great fortune but a son of destiny. If the sect's fortune could not bear the disciple's fortune, then disasters would occur frequently, even leading to the sect's destruction. The original plot was the same. With Lin Feng's help, the Juyan sect advanced to an upper domain sect, but this also hastened the demise of the Juyan old ancestor. After he ascended by slaying a female cultivator to prove his way, the Juyan sect was eventually annihilated by other forces, leaving no survivors. After he ascended following the path of Heartless Blade, the Juyan sect was destroyed by other forces, leaving no survivors. Lin Feng, you fool, you had the chance to show off, but you overdid it and ruined it. Jiang Chen cursed inwardly. However, Jiang Chen glanced at the pillar of fortune again. After 9 cycles of reincarnation, he always felt that Lin Feng's fortune should be more than this. From everyone's expressions, Lin Feng also realized that something was wrong and regretted it immensely. But could he be blamed? He had been treated so miserably lately. Naturally, he wanted to show off a bit. Moreover, with old man Tianji asleep, he couldn't restrain himself even if he wanted to. How could he have known his fortune would be so terrifying? Regretting in his heart, he quickly withdrew his right hand from the fortune disc. At the same time, the yin and yang fish returned to the disc, the pillar of fortune disappeared, and everything around instantly returned to normal. It was then that everyone noticed that at some point, 12 figures had appeared in the sky. The 12 supreme elders of the Juyan sect. The supreme great elder, Xiao Hong'ai's grandfather. He still had a weak aura, and after communicating with the other elders through voice transmission, he looked at Lin Feng and said, "The fortune of the Juyan sect is limited, unable to bear your immense fortune. You should seek another place." The words of the supreme great elder resonated with the sect master and the many peak masters. Even Xiao Hong'ai, who had just been dizzy, was now nodding repeatedly. Normally, with her personality, once she decided to take a disciple, she wouldn't care if it was the son of destiny or even a star of calamity destined by heaven. But at this moment, she felt that her grandfather's words incomprehensibly made a lot of sense. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's face darkened, feeling a strong sense of humiliation. In the lower domain, although some sects and forces looked down on him, it was only at the beginning. As long as he showed his talent and fortune, those sects and forces would pay him great attention. But this time, he had shown all his talent and fortune, yet he was rejected by the Juyan sect. Haha. Lin Feng suddenly burst into laughter. If I'm not welcome here, there will be other places that value me? In my life, Lin Feng never acts according to others' whims. This humiliation Before he could finish speaking, a shadow flashed before his eyes, and he was kicked flying with a scream. After tumbling several zhang away, Lin Feng quickly got up, looked at the man who had suddenly appeared in front of him, and angrily said, Jiang Chen, you've gone too far. It was Jiang Chen. After rolling his eyes at Lin Feng, Jiang Chen's voice echoed around. Jiang Chen, eldest senior brother of 9th peak, declare this injustice for Lin Feng. Everyone was stunned, full of question marks. Declare injustice? Not to mention that this was out of character for Jiang Chen, but who declares injustice by kicking the victim first? Lin Feng was also confused. Declare injustice for him? Jiang Chen? Is this a joke? He remembered very clearly. In Lingshan town, if it hadn't been for Jiang Chen scaring him half to death, causing old man Tianji to use a great deal of soul power and ultimately fall into a deep sleep, he wouldn't be in such a situation. For a moment, Lin Feng forgot that he had just been kicked, and with a stern face, he pondered what Jiang Chen was really up to. Jiang Chen? This is the decision of the Supreme Elders. Step back at once. Gu Changqing regained his senses and shouted loudly. Ignoring Gu Changqing, Jiang Chen looked up at the 12 Supreme Elders and asked, May I ask the Supreme Elders, has Lin Feng passed the test for true discipleship? The Supreme Elders frowned. If you don't answer, then I'll take it as a yes. Jiang Chen asked loudly, you often say that the rules of the sect are above all else. I've heard it so much that my ears have calluses. The rules of the sect state that anyone who passes the test for true discipleship can become a true disciple of the Juyan sect. With a sneer, he continued, but now what? You fear Lin Feng's fortune and reject him from the sect? This action destroys the 1,000-year reputation of the Juyan sect in an instant, making it contemptible. He is the son of destiny, and the sect's fortune is limited, the Supreme Great Elder said gravely. So what? Jiang Chen was still disdainful, retorting, we cultivators seize the fate of heaven and earth. To advance is to live, to retreat is to die. As the saying goes, crisis and opportunity coexist. If the Juyan sect wants to become an upper domain sect, only relying solely on you Supreme Elders will be hopeless in this lifetime. You must take a gamble. After speaking, he lamented, as the eldest senior brother of 9th peak of the Juyan sect, I cannot bear to see the sect turn away such an opportunity. All this is for the sake of the sect. Everyone was speechless. These words indeed had no problems, but coming from Jiang Chen, they couldn't be convincing. It just felt strange. Seeing that the Supreme Elders were still silent, Jiang Chen said again, May I ask the Supreme Elders, how long have you been trapped in your current realm? How much life do you have left? Would you prefer to perish in the central domain or be reborn in the upper domain? Hearing this, all 12 Supreme Elders twitched. The central domain was indeed much better than the lower domain, but in terms of the concentration of spiritual energy and various cultivation resources, it was still worlds apart from the upper domain. As Jiang Chen said, to advance is to live, to retreat is to die. If possible, no one wants to die on the way back. But the problem is, Jiang Chen, this is a decree from the ancestor, the Supreme Great Elder said. As soon as these words were spoken, Gu Changqing and the others all widened their eyes in shock. If it was a decree from the ancestor, then there was no room for maneuver in this matter. However, they didn't understand why the normally reclusive Juyan ancestor had become so active recently. Jiang Chen was also startled. Why is this Juyan ancestor suddenly seeking attention again? Can't he just wait for death quietly? Lin Feng is his pawn? He must be closely monitored and must not be allowed to escape control. After a brief contemplation, Jiang Chen had some speculations. The fate of the Son of Destiny is indeed terrifying, and the Juyan ancestor must be worried that Lin Feng will bring disaster to the sect, affecting his already limited lifespan. Originally, Jiang Chen had hoped to make an effort to keep Lin Feng in the Juyan sect. But if it's a decree from the ancestor, then he is helpless. Just as everyone was ready to bow and shout, we will obey the ancestor's decree. So what if it's the ancestor's decree? Jiang Chen gritted his teeth and interrupted loudly, if even the ancestors of the Juyan sect have lost their ambition, then there's no need to stay in such a sect. If the ancestor does not rescind the decree, today, I will leave the sect and wander the world with junior brother Lin. Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked again. Gu Changqing, Li Fazhou, and several peak masters were overjoyed, almost bursting into laughter. Ever since Jiang Chen joined the Juyan sect, many people have been worried. They feared that one day the imperial dynasty's golden cavalry would arrive, and in killing Jiang Chen, they would also destroy the Juyan sect. But now, Jiang Chen was actually going to leave the sect on his own? This was great news. Lin Feng was even more shocked. Jiang Chen was willing to leave the sect for him and wander the world with him? How touching is that? At this moment, he even doubted whether he had misunderstood Jiang Chen. Could it be that Jiang Chen was actually a good person of great loyalty and integrity? But the problem is, no matter how he looked at him, he found Jiang Chen extremely annoying. He couldn't muster the slightest bit of fondness. Jiang Chen, do not speak nonsense, Xiao Hong'ai quickly reprimanded. Master, please forgive me. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and said resolutely, I hit it off with junior brother Lin at first sight. Since it's the ancestors' decree, I will not insist. Today, I will leave the sect. Are these words true? The Supreme Great Elder asked with narrowed eyes. Of course. Jiang Chen retorted. You will not regret it. Not even if the Emperor himself comes. Jiang Chen declared. Good, the Supreme Great Elder nodded, a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. According to the rules of the sect, leaving the sect without permission is treated as betrayal, but since you are so loyal and righteous, then I will. Wait a moment. Before he could finish, Jiang Lianyue, Lin Mubai, Qingning, and a white tiger leaped to Jiang Chen's side. They said in unison, we also want to leave the sect. To wander the world with eldest senior brother. The corner of the Supreme Great Elder's mouth twitched. Jiang Chen was also at a loss. He was ready to leave the sect, but why were these three lunatics and a foolish tiger still clinging to him? Hung Ai, aren't you going to do something about it? The Supreme Great Elder asked Xiao Hung Ai. Upon hearing this, Xiao Hung Ai stood up and sighed deeply. If that's the case, then I will also leave the sect. As their master, I shall go to the ends of the world to teach them. These words made the 12 Supreme Elders stagger, nearly falling from the sky. The scene was very quiet for a moment. The 12 Supreme Elders were puzzled. They would welcome Jiang Chen leaving the sect. It was somewhat understandable for Jiang Lianyue and the other two lunatics to follow, but what was Xiao Hung Ai doing? Why was she joining in the madness with her disciples? What they didn't know was that Xiao Hung Ai was actually moved by Jiang Chen. She never expected that this disciple, who usually behaved improperly, would show such a side of deep loyalty and righteousness. She didn't have much of an opinion about Lin Feng, nor did she have the capacity to have one, mainly because she was dizzy right now. But seeing Jiang Chen like this, how could she, as his master, not support him? Even if it meant really leaving the sect, she would protect them to the end. More importantly, she suddenly didn't feel dizzy anymore after thinking this way. It was an unprecedented clarity. Now, back to Lin Feng. At this moment, he was almost moved to tears. Setting aside Jiang Chen and the three lunatics, in his view, Xiao Hung Ai was definitely leaving the sect for him. To have such a master was truly a blessing for 3 lifetimes. Should we ask the ancestor again? After a long while, finally, a Supreme Elder suggested. That's all we can do, the Supreme Great Elder sighed. This matter was beyond his control. If Xiao Hung Ai and the others really left the sect, then the 9th peak would be as good as non-existent. Even if there was still Mu Kui, the 4th true disciple of the 9th peak, if he returned from his mission and saw that his master and senior brothers had all left the sect, he would probably want to wander the world too. And just as the elders were about to return to consult the Juyan ancestor, whoosh! A gust of spiritual wind suddenly appeared, sweeping everything in sight. The wind quickly converged into a hurricane, ignoring everyone else. It lifted the struggling Lin Feng high into the air, slamming him back first onto the ground and then smashing him down more than a dozen times. After a while, Lin Feng was thrown around so much that his limbs were wailing, his eyes saw stars, and he vomited blood repeatedly, with no strength to resist. Finally, when he stopped, he found himself immobilized by the giant hand, lying on the ground, unable to move. At the same time, a jade slip appeared out of thin air as if manipulated by a hand, slowly unfolding in the air. As the jade slip completely unfolded, Lin Feng felt a pain in his forehead, and a drop of his blood flew out from there, eventually landing on the jade slip, forming the 2 characters Lin Feng. Soon, the jade slip disappeared into thin air, and the surroundings returned to silence. Blood entered into the slip. After a brief silence, the 12 Supreme Elders exclaimed in unison. At this moment, almost all the high-ranking members of the Juyan sect were gathered, but no one had taken action just now. Doesn't this mean? Li Faju laughed and said, Lin Feng, it seems the ancestor has changed his mind. From now on you are a disciple of our Juyan sect. Lin Feng didn't know whether to be sad or happy. Bearing the pain in his body, he got up and asked, I was almost smashed to death just now. Is this a necessary step for taking blood? After some hesitation, Li Faju consoled, the ancestor personally took your blood, so it had to be special. Don't take it to heart. Just remember, in the 1,000 years since the Juyan sect was established, you are the only one to receive this honor. These words made Lin Feng feel much better. The 12 Supreme Elders, floating in the air, did not speak but communicate with each other through voice transmission. The ancestor is getting more and more irritable. Alas, the ancestor changed his mind and accepted this son of destiny. It's hard to tell if it's a blessing or a curse. Don't think too much, just wait and see. It's better than the 9th peak being in name only. Perhaps this is really an opportunity for the Juyan sect to go to the upper domain. After communicating through voice transmission, they turned into streaks of light and disappeared. Having achieved his goal, Jiang Chen took a deep breath and returned to his place with Jiang Lianyue and the others. Jiang Chen, you have made your master see you in a new light, Xiao Hung Ai said with a smile. Jiang Chen was at a loss for words. See him in a new light? How can that be? First of all, based on 9 lifetimes of experience, Xiao Hung Ai is bound to be disappointed sooner or later. Not to mention, this doesn't fit his villain character. Fortunately, now that Lin Feng has joined the sect, he can let loose to his heart's content. As long as he follows the plot when Xiao Hung Ai is disappointed, he'll make his escape first. Then it will be a case of the sky's the limit and the sea's breadth for the fish to leap. While keeping an eye on Lin Feng, he'll quietly await ascension. Such a plan is perfect, and just thinking about it gets him a little excited. Initially, Jiang Chen was somewhat worried that Xiao Hong'ai might go mad. However, looking at her recent behavior, it seems he was overthinking it. His beautiful master is still normal. At this moment, Sect Master Gu Changqing suddenly appeared in front of Lin Feng with a forced smile and said, "Since your blood has been recorded in the sex register, there's no need for a combat test. From now on, you are the true disciple of Juyin Sect's 9th peak." As his words fell, he waved his sleeve, and a cup of spiritual tea floated over from a distant table to hover in front of Lin Feng. "Aren't you going to offer tea and kowtow to your master?" he urged. "Okay." Lin Feng nodded solemnly, took the tea with both hands and ran excitedly towards Xiao Hong'ai. But after a few steps, he looked puzzled. Why did Xiao Hong'ai, who had just been smiling, now look so rejecting? Lin Feng didn't think too much and continued to approach quickly. When he reached Xiao Hong'ai, he knelt down, lowered his gaze, and held up the spiritual tea, saying, "Disciple Lin Feng offers tea to master. After the tea, I shall kowtow 3 times to always remember master's kindness." Xiao Hong'ai managed a weak smile, trying to accept the tea. "But, Jiang Chen, my inner demons seem to have worsened. I feel it faintly every time I see Lin Feng." Xiao Hong'ai transmitted her thoughts to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was speechless. What's going on now? Why is the plot going awry? Unable to figure it out, he could only gently pat Xiao Hong'ai's shoulder and give her a hang in there. "Look." Xiao Hong'ai nodded, forced herself to take the tea, and took a light sip. Then, pfft, she spat it out directly, and all over Lin Feng's face. Wiping his face, Lin Feng blinked non-stop, his face almost turning into a question mark. Jiang Chen was also stunned and in disbelief. This was the tea offering for becoming a disciple and Xiao Hong'ai actually spat it out? Such an act was not only extremely damaging but also highly insulting. Once he came to his senses, Lin Feng's expression was the best proof, as if he had eaten something disgusting. At this moment, Gu Changqing and the others were also wide-eyed, their mouths forming an O shape. They had never imagined this. They never expected the usually protective and biased Xiao Hong'ai to spit out the tea for accepting a disciple. Junior sister is still so sharp. Gu Changqing thought to himself, this move is lethal to the heart. Unable to bear the humiliation, Lin Feng will either leave the sect or become a disciple of another peak. Thus, junior sister won't be affected by Lin Feng's heaven-defying luck. The other peak masters thought the same. Worried that Lin Feng would turn to them to become his master, these peak masters quickly found excuses to leave. After all, not everyone can withstand the destiny of the Son of Destiny. No one wanted to attract powerful enemies because of Lin Feng and jeopardize their own lives. In just a moment, the Juyin sect's high-ranking members were left with only Xiao Hong'ai. Seeing that Lin Feng was about to leave, angry and possibly ready to run away at any moment, Jiang Chen quickly said, "Please forgive her, junior brother linear master, gets dizzy from tea. Do you think I'm that stupid?" Lin Feng cursed in his heart. Dizzy from tea? Can cultivators even get dizzy from tea? Especially someone like Xiao Hong'ai, a cultivator of the upper 4 realms. Xiao Hong'ai also felt she had gone too far, but she couldn't control herself. The spiritual tea was simply too hard to swallow, it was an instinctive reaction, not intentional. As a master with a postnatal phoenix body, I indeed get dizzy from tea. Xiao Hong'ai decided to tell a white lie, her fair cheeks blushing. Postnatal phoenix body? Lin Feng suddenly understood. He had heard of such a constitution. The phoenix is one of the 2 divine birds, with the male being the phoenix and the female the fang. The so-called postnatal phoenix body is when one incorporates the blood of a female phoenix into their body after birth, merging it with their heart's blood. Since it's postnatal, indeed, some rare rejection symptoms might occur. Should I kowtow to you then? Lin Feng asked. No need. Xiao Hong'ai felt even dizzier and quickly stopped him. I also get dizzy from people kowtowing to me. Lin Feng became the 6th true disciple of the 9th peak without offering tea or kowtowing. After the test for true discipleship, Xiao Hong'ai went into seclusion, leaving all matters of the 9th peak to Jiang Chen to manage. Although Lin Feng, the Son of Destiny, had an intimidating aura, he was very popular among the disciples of the 9th peak. The reason was simple. Before, the disciples of the 9th peak could complain to people like Jiang Lianyue about Jiang Chen's misdeeds and vent their frustrations. But now, she's mad. Madness aside, Jiang Chen's actions became more arrogant and domineering since Xiao Hong'ai's seclusion, even treating Jiang Lianyue and others as his underlings. Far from resenting this, they even enjoyed it. If anyone spoke ill of Jiang Chen, Jiang Lianyue and the others would rush up and beat the person so badly they couldn't take care of themselves before he could act. The disciples of the 9th peak were suffering? Now, only Lin Feng could listen to their grievances? At the waist of the 9th peak mountain, Zhang Hu and Lin Feng sat on the edge of a cliff, discussing in hushed tones. They came here because it was quiet and they could avoid Jiang Chen. I regret not listening to senior brother's words. I never imagined that Qingning senior sister would actually go mad. Zhang Hu was extremely annoyed. That day, he was truly frightened, and even now, the memory still terrified him. He had seen mad people before, but never one as chilling as her. She almost buried you alive. Lin Feng inquired. Not that, but something even more terrifying. Zhang Hu shuddered. Qingning senior sister actually asked me to help her dig up graves. You didn't see her, but I saw her holding up the ashes and smiling. It was simply horrifying. Ashes. Lin Feng's expression darkened. So the ashes that covered me all night were from the grave you dug up with Qingning. Zhang Hu looked embarrassed. He had only just recovered from the shock recently and was unaware of this incident. Please forgive me, senior brother. I was deceived by Qingning's senior sister's appearance, he quickly explained. Hearing this, Lin Feng nodded continuously, patting Zhang Hu's shoulder. A confidant? It's not that we're too gullible. It's that Qingning's act was just too convincing. Exactly. Zhang Hu nodded, but his expression turned gloomy. We don't know how long the Peak Master will be in seclusion. Now the 9th peak is in chaos, and we can only hide here. He added, if the 4th senior brother were here, he would definitely stand up for us. Lin Feng didn't like hearing this. What, was he invisible? Don't worry, Jiang Chen won't be able to show off for much longer. A few days ago, he went to Elixir Peak and destroyed many elixir cauldrons. He's also been challenging others and beating up the true disciples of other peaks so much they're crying out in pain. Lin Feng sneered. Hiss. Hearing this, Zhang Hu gasped. He knew Jiang Chen was violent, but he didn't expect him to be this extreme. Setting aside the Elixir Peak incident, being able to beat up all the true disciples of the other peaks was not something ordinary people could do. The Peak Master of Elixir Peak is not around, so probably no one will pursue it. The challenges issued by eldest senior brother are within the rules, so he probably won't be severely punished. Zhang Hu sighed. That's why I'm waiting. Waiting for what? Wait for him to make a big mistake, then ask Master to come out of seclusion. I see. Jiang Hu suddenly understood. The last time Jiang Chen made a big mistake, it was peeping at Jiang Lianyue bathing. Jiang Chen always acted without restraint, and now with Xiao Hong'ai in seclusion, he would sooner or later commit an equally grave error and be severely punished. But if the Peak Master protects him, Zhang Hu hesitated to continue. Don't worry, with the Master in seclusion, if things get out of hand, the Hall of Enforcement will be the first to be alerted. By then, Jiang Chen won't be able to escape. Lin Feng appeared confident. The Hall of Enforcement? Zhang Hu frowned. He indeed hoped that Jiang Chen would be severely punished, but if the Hall of Enforcement got involved, it would surely escalate to the Sect Master and the various Peak Masters, making 9th Peak the laughingstock of others. As the foremost disciple under the true disciple of 9th Peak, this was not what he wanted to see. 6th Senior Brother, this is not appropriate. Zhang Hu straightened his expression and said, the Peak Master hates it when the Hall of Enforcement interferes with 9th Peak's affairs. We cannot let personal grievances tarnish the reputation of 9th Peak. Hearing this, Lin Feng also became serious. He was new to 9th Peak and unaware of Xiao Hong'ai's dislike for the Hall of Enforcement. This beautiful master was fine in every way, just a bit odd, and he didn't want to be disliked because of this. Now that he knew the 9 Abyss Soul Embryo was being used by Qingning and Lin Mubai, he was planning to curry more favor and then ask Xiao Hong'ai to summon the Supreme Great Elder to help him snatch one. But how to deal with Jiang Chen then? Lin Feng pondered deeply. He concluded that he lacked support. Although Li Fazhou was still kind to him, he was disliked by Xiao Hong'ai, and the other high-ranking members of the Juyan sect were ambiguous due to his Son of Destiny status. If only 4th Senior Brother was here, Zhang Hu lamented again. Lin Feng was annoyed but also had a glint in his eye. Do you know where 4th Senior Brother went? Can we contact him and ask him to return to the sect as soon as possible? Zhang Hu shook his head. Not just him, even Xiao Hong'ai might not know Mu Kui's exact location without using the Blood Jade Slip. After all, Mu Kui's mission was to kill a sect traitor who had quietly destroyed his own blood slip and was fleeing everywhere. The traitor's whereabouts were erratic, and the last sighting was near the Buddha temple. The influence of the Buddha temple was vast, with temples scattered throughout, and any cultivator entering their territory would be forced to chant scriptures and recite Buddha's name. With Mu Kui's honest and simple nature, he wouldn't be fooled into becoming a monk, but he was surely chanting in some temple right now. Moreover, while not understanding a word, let's wait and see. If all else fails, we'll go look for Mu Kui. After learning this, Lin Feng made a decision. The same saying applied. He needed allies. Li Fazhou was temporarily unsuitable to be involved too deeply, and the other disciples of 9th Peak were of no use, so now he could only pin his hopes on Mu Kui. Of course, if Jiang Chen directly made a big mistake and angered Xiao Hong'ai enough to leave seclusion, then this beautiful master would be his strongest ally. What are you two talking about? Suddenly, a somewhat cute voice came from behind. Hearing this, Lin Feng and Zhang Hu were startled and jumped. Turning around, they indeed saw Xiaobai's huge tiger head. After a search and seeing no sign of Jiang Chen, both of them breathed a sigh of relief. Foolish tiger, what do you want? Lin Feng said with a wary face. Nothing, eldest senior brother asked me to gather information. Xiaobai shook its head, then suddenly transformed, its tiger eyes turning red and breathing out white mist. Dare to call me a foolish tiger? You think I'm a sick cat when I don't show my claws. This startled both Lin Feng and Zhang Hu. Xiaobai was a great demon comparable to a heavenly origin cultivator, and even if the two joined forces, they couldn't beat it. Fully. Xiaobai, this is the Juyan sect. If you dare to cause trouble, your demon core will be destroyed, and you'll be skinned and refined into medicine. Lin Feng threatened. Xiaobai, of course, knew this, so it was just trying to scare them. But being threatened like this, it felt like it was losing face. For a moment, it didn't know whether to leave or to submit, so it just bared its teeth and grimaced on the spot. Silly tiger, what are you doing? Suddenly, Jiang Chen's voice came from behind. The appearance of Jiang Chen gave Lin Feng and Zhang Hu another shock. Lin Feng was still okay. He was convinced that Jiang Chen wouldn't dare act rashly, so although he was internally panicked, his expression remained calm. Zhang Hu, on the other hand, was scared and considering whether to kneel down and speak. Seeing someone who could stand up for him, Xiaobai smirked and turned to tattle. Eldest senior brother, they were speaking ill of you. Is that so? Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes. Absolutely not. Zhang Hu's head shook. We were just discussing eldest senior brother's heroic victory over the true disciples of the other peaks. We were admiring eldest senior brother's wisdom and martial prowess. Jiang Chen didn't respond but looked at Lin Feng. But how could Lin Feng submit? He just turned his head away. Sixth senior brother, you are new here and don't understand how to survive in ninth peak? Confronting eldest senior brother head-on will get you beaten badly. Zhang Hu whispered in persuasion. Humph. Lin Feng still didn't respond. Seeing Zhang Hu so sensible, Jiang Chen signaled for him to leave first. This made Zhang Hu feel like he had been pardoned, yet he hesitated. He had just been discussing with Lin Feng how to deal with Jiang Chen. Running away now seemed too disloyal. Since you want to accompany him, then stay together. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate. The flame blood dragon sword appeared in his hand, and he slashed out a sword chi. This sword chi was only a zhang wide, and although it was red, it wasn't very fast, nor was it very powerful. With the realms of Lin Feng and Zhang Hu, they should be able to dodge it if they try their best. It wasn't that he was soft-hearted, but he knew that even if he really went all out, he wouldn't be able to kill Lin Feng and unexpected situations could arise. Moreover, now that Lin Feng had just become a disciple and the plot was finally back on track, it was better not to get carried away. But an unexpected scene occurred. Roar. Xiaobai suddenly roared, the deafening sound waves trembling the air. Perhaps intimidated by its demon aura and Jiang Chen's sword chi, Lin Feng and Zhang Hu didn't choose to run away immediately but were stunned. Only when the sword chi was right in front of them did they react, trying to dodge but it was too late. In the end, the sword chi accurately swept across their bodies, leaving bloody wounds and forcing them to retreat several steps. And with that retreat, both of them fell off the cliff while screaming. Ah! Jiang Chen frowned and approached the edge to look down. The cliff was hundreds of zhang from the ground, and although Lin Feng and Zhang Hu were core formation cultivators, falling from such a height would not kill them but would still cause serious injuries. At the same time, there was a noise behind him. Jiang Chen turned his head and saw a ninth peak disciple standing there, looking at him with a horrified face. Without a doubt, T was definitely him who had knocked the two fellow disciples off the cliff in the eyes of this ninth peak disciple. Well, he shrugged helplessly. This familiar feeling and coincidence made him instantly understand that it was definitely his villain halo at work again. Still, he never expected this coincidence to be so harsh that even Lin Feng, the son of destiny, was affected. You're not seeing things, I just did that. Go ahead and snitch, Jiang Chen waved to his fellow sect member. Upon hearing this, the witness indeed ran off. Xiaobai reverted to its original form while feeling somewhat guilty. I just wanted to scare them, I didn't expect. Jiang Chen didn't respond, just remained silent. Did I cause trouble? Xiaobai asked again. Yes, you caused big trouble. You knocked two fellow disciples off the cliff, causing serious injuries, and one of them was just a new true disciple. According to the sect rules, I might be expelled from the sect, Jiang Chen sighed. What? Is it that serious? Xiaobai was shocked. Then, should I go explain to the peak master? Say it was an accident? At worst, let her punish me. Explain. Jiang Chen scoffed with disdain. Everyone knows Xiaobai obeys him. What's the use of explaining? From the situation just now, not to mention Xiao Hong'ai, even Lin Feng and Zhang Hu, the two involved, would only think he did it on purpose. Should we go down and save them? Maybe that could lessen our guilt. Xiaobai was getting anxious. No need. Jiang Chen grinned. Silly tiger, do you believe I have the power of prophecy? Xiaobai was confused. In such a situation, Jiang Chen still had the mood to joke? Within 3 breaths, someone will shout my name. Jiang Chen was extremely confident. Of course, Xiaobai didn't believe it. But, Jiang Chen. A roaring voice suddenly erupted. Xiaobai was startled and quickly looked towards the source. Its pupils shrank. It saw an elder appearing behind them, over 50 years old, with temples graying. This elder was wearing the white robe of a Juyan sect elder, and he was Zhang Hu's master, the 9th peak great elder. And behind the great elder was a cowering 9th peak disciple, the very witness from before. Xiaobai was shocked. But what shocked Xiaobai even more was yet to come. You're not qualified to punish me. Master is in seclusion, and Lin Feng and Zhang Hu have fallen the 9th peak cliff. This means Li Fazhou should be appearing right about now, right? Jiang Chen said while looking at the great elder. His tone was still calm, simply analyzing the situation. The great elder was immediately furious. In his view, this was Jiang Chen's unrepentant behavior. He had no realization of the grave mistake he had made. Just as he was about to capture Jiang Chen, swoosh, a sharp sword cry suddenly rang out. Accompanied by a sky-piercing sword light, a figure soared up from the bottom of the cliff on a sword. Soon, everyone saw that it was Li Fazhou, the acting head of the Hall of Enforcement. At this moment, Li Fazhou was flying with his sword, holding the unconscious Lin Feng and Zhang Hu in his left and right hands. From their injuries, they were undoubtedly seriously injured. Especially Zhang Hu, whose aura was unstable and likely had damaged his core formation. Li Faju's voice thundered as he jumped down from the silver sword. Jiang Chen, you dare to harm your fellow disciples? If I hadn't happened to pass by and fed Zhang Hu a core formation protection pill, his core formation would have shattered by now, and he might have even lost his life. Jiang Chen couldn't be bothered to respond. Jiang Chen was well aware that although Li Faju was not an upper four-realm cultivator, he had achieved major achievement in the way of the sword and could fly with his sword. If I'm not mistaken, Elder Li must have sent a message to the Hall of Enforcement on his way here, informing the sect master about this matter, right? Jiang Chen asked again. It's too late to be afraid now. Li Faju sneered. Lately, you've been causing trouble in the 9th peak and even the entire Juyan sect while the peak master is in seclusion. Do you think no one can deal with you? This statement was tantamount to an indirect admission. Jiang Chen shrugged again, still looking indifferent. He looked towards the direction of the main peak while saying, the sect master has always wanted to prove himself. Judging by the time, he should be arriving soon. I am here to punish the rebellious disciple on behalf of my junior sister. As expected, sect master Gu Changqing appeared in the sky, his green robe fluttering in the wind. You want to take me back to the main peak to face punishment? Jiang Chen looked up and asked. Of course. Gu Changqing nodded. Haha. Jiang Chen immediately laughed out loud. He turned to Xiaobai, who was standing there dumbfounded, and said, Xiaobai, can you see? Your eldest senior brother have the power of prophecy. Xiaobai didn't respond, just remained silent. Everything was unfolding exactly as Jiang Chen had said. Right now, it should be shocked by Jiang Chen's prophecy. But why, could it only feel sadness? And why, looking at the laughing Jiang Chen, did it feel as if its chest was blocked by a huge stone, making it hard to breathe and even giving it an urge to cry? Come with me. Gu Changqing called from the sky. As he spoke, he waved his sleeve, and a gust of spiritual power appeared, sweeping up Jiang Chen and floating him towards the direction of the main peak. Me too? I was involved in this? Take me with you. Xiaobai shouted urgently. Its voice was loud, but no one paid any attention to Xiaobai. In such a situation, it felt as if everyone only wanted to punish Jiang Chen alone. This isn't fair. Xiaobai shouted to the sky, its voice breaking into a cry. Xiaobai, nothing was ever fair to begin with. Jiang Chen's voice came from afar. At the main peak, in the sect master's hall. At this moment, the elders and disciples of the main peak and the Hall of Enforcement had gathered. Sect Master Gu Changqing sat with an imposing aura, his emotions not showing on his face, while Jiang Chen stood in the center of the hall. After looking around, Jiang Chen did not see any Supreme Elder's figure. With such a big commotion, those old immortals must have noticed, and their absence meant they wanted to leave the matter entirely in Gu Changqing's hands. Gu Changqing looked dignified with stern gaze. After glancing at Jiang Chen, he asked in a cold voice, Jiang Chen, do you know your crime? Jiang Chen didn't respond. This made Gu Changqing frown. Seeing this, Li Faju stepped forward and said, Sect Master, there's no need to listen to his excuses. Jiang Chen harmed his fellow disciples, and this was witnessed by a disciple of the 9th peak. The evidence is conclusive. Where is the witness? Gu Changqing nodded. As his voice fell, a disciple from the Hall of Enforcement brought in a 9th peak disciple who was pale and terrified. Gu Changqing glanced at him, noting his lower realm cultivation and age of 18. He immediately understood that this must be a newly joined disciple of the 9th peak, and very likely a menial disciple of the 9th peak. What's your name? Gu Changqing inquired. Hearing this, the 9th peak disciple trembled and hurriedly replied, Disciple's name is Lu Lin, a menial disciple of the 9th peak. Lu Lin, did you personally witness Jiang Chen knocking 2 fellow disciples off the cliff? Gu Changqing asked again. Lu Lin clenched his teeth and didn't reply. This made Li Faju's eyes widen, and he immediately scolded, Lu Lin, the sect master is asking you a question. You will be punished for concealing a crime if you don't tell the truth. Lu Lin's face turned even paler with fright, but he still remained silent. There's no need to be afraid. I will ensure your and your clan's safety, Gu Changqing said reassuringly. Lu Lin shook his head slightly and finally spoke, to report to the sect master, it's not that I fear Jiang Chen, but this matter pertains to the 9th peak. Without the peak master's permission, I cannot answer. Gu Changqing frowned again. He had always known that Xiao Hong'ai treated the disciples of the 9th peak extremely well and seldom punished them harshly. But he had not expected that in the eyes of this 9th peak disciple, even his status as the sect master was disregarded. How audacious! How dare you! Upon hearing this, Li Faju scolded again. As he spoke, he intentionally stimulated his vital energy, and when his voice reached Lu Lin's ears, it caused Lu Lin's blood to flow in reverse, with strands of fresh blood trickling down from the corners of his mouth. Even so, he still refused to speak. Just as Li Faju's gaze was turning cold, preparing to punish Lu Lin for harboring a criminal. Enough, just ask me directly, Jiang Chen suddenly said. Oh. Gu Changqing was somewhat surprised. He inwardly scoffed, wondering if Jiang Chen had changed his ways and did not want to implicate his fellow disciples. Don't misunderstand. Even if you were to kill Lu Lin right here, I wouldn't be moved in the slightest. But it will surely alarm Master if this continues to drag on. Neither you nor I want to see the Master appear, Jiang Chen replied indifferently. These words left Gu Changqing confused. He indeed did not want Xiao Hong'ai to appear, knowing that she would likely be biased based on his understanding of her. This did not align with his plan. As the sect master, Gu Changqing knew where the hidden dangers of the sect lay. He had intended to take advantage of Xiao Hong'ai's seclusion to eliminate these dangers. In doing so, he would have made a significant achievement as the sect master, and even if Xiao Hong'ai went mad afterward, many supreme elders would stand by him. But the question was, why did Jiang Chen also not wish for Xiao Hong'ai to appear? What Gu Changqing did not know was Jiang Chen did not want Xiao Hong'ai to be caught in a dilemma, nor did he want to see her in anguish. The same old saying. This woman was unaware of herself. She thought she was strong, but in reality, she was weak inside. She thought she could be ruthless, but whether it was destroying his core formation or expelling him from the sect, she would end up crying behind closed doors. She would be overjoyed for days and nights about Jiang Chen's change, and also deeply pained by his misdeeds. All this meant she lived in conflict and contradiction every day, tormented and wounded. 9 cycles of reincarnation. Jiang Chen had once hated Xiao Hong'ai, hating that as his master, she was unwilling to truly believe in him. But soon, he came to understand. It wasn't that Xiao Hong'ai didn't believe in him, but that the heavens wouldn't allow it. Because as soon as Xiao Hong'ai sensed his change, there would inevitably be irrefutable evidence of his misdeeds. This time was no different. 9 cycles over 1,000 years, it was Jiang Chen who was tormented, but how could Xiao Hong'ai have had it easy? To be specific, Jiang Chen tried to defy the heavens in 9 cycles of reincarnation, and in fact, so did Xiao Hong'ai. The difference between them was that Jiang Chen retained his memories, knowing that all this was the will of the heavens. Xiao Hong'ai, on the other hand, did not know this and was passively hoping her disciple would turn toward goodness, thus repeatedly shielding him and wanting to believe. Therefore, even right before Jiang Chen's death, this master, who kept talking about cleaning the sect, still cried bitterly, full of self-reproach and pain. This was her biggest difference from other characters like Jiang Lianyue. And Jiang Chen, who had the memories and understood everything, had gone through 9 cycles without being able to defy the heavens successfully. Under such circumstances, how could he expect Xiao Hong'ai to be able to? Jiang Chen had always known that his master had never actively given up on him. So in this life, even if his heart had completely cooled, even if he was determined to be a villain, he would still not give up on his master. He would do everything in his power to spare her from all suffering. No matter what the outcome of this matter would be, it was better for Xiao Hong'ai not to know rather than letting her find out about this and protect him in her conflict and suffer in her indignation. Then I'll ask you again, Jiang Chen, do you know your crime? Gu Changqing's voice rose again. What does it matter if I know my crime or not? Jiang Chen retorted. If you admit your crime, I can turn a blind eye, and you'll only need to be expelled from the sect. If not, Gu Changqing paused, his voice growing colder. If not, with conclusive evidence, I will destroy your cultivation. Haha, destroy my cultivation. Jiang Chen suddenly burst into laughter. Are you worthy? Hearing these words, even Gu Changqing, with his deep composure, could no longer contain the anger in his heart. He stood up abruptly, looking down from a high position, and said fiercely, Jiang Chen, don't think that just because you are the sole heir of the Jiang family, you can act lawlessly. Do you think your Jiang family can come to the Juyan sect and behead me? Sect master, you misunderstand me. Jiang Chen shook his head. Hearing this, Gu Changqing also reined in his anger. After all, he was the sect master and could not lose his composure in front of everyone. Moreover, being too aggressive could indeed lead to consequences beyond his control. But just as he was considering whether to directly convict Jiang Chen, what I meant by you misunderstand is that if one day, 100 members of the Jiang family, 82 retainers, and 3,600 purple riders descend upon the Juyan sect, then it won't just be you who is beheaded, but the entire Juyan sect. Jiang Chen's voice was as malevolent as a demon's. Host's actions conform to the villain's character setting, reward, phoenix blood essence. Boom. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone felt as if thunder had exploded in their minds. This Jiang Chen, he was actually threatening to annihilate the Juyan sect? So audacious? Before the crowd could rebuke him, 12 powerful presences suddenly appeared, descending from above as if to crush Jiang Chen into submission, but ultimately, they withdrew. Seeing this, everyone felt as if they had been doused with cold water, instantly sobering up. They were very clear. If it really came to a fight to the death before the imperial dynasty took action, the Jiang family indeed had the power to annihilate the Juyan sect. Huff. Gu Changqing slowly exhaled a breath and calmed down. Since Jiang Chen would rather die than have his cultivation destroyed, then expelling him from the sect would suffice. After all, his goal was only to help the Juyan sect eliminate a hidden danger. He was about to say something when he saw a peak disciple rush in, panicked. Sect master, it's terrible. Jiang Lianyue, Lin Mubai, Qingning, and a big white tiger are attacking the main peak. What? Gu Changqing was shocked. This group of madmen is utterly insane. Somewhere 100 li away from the Juyan sect, the elder Chen Sheng sat cross-legged in the air with his eyes closed as if napping. Below him, a three-tailed white fox was frantically running around, but no matter which direction it rushed towards, it would always seem to hit a soft wall and be bounced back to its original place. At this moment, the white fox was covered in wounds, but it still kept trying. Suddenly, Chen Sheng abruptly opened his eyes, and cold light flashed through his murky old eyes. What's wrong, old man? The little fox asked, puzzled. Someone has angered the young master, Chen Sheng replied. The young master? Isn't that Jiang Chen? The little fox's heart raced with excitement. It had been desperately trying to escape, all to catch a glimpse of Jiang Chen, but no matter what, it couldn't break free from Chen Sheng's control. Humph, lying. The little fox didn't believe him. We're 100 li from the Juyan sect, how can you sense that from such a distance? Little fox, you know nothing about the divine passage realm, Chen Sheng sneered. This old man really hates being doubted. I've decided, I'll pluck your foxtail first before I turn you into a puppet. After all, a puppet made with a foxtail is quite troublesome. The little fox shivered at the thought. It had gained a new understanding of Chen Sheng. This old man was not only powerful and cruel but also held grudges. I've told you so many times, my name is Zhu Shuang. Stop calling me little fox. The little fox still refused to back down. Why should I remember the name of a puppet? Besides, you'll forget your own name, yet you expect me to remember it. Chen Sheng scoffed. Humph, the little fox turned its head away. It disdained to argue with Chen Sheng and had already decided in its heart that it would never forget this name, even in death. Seeing that the old man did not act immediately, it wondered, since Jiang Chen is angry, why don't you go help him? If it's too much trouble for you, shall I go? Chen Sheng couldn't be bothered to respond and continued to feign sleep. It wasn't that he didn't want to go, but that he couldn't. Unless it was a critical moment, he could not overstep his bounds, as per the family head's orders. If he acted rashly, it would tear up the agreement between the Jiang family and the Juyan sect. Then, the Jiang family's plan to protect Jiang Chen would be in vain. Seeing Chen Sheng's silence, the little fox wanted to mock him again. However, after noticing Chen Sheng's shoulders trembling slightly from restraint, it ultimately held its tongue. Jiang Chen is so good. Those who bully him must be bad people. It lay on the ground, quite certain. I've suddenly changed my mind. Chen Sheng opened his eyes again, teasing, before you grow your fourth foxtail, I'll let you have a distant look at the young master. Really? The little fox jumped up excitedly. Of course. I may be bad, but I always keep my word. What changed your mind? Was it my perseverance? Were you moved by me? No, I just suddenly really want to see you being repelled by the stench of the young master. It should be quite interesting and quite desperate, eh? Daring to slander the young master as a good person, you must be severely punished. Humph. Nonsense, Jiang Chen must smell good. I've smelled him before. Juyan sect, 9th peak. In the top secret chamber of the cloud-soaring hall, Xiao Hong'ai was sitting cross-legged on an ancient meditation cushion in seclusion. She suddenly sensed something, her beautiful eyes opened, and she said, come in, my mind is restless. I cannot fully close off and retreat. As her voice fell, an elder pushed open the stone door and entered. The elder was Zhang Hu's master, the great elder of the 9th peak. Seeing the great elder hesitate to speak, Xiao Hong'ai's eyebrows furrowed slightly. What has happened that made you linger outside for so long? Hearing her question, the great elder sighed, Peak Master, I didn't want to disturb your seclusion, but there's been a major incident at the 9th peak. A major incident? Xiao Hong'ai's heart skipped a beat, with a bad feeling. Jiang Chen threw Lin Feng and Zhang Hu off the cliff, and both of them are seriously injured, the great elder said. What? Xiao Hong'ai was shocked. She had just begun to see Jiang Chen in a new light, and in just a few days, he had committed such an atrocity? Seeing her doubt, the great elder continued, this incident was witnessed by 9th peak disciples, the evidence is conclusive. Especially my disciple nearly had his core formation shattered and almost lost his life. When I arrived, Jiang Chen was defiant, with no intention of explaining himself. Xiao Hong'ai fell silent, and after a long while, she said, are you here to complain? This matter cannot be handled rashly. It needs a thorough investigation. No, I'm here to inform the Peak Master that Jiang Chen has been taken away by the Sect Master and the people from the Hall of Enforcement, the Great Elder interrupted. Xiao Hong'ai was even more shocked by this. She instantly understood that it must have been Gu Changqing and the Hall of Enforcement trying to convict Jiang Chen while she was in seclusion. Although furious, she also understood. If things were really like this, then the evidence of Jiang Chen harming his fellow disciples must be conclusive. Otherwise, Gu Changqing, the sect master, would not dare to intervene in this matter, knowing he would have to face her wrath afterward. Both fell silent. Xiao Hong'ai closed her beautiful eyes, and though she said nothing, one could feel a palpable sadness. Jiang Chen had destroyed Lingshan town, and although she was annoyed, she still protected him. Because cultivators are inherently entangled in strife, and too many restrictions would only hinder Jiang Chen. But this time was different. Attacking fellow disciples was something she could not accept. And such acts, Jiang Chen had committed over and over again. Great Elder, have I failed too much as a master? Xiao Hong'ai asked. Her voice was soft and gentle but filled with unspeakable sorrow. Peak Master, you've asked me this many times. The Great Elder said solemnly, don't take your disciples' mistakes upon yourself. They have failed your earnest efforts. Earnest efforts? Xiao Hong'ai gave a bitter smile. She had once asked Jiang Chen the same question, and his answer had been the same. But the result? Nothing had changed. Suddenly, another 9th peak elder arrived. Seeing his panicked expression, Xiao Hong'ai preempted, I already know about Jiang Chen being taken to the main peak. No matter what, he is my disciple, Xiao Hong'ai's disciple, and it's not up to outsiders to punish him. I'm about to head to the main peak. It's not that. Peak Master, after learning that Jiang Chen was taken away, Jiang Lianyue, Lin Mubai, and Qingning, 3 true disciples of the 9th peak, actually set out to attack the main peak. This is going to stir up a fight within the sect, the arriving elder said urgently. At this, Xiao Hong'ai felt as if struck by lightning. A fight within the sect could lead to the most severe punishment? If it was just Jiang Chen making a mistake, she could still find a way to protect him, but what could she do now that Jiang Lianyue and others were involved, stirring up a fight within the sect? What was she able to do? Fortunately, the sect master took action personally. Jiang Lianyue was knocked unconscious before she could self-detonate her imperial essence. Lin Mubai and the others were quickly captured, but that white tiger, madly rushing towards the main peak, got slightly injured, the arriving elder continued. A sudden pain clenched her heart, and Xiao Hong'ai's complexion turned pale, her figure staggering. Seeing this, the great elder quickly comforted her. Peak Master, stay calm. You have the postnatal phoenix body constitution. Do not let the phoenix blood cloud your mind. Yes, Peak Master. This matter started because of Jiang Chen. You can't protect him this time? Otherwise, Jiang Lianyue and the others might also be held accountable, another elder said. Protect him? Xiao Hong'ai showed a look of despair. This time, how could she protect him? With the situation so escalated, it would surely attract the attention of the supreme elders. By then, on what grounds could she protect him? Yet, even now, she still wanted to believe in Jiang Chen. But how could she believe him with everyone saying the same thing and the evidence being conclusive? Jiang Chen had disappointed her. Large tears fell from Xiao Hong'ai's cheeks. She had never felt as desperate as she did now, yet she still mustered her energy and began to walk outside. No matter what, she still wanted to go to the summit and bring Jiang Chen back. Because he was her disciple. He was the disciple she, Xiao Hong'ai, had taught with the most dedication. Xiao Hong'ai steps out of the cloud-soaring hall. Suddenly, Xiao Hong'ai's body stiffened, and she stood frozen in place. She felt dizzy and disoriented, and as she lost control of her body, her vision began to distort and change. Then her eyes became vacant as if she had lost her soul, staring blankly at the sky while murmuring softly. Jiang Chen, you are my disciple, Xiao Hong'ai's disciple. Master and disciple, united as one, never to part. At the same time, underground of the main peak of Juyin sect, an old man with white eyebrows, his face withered and his body emaciated, exuding an aura of death woke up inside a jade coffin. This is the 4th time. His tone was extremely weary. Alas, the old man in the jade coffin sighed deeply. If Qingning were here, and she heard this sigh, it would strike her like a bolt of lightning. She had fallen into the 9 cycles of reincarnation, and when Jiang Chen was stripped of his cultivation and expelled from the sect, she desperately wanted to follow him. In the end, she succeeded, but she faintly heard a sigh that still echoed in her ears before leaving the Juyin sect. That sigh was exactly the same as this one, and this old man was none other than the Juyin sect old ancestor. With his divine consciousness enveloping the entire Juyin sect, he instantly understood what had happened. This is too sudden, he murmured to himself with a bitter voice. To preserve his life, he had always been in a state of suspended animation. But ever since Jiang Chen's core formation was destroyed, he would occasionally be awakened by some force, falling into the 9 cycles of reincarnation of others. The first time was Jiang Lianyue. Having witnessed Jiang Chen's past 9 lives, the ancestor, although somewhat sentimental, remained calm overall. He had lived for countless years, and his heart was as firm as a rock. Naturally, he wouldn't go mad like others. Moreover, the two had never even met in Jiang Chen's past 9 lives, so it had nothing to do with him. The second time was Lin Mubai. Viewing Jiang Chen's past 9 lives from Lin Mubai's perspective, the ancestor felt sorrowful, but his state of mind remained stable. Besides, he was also becoming somewhat irritable. After all, he was sleeping properly each time, only to be awakened to watch the 9 cycles of reincarnation, which consumed his lifespan. The key point was that he had no power to resist the force that awakened him. This force began to instill fear in him. After some thought, he felt it necessary to pay attention to Jiang Chen. That's why, when Jiang Chen defeated the true disciple of Sword Peak and was discussed by people like Gu Qingqing, he chose to wait and see. The third time was Qingning. And this time, the ancestor was not calm. Qingning's feelings for Jiang Chen were far deeper than Jiang Lianyue's and Lin Mubai's, so the changes she underwent after learning everything were extremely heartbreaking. That day, he sighed deeply for the first time after seeing Qingning wanting to follow Jiang Chen at all costs and getting injured. The ancestor felt like a spectator, watching Jiang Chen's past 9 lives over and over again, from different perspectives. 9 lives over 1,000 years. Each time, he could clearly feel the passage of time. In other words, adding up the 3 times he had watched it for 3,000 years. If not for his resilient nature, such a long time would have driven him mad. Afterward, the ancestor began to think carefully. He noticed a pattern. Those who could see the 9 cycles of reincarnation and went mad because of it were all people close to Jiang Chen, and they all felt disappointed in him. To be safe, he had thought about informing Xiao Hong'ai, but the force was too strong, making him afraid to act rashly, so he could only warn Xiao Hong'ai not to punish Jiang Chen and not to regret it. The ancestor had thought about defying fate. He knew that Lin Feng's appearance would greatly reduce his lifespan and that the Juyin sect would eventually be destroyed. For this, he had even thought about personally killing Lin Feng. But fate is hard to defy. Compared to others, he had a deeper understanding of Jiang Chen's past 9 lives and knew just how strong the Son of Destiny halo above Lin Feng's head was. He was certain that if he directly acted against Lin Feng, not only would he fail to kill Lin Feng, but it would also bring disaster to him and the Juyin sect. Rejecting Lin Feng at the door was a good move, and it almost succeeded. But for some reason, Jiang Chen was very dissatisfied with this. He even spoke of leaving the sect on his own. Helplessly, the ancestor had to act again, taking Lin Feng's essence blood and enrolling him. Although he knew that his lifespan would be sharply reduced after Lin Feng became a disciple of the Juyin sect. Although he also knew that as a result, whether it was him, the Juyin sect, or people like Xiao Hong'ai, they would likely not escape the outcome of the past 9 lives. But he still did it. The reason was simple. Although he didn't know what Jiang Chen ultimately wanted to do, since this was Jiang Chen's choice, he, as the ancestor, could only fulfill it. After all, with the 9 cycles of reincarnation repeating, whether it was the Juyin sect or others, they all owed Jiang Chen too much. Moreover, the ancestor had his own considerations. In this life, although Jiang Chen wanted to be the villain, Jiang Chen probably wouldn't make it easy for Lin Feng from various indications. In addition to the mysterious force aiding Jiang Chen, he always felt that the outcome of this life might bring unexpected changes. And after Lin Feng became a disciple, Xiao Hong'ai went into seclusion. The ancestor had little lifespan left and couldn't stay conscious for long. Seeing that things were not worsening, he once again fell into a suspended animation state. But who could have expected? It was too sudden. Without any warning, Jiang Chen was captured for the crime of harming fellow disciples and taken to the summit. The elders and disciples of the 9th peak had great faith in Xiao Hong'ai, their peak master, and although the great elder of the 9th peak was extremely dissatisfied with Jiang Chen, he still informed Xiao Hong'ai. At this point, the ancestor could no longer stop it, because as Xiao Hong'ai fell into the 9 cycles of reincarnation, his own vision also began to distort. I'm a person close to death, yet the more I look, the less I like the ways of heaven. I'm about to go mad too, the ancestor said with a self-deprecating smile. As Jiang Chen said, he was someone who had seen big scenes. But to defy the heavens 9 times this spectacle is something he has never witnessed. With that being said, the old ancestor closed his eyes once more. This time he did not enter a suspended animation state but fell into a void of darkness. When the light appeared and the darkness faded, he merged with heaven and earth, unable to act but able to see everything. It was sunset, the afterglow of the setting sun. In front of him was not the Juyin sect, but the southernmost part of the central domain, thousands of li away from the Juyin sect. At the top of the perilous peak that reaches the clouds, there is a 2-story red jade pavilion with a spiritual pond in front, shimmering with spiritual light. Behind the pavilion was a half-acre spiritual field frequented by white cranes and other spiritual beasts. By the pond, a boy was fishing with a rod, and a woman in red stood behind him. When the boy looked back at her, the woman's expression was stern, and she lightly flicked the boy's forehead with her finger. When the boy turned his head back to the pond, the woman's stern expression faded, and she smiled radiantly like a blooming flower. Master, why have we come here? The boy dared not turn back but asked. Because this is my home, the woman replied instantly. Home. The boy fell silent for a while, then pretending confusion, isn't Master from the Xiao family? How could you settle down in this place? Hearing this, the light dimmed in the woman's beautiful eyes. This made the heart of the Juyin old ancestor sour. Xiao Hong'ai was indeed from the Xiao family, but later, she merged with phoenix blood. The phoenix is a divine beast, and its essence blood can completely transform a cultivator's physique, but how easy is it to obtain such divine beast essence blood? Therefore, the blood Xiao Hong'ai merged with was just the ordinary blood of a female phoenix. This was a reward from the former emperor after the Juyin old ancestor was gravely injured in battle for the imperial dynasty. Phoenix blood is greatly beneficial to cultivators, but because it was acquired later in life and was ordinary phoenix blood, it could cause rejection. When Xiao Hong'ai first merged with the phoenix blood, it often devoured her heart, making her cold, numb, as if devoid of emotion, and rejecting everyone. Out of necessity, the Xiao family built this red pavilion on the perilous peak where Xiao Hong'ai lived for a long time until she became a cultivator of the upper 4 realms and could barely resist the devouring effect of the phoenix blood. Only then was she able to leave and enter the Juyin sect. Juyin old ancestor shifted his gaze, beginning to search around. Sure enough, he quickly found that figure in red suspended in the sky, staring blankly at the golden characters first life above. Coming up here just to expose old wounds. Hong'ai, you have to hold on, the Juyin old ancestor silently cheered her on. After speaking, he added, I have to hold on too. In fact, Xiao Hong'ai actually didn't know how to be a master. She grew up on the perilous peak, with flowers and plants for company and the white crane spirit beast for fellowship. From childhood to before she joined the Juyin sect, apart from her grandfather and the occasional inquiries from the ancestor, she had never even seen other people. When Jiang Chen joined the Juyin sect, although he passed the true disciple test, not a single peak master was willing to take him as a disciple. The dejected look on Jiang Chen at that time reminded Xiao Hong'ai of herself. Back then, she had only just joined the Juyin sect and wasn't even a peak master yet. She established the 9th peak of Juyin to take Jiang Chen as her disciple, and as the master of this 9th peak, she took on this senior disciple. Jiang Chen was only 9 years old when he joined the Juyin sect. Although there was a hint of the playfulness in his bones, Xiao Hong'ai didn't mind. Because the moment she took Jiang Chen as a disciple, she decided she would never give up on her own disciple. After all, she had personally experienced the taste of being abandoned. But this disciple really gave her a lot of trouble. As a child, he liked to play pranks, but as he grew into a teenager, his behavior became more rebellious, and it was not uncommon for him to tease fellow junior sisters or beat up junior brothers. Watching her own reflection and Jiang Chen, Xiao Hong'ai felt a sourness in her heart, but she also smiled gladly. She didn't know what was going on right now, but she still remembered this scene vividly. She clearly remembered that one day as she was pondering whether her senior disciple's nature was truly unchangeable, she noticed something different. Jiang Chen's eyes had changed. Although still bad, even carrying a hint of frivolity when looking at her, she also keenly detected, beyond that, those black eyes also revealed a world weariness filled with helplessness. She was extremely sensitive to Jiang Chen's gaze and behavior, so she was confident she was not mistaken. She began to ponder. Perhaps what she saw was just the surface of Jiang Chen. Maybe her senior disciple wasn't truly unchangeable by nature? With that thought, she was very overjoyed. After years of teaching and sleepless nights of worry, only at that moment did the clouds part and the moon shine through. Xiao Hong'ai felt she had been a negligent master. She had always taught Jiang Chen to be good but never paid attention to his true thoughts. So she decided to have a heart-to-heart talk with him. That's why she brought Jiang Chen to this home that she had decided never to set foot in again. Drifting down from the sky, Xiao Hong'ai approached the young Jiang Chen. She thought, maybe all this was just an illusion caused by the devouring effect of the phoenix blood. Maybe all this was just a dream. But she still wanted to relieve it. Because she clearly remembered, after coming to this red jade pavilion, Jiang Chen changed his usual ways and became extremely well-behaved and obedient. Although he reverted to his old self after leaving, this was indeed a time she could not forget. She squatted down, her red skirt covering the ground. She smiled, looking intently at Jiang Chen's familiar features, but then her smile suddenly faded. Something was wrong? Although the young Jiang Chen's features were the same, those black eyes in front of her were as clear as the spirit spring, not only devoid of any wickedness but even shining with an indescribable brilliance. This was the first time she sensed something was amiss, but she didn't think too much of it, as the current situation was already hard to explain, and it was normal for some inconsistencies to appear. Jiang Chen, the woman in red in the image suddenly called out. The boy turned around with a smile. He got flicked on the forehead again and quickly turned his head back. Pfft. Seeing the boy wince in pain, the woman in red laughed out loud. Go ahead and pretend. I won't feel sorry for you. But I feel sorry, the boy replied. Sorry for what? Sorry for you, master, who clearly didn't want to come here but still smiling. The woman in red fell silent. She stepped forward slowly, embracing the boy from behind, and said earnestly, I indeed didn't want to come here before, but now it's different. What do you mean? The boy pressed. Because now there's you. Before, this was my home, but from now on, it will be our home, master and disciple. This time, it was the boy's turn to fall silent. After a long while, the boy managed a forced smile. Master, you can't go back on your word. If one day your disciple has nowhere to go, I might just have to come and cling to this place. All right, if that day really comes, I'll be here to wash your clothes and cook for you. The woman in red laughed. Then wouldn't you become my wife? Nonsense. Seeing his master about to get angry again, the boy quickly broke free, darting several jong away. But the next second, he was wrapped up by a red whip and pulled back. Raising her delicate hand, she flicked the boy's forehead again, and the woman scolded. You dare to joke with your master? Tell me honestly, what are you really thinking? What am I thinking? The boy wondered. Do you think your master is blind? A few days ago you were causing trouble everywhere, but recently you've become extremely well-behaved, even saying you want to impress your master. Did something happen to you? The woman huffed. While speaking, she let go of the boy. While holding his forehead, the boy looked up at the sky. Master, do you believe in fate? The woman in red didn't know how to respond. You see, I don't believe it, the boy said again. I want the sky to no longer blind my eyes, the earth to no longer bury my heart, all beings to understand my will, and all the Buddhas to vanish like smoke and clouds. Where did you learn to talk like that? The woman in red frowned. Hehe, the boy gave an awkward smile. I read it in a book. In a book? The woman in red was somewhat puzzled. She had been alone since childhood yet had read extensively, but in her memory, there was no sage who had ever spoken such defiant words. The woman in red said sternly while composing herself, Jiang Chen, the heavenly Dao is supreme, you must not speak so recklessly. If one day you wish to become an emperor, you still need heaven's mandate. The boy curled his lip after hearing this. Seeing the woman in red eyebrows furrowed as if she was about to start lecturing him again, he quickly changed the subject. Master, you will always believe in me, right? Of course, the woman in red nodded. But on the condition that you follow the righteous path, do not act recklessly, do not bully the weak, do not. Stop. The boy felt overwhelmed and then asked, Master, what if one day someone wants to kill me? If you are innocent, I will protect you with my life, but if you are guilty, what if I am guilty? I will collect your corpse. The boy was immediately crestfallen. Seeing his mood drop, the woman in red sighed and said, Jiang Chen, you are my disciple, Xiao Hongai's disciple. As long as you follow the righteous path, we, master and disciple, will be united as one, never to part. Her expression became even more serious as she continued, conversely, your sins will be my sins. If one day you truly deserve punishment, before others get to you, I will clean up our sect first, and then, the boy pressed. Then, I haven't really thought about it. Maybe I'll whip your corpse 100 times. So ruthless. Humph, that's right. I am ruthless, so you'd better be careful. Here, have a spirit fruit. Looking at the freshly peeled spirit fruit in his hand, the boy was speechless. Yes, indeed ruthless. The spirit fruit was peeled so much that it was almost gone.